Chapter 1. 10,000 Years of Qi Refinement. In the secluded mountains of Tianlan Sect, an unexpected sight unfolded as dust danced in the air. An inconspicuous place suddenly revealed a stone door, which trembled and began to open slowly. From within, an elderly man stepped out. With his first step, his spirit shone as if he bore no traces of age. By the second step, he had already transitioned into middle age. By the third step, he appeared to be in his 20s. Another 10,000 years have passed. Alas, I still haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. His name was Su Yang, and he had been cultivating for 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago, he was an apprentice disciple at Tianlan Sect. His master ascended, and he remained in the Qi Refinement stage. 90,000 years ago, his disciple had ascended while he continued his Qi cultivation. 50,000 years ago, even the old guard dog at the sect had ascended, yet he still cultivated. 30,000 years ago, the ancient tree at the foot of the mountain transformed into a spirit. It attempted to transcend the tribulation but perished, and he remained in Qi refinement. 10,000 years ago, the 9,872nd disciple of Tianlan Sect, Zhang Wuji, ascended while Su Yang quietly continued his practice. He had secluded himself for 10,000 years and, in the end, still did not succeed. He had consumed more foundation establishment pills than most would encounter in a lifetime. When his master accepted him, he was hailed as extraordinarily gifted, yet not a word was mentioned of ascension thereafter. Su Yang's peculiar advantage was that he would never age, enabling him to relentlessly pursue progress in the Qi refinement stage. While others at the 9th level of Qi refinement through exceptional talents achieved the 10th level and then seamlessly transitioned to foundation establishment, followed by golden core and nascent soul phases, he was stuck at an astonishing 9,999 levels of Qi refinement. 10,000 years have passed, and the sect has become dilapidated. Su Yang sighed as he looked around. Once, Tianlan Sect was the greatest power in the 3,000 Dao regions. But now, the desolation of the back mountain stood in stark contrast to the once grand temple that lay in ruins in the distance, with only the main hall still vaguely resembling its former glory. Su Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. The decline of the sect was understandable, given the passage of time and shifting spiritual energies. Once a blessed land of opportunity, it had devolved into an ordinary locale. It was unreasonable to expect all disciples of successive generations to be exceptionally wise, but the notion that someone sought to eradicate the legacy of Tianlan Sect could not stand. Su Yang would never allow it. Bang! A Tianlan disciple was flung through the sect's gate, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood incessantly. Ling Qingshu, I've told you before, if you marry me, the new sect master, and lead Tianlan Sect away from here, I can ensure your sect's survival. Once I become the master of Tianlan Sect, you will be titled the Sect Master's Lady. I grant you one final chance. Otherwise, I will obliterate your legacy. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A young man strolled in leisurely, flanked by dozens of terrifyingly powerful individuals. Yunshan Sect, a major power in Qizhou, boasted golden core cultivators among its ranks. They had long coveted Tianlan Sect's mountain base. The previous sect master had been a golden core cultivator, preventing them from making a move during his lifetime. But since the last master passed away, Yunshan Sect had become emboldened. Today, the mask was torn off completely. Within the hall, dozens of core disciples of Tianlan Sect stood tense, with the striking and sharp-eyed Ling Qingshu, the current sect master, radiating desperation despite her beauty. Though Ling Qingshu was the strongest of the sect, she was barely at the mid-foundation establishment level, accompanied by only 2 early foundation establishment elders. Yunshan Sect had golden core powers and dozens at the foundation stage. Even the weakest were on par with Ling Qingshu. Our Tianlan Sect does not kneel to survive, we stand to die. Lu Yunqing, bring it on. To think you want me to be your sect master's lady, how delusional. Ling Qingshu declared resolutely, rising from her seat without the slightest hesitation. The mid-foundation establishment cultivators erupted, swords drawn with a resounding clang. Lu Yunqing licked his lips, a lecherous gaze sweeping over Ling Qingshu as he chuckled sinisterly. Ling Qingshu, I want you alive. In an instant, two figures charged forward from behind him, both terrifyingly powerful at the completed foundation establishment level. The three clashed in an explosive engagement. Ling Qingshu, at a lower realm, was struggling against a skilled opponent. The two who had exited sought swift victories and showed no signs of restraint. The young master only wished to leave a survivor. As their figures tangled, Ling Qingshu was sent flying, blood spraying from her mouth, and her sword broke in her hand. Powerless and hopeless, she saw no possibility of turning the tide. Suddenly, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Even in death, she could not fall into Lu Yunqing's hands. With fierce resolve, she thrust her sword toward her own throat. Why go to such lengths? Alas! A voice sighed beside Ling Qingshu. The sword stopped inches from her neck, held firm by fingers that seemed to bear an endless weight of experience. The visitor was none other than Su Yang. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Su Yang released Ling Qingshu and strode forward to the front of the hall. Lu Yunqing fixed his gaze upon Su Yang, suddenly grinning. Another one seeking death has come. I thought we had a skilled fighter, but it's just a mere Qi Refinement practitioner daring to act so brazenly. Su Yang nodded. Since you refuse to speak, then I shall send you on your way. He moved, targeting the two who had originally attacked Ling Qingshu. Indeed, the fools who seek death cannot be stopped. Don't interfere, it'll crush him with a finger. The two laughed cruelly, and one of them lunged forward, a fist raised to smash down. He intended to obliterate Su Yang with a single strike, ensuring the latter understood the insurmountable chasm between Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment. In an instant, he stood before Su Yang. Ling Qingshu could not help but cry out, was this savior really just here to die? Was he volunteering as a martyr for a sect she thought had long passed into history? Yet Su Yang remained as calm as the clouds, effortlessly raising his hand against the approaching man. That man's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force pressed along his arm. His body exploded in a cacophony of sound. His bones shattered, and blood spouted from every orifice, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yet astonishingly, he suffered no internal injuries with his cultivation level. He would not die from this strike. First one down, Su Yang stated lightly. He's not just Qi Refinement, yelled the other, his pupils constricting in horror. He must be golden core. Only a golden core could handle that with such ease. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Golden core cannot be matched. Panic surged. Even Lu Yunqing was taken aback as they hastily fell back. When had Tianlan Sect produced a golden core cultivator? The truth was that in nearly 100 years, aside from the last sect master, there hadn't been any other notable names in the sect. A smile danced on Su Yang's lips as he continued forward without faltering. I told you, I'm merely a Qi Refinement. Chapter 2. Your son has been slain by me. Su Yang observed the chaotic retreat of the fleeing individuals. Yet he pursued them with an unhurried demeanor, as if their speed were utterly inconceivable to catch. Senior, we cannot allow them to escape. If Lu Zhun, the sect master of Tianlan Sect, learns of this, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for our Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu exclaimed urgently, calling out to Su Yang. Lu Zhun was a seasoned golden core powerhouse, whose cultivation had surpassed that of the previous sect master. The latter's demise was a result of their earlier confrontation, leaving him with hidden injuries. Lu Zhun was indeed a top-tier golden core cultivator. Su Yang nodded and replied nonchalantly, they cannot escape, nor can Lu Zhun. With a decisive step, he suddenly appeared behind Lu Yunqing, that a chill ran down Lu Yunqing's spine as he sensed the terrifying aura of Qi Refinement emanating from behind him. Senior, is it amusing for a golden core cultivator to disguise themselves as a Qi Refinement practitioner? Do you dare to battle my father? Lu Yunqing shouted in alarm. Do not worry. I shall seek out your father. I grant you the gift of dying in fear. Su Yang paid him no further attention and struck down with a palm onto the crown of Lu Yunqing's head. Crack! The bones of his skull and neck were instantly shattered, and his internal organs erupted violently at the very moment Su Yang's hand descended. Lu Yunqing was already dead, yet his body continued to stumble forward for several paces before collapsing. His mouth agape as his internal organs mixed with blood spewed forth. The disciples of Tianlan Sect were gripped by terror. This man was far too horrifying that he had shown no hesitation in delivering a lethal blow to the young sect master. Many among them were filled with indignation. Why disguise as a weaker cultivator when one was a golden core powerhouse? If death was the intent, why not simply kill outright? With each step Su Yang took, another life was extinguished, as if the Grim Reaper had descended, hastening their demise from behind. I grant you a death steeped in despair. I allow you to perish in your pleas for mercy. I bestow upon you a painless death. No, do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. The cultivation world is perilous. I am willing to abandon my cultivation and return home to farm. Ancestor, I implore you to spare my life. All had perished. Every individual who had come to Tianlan Sect was dead, leaving but one survivor, but he crawled on the ground, fervently bowing to Su Yang. What is your name? Su Yang inquired. Ah, this humble one is Zhang Yi. I am unaware of what orders you have, but I would brave fire and water without hesitation. The man who called himself Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. Su Yang was known for his swiftness in ending lives, and the fact that he was now speaking to him suggested a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he would not meet his end. Very well, Zhang Yi, lead me to Yunshan Sect. Su Yang statet ko oli. Ah? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Su Yang was asking him to lead the way. Senior, do you intend to confront our sect master? No, that is impossible. Our sect master is a late-stage golden core cultivator, and Yunshan Sect possesses a protective formation. You would stand no chance alone. Zhang Yi admitted, wishing fervently for Su Yang to venture forth to his demise, but he could not be the one to guide him there. Do not concern yourself with that. Just lead the way. Su Yang shot a glance at Zhang Yi, who immediately felt a chilling sensation of impending death and dared not speak further. Hastily crawling ahead to lead the way, he could only silently hope that Su Yang would be able to defeat the sect master, thus granting him a chance at survival. Master, that senior has taken Zhang Yi from Yunshan Sect, that he claims he is headed to Yunshan Sect. A disciple of Tianlan Sect quickly reported to Ling Qingshu. Ling Qingshu's expression turned grave. What was this senior planning? Did he intend to annihilate a sect single-handedly? Yunshan Sect was the foremost sect in Qizhou, and not only was Master Lu Jin a late-stage golden core cultivator, but it was also unknown if there were others of similar or greater strength within Yunshan Sect. Quickly, go and retrieve the senior. Ling Qingshu ordered her disciples. We cannot catch up. The senior's speed is too great. The disciple replied, drenched in sweat. Who is this senior, and why is he aiding our Tianlan Sect? He seems to have emerged from the back mountains. Ling Qingshu suddenly seemed to realize something, her expression shifting as she gathered her disciples. All disciples, heed my command. Except for those remaining behind, all others shall accompany me to Yunshan Sect. Su Yang, accompanied by Zhang Yi, stood before a towering mountain. This was the highest peak in Qizhou, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy. Ascending the steep staircase, a magnificent sect gate emerged from the mist. Yunshan Sect. Zhang Elder has returned so swiftly. It seems taking down Tianlan Sect was effortless. The gatekeeper disciple, upon seeing Zhang Yi, who was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of high standing within the sect, quickly smiled and offered his compliments. Take down Tianlan Sect. Such an ant-like minor sect is merely indulging in self-entertainment. They know not of our Tianlan Sect's might. Su Yang scoffed. Elder, who is this? The one who will send you on your way. Su Yang's aura surged forth, an overwhelming presence of Qi Refinement erupting as he struck with the palm, instantly killing two gatekeeper disciples. I have heard that the sect master of Yunshan Sect is named Lu Jin. Su Yang declared as he smashed through the sect gate, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the entirety of Yunshan Sect. Who dares to create a disturbance in my Yunshan Sect? Someone dares to provoke Yunshan Sect. They must be tired of living. What? The one who dares to challenge us is merely a Qi Refinement cultivator, truly seeking death, but this Qi Refinement cultivator possesses some skills, far exceeding the usual. The disciples of Yunshan Sect were soon stirred, and several quickly noticed the presence of Zhang Yi and Su Yang. Seeking death, daring to harm our gate die. Suddenly, A disciple dashed out, sword in hand. Kill! In an instant, this disciple reached Su Yang. Yet Su Yang did not even spare him a glance. He merely extended 2 fingers and effortlessly snapped the sword in 2. Since you refuse to come forth, I shall eliminate all your sect members and then seek you out. Su Yang snorted coldly, pushing aside the disciple, who was filled with terror. How could a Qi refinement cultivator possess such overwhelming strength? The disciple immediately spewed blood, flying back into the crowd. In the ensuing chaos, a tremendous force erupted, causing the disciple to explode, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The Tianlan Sect disciples surrounding Su Yang were violently thrown back, collapsing in heaps. Countless individuals fell amidst pools of blood. All were incredulous. Was this truly a Qi refinement cultivator? No! He is a false Qi refinement practitioner, a genuine golden core. Zhang Yi has betrayed the sect. Sect master, quickly come forth and save us. A grievously wounded disciple, still clinging to life, cried out with bitter indignation. You are of Tianlan Sect. Indeed, the ancient sect rumored to possess profound heritage. A middle-aged man approached leisurely, a smile upon his face, seemingly unfazed by Su Yang's overwhelming presence. I killed your son. Chapter 3. A sword to decapitate the golden core. Su Yang spoke to Lu Jun in a tone devoid of emotion. Lu Jun halted, a surge of murderous intent erupting from him. Good. My son met a tragic end, dying for the sect. He died honorably, as his father. I shall present your head as tribute upon my table, regardless of your disguise. Prepare to die. Lu Jun bellowed, suddenly soaring into the air, a massive hand taking form above him, descending with intent to crush the golden core realm. Soaring through the clouds was a trivial matter. Su Yang's gaze remained indifferent as he raised a hand to the heavens. The descending illusory hand shattered upon impact with his fist. If you do not descend, I shall first annihilate your sect, Su Yang declared. Leaping out from the gap created by the shattered hand, diving directly into the throng of Tianlan Sect disciples. His movements were swift as lightning. Though he was merely a Qi refinement cultivator, his apparent limitation was his inability to fly. He could only perform brief leaps. However, since you refuse to descend, I shall first eradicate your entire sect. Lu Jun's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. You insolent brat. How dare you? He dove down from the sky, pursuing Su Yang. Yet he was further astonished that Su Yang truly could not fly. This man, was he genuinely a Qi refinement practitioner? Or perhaps a foundation establishment cultivator at most? But why then did the disciples of Tianlan Sect, whether Qi refinement or perfected foundation establishment, fail to match him even in the slightest? Even he could not achieve such fluidity. This individual must be eliminated. Sensing Lu Jun closing in from behind, Su Yang smirked coldly and sent a palm crashing into a Tianlan Sect disciple, deftly shifting his stance to claw at Lu Jun's hand, their palms colliding with a resounding impact. Su Yang seized Lu Jun's hand, an overwhelming force erupting from him. Crack! Lu Jun's expression changed dramatically as he felt the immense power coursing through his hand, rendering him utterly powerless. Su Yang's strength surged through Lu Jun's body, shattering his arm with a sickening crunch. How is this possible? What realm are you at? Lu Jun's face paled in disbelief that a being who could not fly, how could they possess such formidable strength? Su Yang offered no response, merely giving Lu Jun a gentle push, sending him hurtling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. I cannot defeat him. Lu Jun was drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom the reality. The 18th sect master of Tianlan Sect. I summoned the ancestor to emerge. Suddenly, Lu Jun channeled his spiritual energy and shouted, causing the mountain to tremble. So there is another golden core. No wonder you were so confident in exterminating my Tianlan Sect. A faint smile graced Su Yang's lips. Without warning, he turned sharply to the forefront of Tianlan Sect's grand hall. An elderly figure appeared. The old man took a step forward and instantly materialized at the battleground between Su Yang and Lu Jun. Yuaning? No, it is a half-step Yuaning. Su Yang's expression turned serious. If refining Qi and establishing a foundation pertains to self-cultivation, then the stage of the nascent soul represents the profound path of cultivation. A half-step nascent soul signifies that one has already touched upon this path, possessing the ability to communicate with the heavens and the earth to a certain extent, although Su Yang is merely at the Qi refining stage. His comprehension of the profound path far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This is largely due to the fact that he has lived for 100,000 years, an existence that has granted him remarkable insight. He can easily discern that his opponent is a half-step nascent soul. The elder gazed at Su Yang with a smile and said, "Young friend, may I inquire about your realm?" "I am at the Qi refining stage," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. The elder could not refute this and chuckled. This mountain was once desolate and neglected, until a brilliant genius emerged, stirring the realm of Qizhou, traveling far and wide, ultimately attaining the nascent soul stage, that he brought along an elderly servant, determined to establish a grand sect across the world, and chose this mountain as the site for the Tianlan Sect. He took his servant to cultivate, intending to seek the true profound path, leaving the servant to guard the sect, yet he has not returned for 500 years. Su Yang nodded and remarked, "So, you are that elderly servant, or should I assume that behind this mountain gate lies a nascent soul, or perhaps even a master of the cave heaven realm? Young friend, how about we cease hostilities here? Your Tianlan Sect has fallen into decline, a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Yet you boldly assault my mountain gate. The Tianlan Sect is not without the strength to retaliate. If we end this here, I can offer compensation," the elder continued with a smile. "Elder, that is unacceptable." Lu Zhen's pupils constricted. "Silence. Since when has the Tianlan Sect become a one-man show of your Lu family?" the elder bellowed. "I disagree." Su Yang shook his head and stated, "The law of the jungle is inescapable. Had I not broken through today, the Tianlan Sect would have become history, annihilated, and I would have been left with no choice but to seek vengeance. But now that I have emerged, there shall be no retreat." "If that is the case," the elder chuckled lightly. His gaze suddenly sharp, he produced a disc that he hurled into the air, instantly releasing a cascade of 10 vibrant colors, from which an illusory formation soared forth that in response, a grand array materialized above the entire Tianlan Sect. "Then you shall perish." Lu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, but soon rejoiced. Previously, Su Yang's sudden intrusion had prevented the protective array from activating. In truth, he could not fully control this formation, and he had not anticipated that the core array disc would be in the elder's hands. "Ha ha! You shall undoubtedly die today. The grand array of my Tianlan Sect is a superior Xian grade formation, known as the 7-kill formation. Each kill surpasses the last. Today, even if you're a nascent soul, you must die here," Lu Zhen exclaimed triumphantly, finally understanding the elder's intentions, buying time to activate the array disc. Now that the disc was activated, escape was impossible. Su Yang was fully aware of the elder's scheme. He simply chose not to intervene, allowing them to see their greatest hopes before plunging into despair. To kill, one must first strike at the heart. Su Yang chuckled softly, stroking the storage ring on his middle finger, and a long sword materialized in his hand. "Old friend, today, let us first slay a golden core." He unsheathed the sword. It felt as though the entire Tianlan Sect had turned cold. This sword, forged by his master as he was on the brink of ascending, was created from the remnants of the heavenly tribulations, utilizing rare materials that might never be seen again, and was named the life-saving sword. First kill of the 7-kill formation. At the moment Su Yang drew his sword, the elder sensed something was amiss. A chill creeping up his spine, he immediately seized the arrayed disc, unleashing the first kill. The spiritual energy in the air coalesced, and a blood-red character for kill descended with a thunderous impact. Lu Zhen's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Su Yang had a trump card. Upon seeing the life-saving sword, greed flickered in his eyes. "It must kill him. Qingming's seal," he shouted, as the first kill descended, transforming the clouds above into a dark azure, forming a colossal stamp, the Tianlan Sect's signature technique. Yet Su Yang remained unfazed, merely lifting his gaze as the character for kill was about to land, raising his sword in defiance. A beam of white light shattered the blood-red character. The sword light surged forth, resulting in the destruction of the Qingming seal, and the golden core fell. Chapter 4. The annihilation of Tianlan Sect with a single sword strike. Just one sword. The sword passed through, shattering the character for kill, obliterating the Qingming seal, and ending the golden core. Lu Zhen hovered in midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a golden core practitioner die so easily? Even if they were to perish, their golden core could remain intact. Yet Su Yang's sword was too swift for him to react. With one sword, 3 had fallen. He was already dead. For his golden core had shattered. Suddenly, Lu Zhen plummeted from the sky, his body torn asunder. Fear surged within the elder's eyes. This was terrifying. He was far too powerful. But why could he not take to the skies? He struggled to fathom it, and at that moment, he could no longer think clearly, only feeling the imminent threat of death that Su Yang's next target would undoubtedly be him. 7 characters, 1 kill, 7 kills united, the elder roared, channeling all his half-step nascent soul power into the array disk. The grand formation in the sky seemed to take on a tangible form, a heavy, blood-red character for kill manifesting with overwhelming intent. The heavens bore a killing intent, capable of shifting stars and altering the heavens. This character seemed to be the celestial decree of death. It was incomparably stronger than the first kill. Each stroke of the character appeared to rise from countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, each stroke resembling the blades of heaven and earth, exterminating the myriad beings. Child, dying beneath my absolute kill of the 7 kills. You may take pride in that, but alas, you are far too arrogant, daring to infiltrate my Tianlan Sect alone, even allowing me to leisurely set up the array. Now, perish. The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With the 7 kills united, the absolute kill was formed. Even a nascent soul-old monster would surely die beneath this strike that he then produced a blade. This blade, known as the Mad Blade, was forged by my master, utilizing the full might of the Tianlan Sect, laboring for 7 times 749 days to complete. This blade thirsts for blood, and with it, I will send you on your way. The elder's white hair billowed as he did not follow Lu Zhen, but instead directly wielded the blade to attack. 7 kills. Su Yang chuckled softly. This so-called 7 kills was, in reality, not even half the true power of the 7-kill formation, that he discovered that many ancient techniques had become fragmented or even lost over time, that if he desired to break the array disk, it would be effortless, yet he chose not to. Do you know why you are doomed? Su Yang inquired. Because you talk too much. I cannot fly, but I can leap. The so-called 7 kills is merely a jest. Su Yang Laotai, soaring over dozens of feet. Your techniques over the years have left me disappointed. Extreme Life Sword. Su Yang raised the sword in his hand, the sword tip gleaming with a chilling light, suddenly thrusting forward. A low-grade yellow technique. The Extreme Life Sword? No, this Extreme Life Sword is not right. The elder's complexion changed, sensing the impending doom that I in an instant. The sword collided with the absolute kill of the 7 kills, and he suddenly saw the overwhelming killing intent of the character tremble violently. Crack! The nearly tangible character for kill suddenly split open, as if a spider's web had shattered. Bang! The arrayed disc in the air quivered. Such intensity of the absolute kill could not withstand the pressure, causing the 7 kills united to shatter and rebound violently. The elder turned pale with shock. This was not human. How could a human achieve such a level? The blade light he had slashed down was already obliterated by the residual force of the so-called life-saving sword. However, Su Yang, taking advantage of the explosive backlash, surged upward, colliding head-on with the Mad Blade. Yet Su Yang merely waved his long sword, and the treasured blade forged by the founder of the Tianlan Sect, who had exhausted his resources in Qizhou, was as fragile as paper, shattering into pieces and scattering away. There was no stalemate to be had that Su Yang's gaze fell upon the elder. The elder felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, with the blazing sun overhead, yet offering no warmth. He intends to kill me. Flee. I must escape, yes. He cannot fly. Hurry and flee. This enmity can only be avenged upon my master's return. The Tianlan Sect shall perish. And though I harbor great resentment, I must endure. In an instant, the elder comprehended everything. Su Yang's 2 swords had utterly overturned his understanding, particularly the second sword, the Extreme Life Sword, merely an ordinary yellow technique. concentrated its power at the sword tip, capable of annihilating both the user and the target. Yet in Su Yang's hands, even the United Seven kills were no match. This was at least the power of a terrestrial-level sword technique. Was this truly the extreme life sword he knew? He could not comprehend it, nor dared he to think further. The elder turned and fled as swiftly as the wind. He was a half-step nascent soul. If he wished to escape, Su Yang could not catch him. Su Yang watched the elder's fleeing figure and suddenly hurled the life-saving sword towards him. The life-saving sword cut through the air, leaving behind multiple sword shadows. Bang! In the distance, the elder stumbled, a green light enveloping him, and a figure suddenly materialized. "You insolent wretch! Dare you annihilate my Yunshan sect?" A middle-aged man, seeing the devastation of the Yunshan sect, exuded fury. "So, there truly is a master of the cave heaven realm?" Su Yang said. Realizing why the elder had been able to withstand his sword strike, even if it were merely a phantom of a cave heaven master, and he had exerted little power. "Today, you have slain my servant. In the future, I shall personally come to kill you." The elder rejoiced at this, saying, "Ha ha ha, how pitiful that your Tianlan Sect has endured so much, only to end up with nothing. Once my master returns, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you shall undoubtedly perish." However, before Su Yang could respond, the life-saving sword began to float on its own. The middle-aged man immediately sensed something amiss, and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Spirit sword. This is a spirit sword. The sword had given birth to a spirit, and was thus a spirit sword. At its pinnacle, it could nurture a sword spirit. This young man possessed a spirit sword. He had barely finished his words when the life-saving sword went berserk, attacking the middle-aged man enveloped in azure light with relentless fury. Clang, clang, clang. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, while the elder was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. The azure light barrier before them was already riddled with countless cracks. "Run!" the middle-aged man shouted. Yet it was too late. Crack! A jade pendant on the elder's chest shattered into pieces, and the azure light barrier, along with the middle-aged man, vanished without a trace. The middle-aged man had merely inscribed a prohibition spell within the elder's jade pendant, intending for it to trigger his lingering consciousness in moments of dire peril. However, he never anticipated that this Su Yang, who could not fly, possessed a spirit sword that as the elder turned to flee, he was cleaved in two by the life-saving sword that a dim golden core suddenly shot out. But the life-saving sword pierced through it, drawing in all its radiant power into the blade. The sect leader is dead. The patriarch is dead. It's over. The founding ancestor did not return. It's finished. All is lost. Our Yunshan sect has been annihilated by a single individual. The disciples of Yunshan's sect witnessed the entire battle unfold. Though it seemed to take time, the actual confrontation lasted no more than 15 minutes, during which the sect's greatest pillars were all extinguished, i.e. the foundation establishment realm. Only Zhang Yi remained. Yet he was a traitor at this moment. Zhang Yi found it increasingly difficult to suppress the shock within him. Though he had hoped for Su Yang's victory, it was driven by his own desire for survival. Yet Su Yang single-handedly shattered the entire Yunshan sect, that he never wished for the destruction of Yunshan sect. He was utterly dazed. The mountains were strewn with corpses. The aftermath of the clash at the Golden Core and nascent soul levels had directly killed countless disciples of Yunshan sect. The stench of blood filled the air. The first sect of Qizhou, Yunshan sect, was annihilated. Chapter 5. I truly am just at the Qi Refinement stage. Quick, go assist the senior. A group of disciples from Tianlan Sect rushed through the gates, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before them. Everywhere lay the corpses of Yunshan Sect disciples. Ling Qingshu, who had hurried over, was equally shocked. Our Yunshan Sect, with an unbroken lineage for 18 generations, once stood as the supreme sect of Qizhou and basked in glory. Who would have thought that today, a single person wielding a sword could bring about our downfall? Ha ha, supreme! How laughable, without reaching the nascent soul. We are ultimately just a third-rate sect. A disciple of Yunshan's sect stumbled out, half laughing, half crying. Who destroyed Yunshan's sect? Ling Qingshu immediately halted that disciple, still struggling to believe the outcome, that a vague suspicion lingered in her heart. But was it possible? It had barely been a quarter of an hour since she arrived, and now she was being told that Yunshan's sect had been wiped out. Even if that ancestor was powerful, surely he couldn't be that strong, could he? Dead, all dead, ha ha ha. The disciple of Yunshan's sect fled in a daze, and the disciples of Yunshan's sect made no effort to stop him. Suddenly, Ling Qingshu's pupils constricted as she beheld the severed body of Lu Jin, the sect leader of Yunshan's sect, lying on the ground. Nearby stood a figure who turned around with an air of calm. Ling Qingshu's breath caught in her throat. It was a senior. No, it was an ancestor. She recalled the words left by the previous sect leader, that there was an ancestor of Tianlan Sect who had been in seclusion for many years, unknown whether alive or dead. She had thought that this nameless ancestor had surely long since passed away. Who would have guessed that today he emerged from seclusion to save Tianlan's sect? What level of strength did this ancestor possess? Her mind brimmed with countless questions, yet she dared not voice them. Looking upon this youthful visage, a chill suddenly crept into her heart. Thank goodness it was the ancestor of Tianlan Sect. Had it been the ancestor of Yunshan's sect, what would have become of Tianlan Sect? You have arrived? Su Yang had already sensed Ling Qingshu's presence and greeted her with a faint smile. Ling Qingshu hesitated, bowing slightly and saying, "Disciple has arrived late. I did not expect it to be over so soon." Yunshan's sect. Su Yang was well aware of her unvoiced inquiries. Smiling, he replied, "I was the one who destroyed Yunshan's sect." Indeed, sects capable of dominating a state possess certain foundations. They had 2 golden cores, and one was already half a step into the nascent soul, nearly escaping. Ling Qingshu's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 golden cores? Yunshan's sect had truly hidden a golden core expert, and a half-step nascent soul at that. A sigh of relief washed over her. Since taking on the role of sect leader, she had lived in constant fear, for Yunshan's sect had coveted Tianlan Sect for over a century. Now, this lingering threat had finally been eliminated. However, the founding ancestor of Yunshan's sect is still alive, possessing the strength of the cave heaven realm. Indeed, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Su Yang changed the subject, continuing, "The cave heaven realm, though powerful, is not enough to warrant our sect's relocation. Though I may need to expend some effort to kill him, it is but a foolish dream for him to invade Tianlan Sect. Do you know why others covet our Tianlan Sect's territory? They will not utilize their own treasures. Kill a cave heaven realm expert?" Ling Qingshu swallowed hard. Could one truly kill a cave heaven realm powerhouse? In her world, the cave heaven realm was akin to legends. A being resembling a deity, even bordering on the path of immortality. Moreover, our Tianlan Sect's territory is actually a treasure. Why had she never realized this before? Su Yang, noticing Ling Qingshu's disbelief, offered no explanation, merely stating, "Tell the disciples to come up quickly and carry everything away. Do not let anything go to waste. The current Tianlan Sect has nothing of value left." Ling Qingshu nodded vigorously, promptly instructing her disciples to clear out Yunshan's sect. The disciples of Tianlan Sect were all exceedingly excited. Yunshan's sect had truly been annihilated. Indeed, our Tianlan Sect is an ancient sect, and the ancestor is our foundation. With the ancestor's intervention, the first sect of Qizhou was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Ancestor, what level of cultivation do you possess? After much hesitation, Ling Qingshu finally asked. Why had this ancestor always concealed his true cultivation at the Qi Refinement stage? Although, by seniority, you may indeed call me ancestor, let us forego that title. You may simply call me Su Yang.as for my cultivation. It is at the Qi Refinement stage. Su Yang replied, casually perusing Yunshan's sect for materials he required. As the foremost sect of Qizhou, Yunshan's sect must possess knowledge that ordinary folk are unaware of, precisely what he needed at this moment. For instance, how had the once great Tianlan sect fallen into decline? As for elixirs and techniques, Su Yang held them in disdain. Take his extreme fate sword, for example. To contemporary practitioners, it was merely an ordinary yellow-level sword technique, yet it had once been renowned as an earth-level sword technique thousands of years ago. After locating the items he sought, he left Ling Qingshu at Yunshan's sect and descended the mountain. The world had changed dramatically since his seclusion a millennium ago. Not only did he wish to review materials, but he also desired to witness the changes firsthand. Su, very well, Su ancestor. Ling Qingshu ultimately could not bring herself to call Su Yang's name. This ancestor was too enigmatic, having concealed his cultivation so profoundly. Yet he showed no fear towards those of the cave heaven realm, suggesting he at least possessed the strength of that realm. Su Yang paid them no further mind. On his way down, he encountered several remaining fleeing disciples of Tianlan Sect. Upon seeing Su Yang, they fled in terror, as though they had seen a ghost. He made no effort to stop them. These lowly cultivators were not worth his attention. Yet it was precisely due to these fleeing individuals that news of Su Yang single-handedly annihilating an entire sect spread like wildfire, instantly causing a seismic upheaval throughout Qizhou. The foremost sect had been obliterated just like that. What? Tianlan Sect was destroyed. Are you joking with me? Keep your mouth shut. Be careful not to let the people of Tianlan Sect hear, or we will be in deep trouble. You are a disciple of Tianlan Sect. Is it true that Tianlan Sect was destroyed? Was it the work of Tianlan Sect? Good heavens, the overlord of Qizhou has changed its surname. Quick, quick, quick! On the road down from Tianlan Sect, there are disciples of Tianlan Sect moving things. Hurry and take a look. This is actually true. Without a sound, Tianlan Sect had been annihilated, and it was said that the usually inconspicuous Tianlan Sect had produced an extraordinary powerhouse. The two golden core experts of Tianlan Sect, one of whom was even half a step into the nascent soul, were brutally slain on the spot, all within a span of less than 15 minutes. The people of Qizhou were utterly astonished, and many cultivators, even ordinary citizens, began making their way toward Tianlan Sect. Eager to witness how Tianlan Sect had brought down the overlord of Qizhou, Su Yang eventually descended from Tianlan Sect, encountering numerous passers-by along the way as he entered Qizhou City, that he paid little heed to their astonished expressions, though his own heart grew heavier with shock. Just how had the world transformed so drastically in merely a millennium? In years past, the ethereal spirit grass cherished by all was now found everywhere. Even the inheritance of techniques was scarcely recognizable from that of the past. Had it not been for the fact that he emerged from seclusion right in Tianlan Sect, he might have believed he had entered an entirely different world. Chapter 6. Establishing Authority. Slaughtering golden cores. By the time Ling Qingshu saw Su Yang again, 3 days had passed that Su Yang returned to Tianlan Sect alone, carrying with him some spirit herbs that were now regarded as mere weeds. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the disciples of Tianlan Sect, their revered ancestor, Su Yang, made his entrance into the grand hall of the sect. Anset dosu. Upon seeing Su Yang, Ling Qingshu exclaimed. Over the past 3 days, she had meticulously perused the ancient texts passed down through Tianlan Sect, discovering fragments of information about Su Yang, predominantly mentioning his seclusion and the uncertainty surrounding his fate. This only served to reinforce Ling Qingshu's conviction that the Su Yang before her was indeed unfathomable. The oldest of those texts dated back 3,000 years. 3 millennia, and even the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator barely exceeds 1,000 years. To survive for 3,000 years, one must be a practitioner of the celestial realm. Was it not? Of course, had she known that Su Yang was the true, original disciple of Tianlan Sect, a being who had lived for a staggering 100,000 years, she likely would have been so overwhelmed with fear that her mind would falter. Ancestor. This is the roster of spiritual items brought back from Tianlan Sect, along with those presented by various sects over the past few days. All for your discretion, Ling Qingshu stated, extending the roster to Su Yang. He did not take the roster. In his eyes, its contents paled in comparison to the few spiritual herbs he held in his hand. Ling Qingshu felt that such indifference exemplified the demeanor of a true master. Those items were hardly worthy of his attention. Pray tell, to which lineage do you belong, and what generation of sect master are you? Su Yang inquired, naturally accepting the tea that Ling Qingshu offered as he settled into the main seat. Upon hearing Su Yang's question, Ling Qingshu's expression turned serious, and she slowly responded, I am Ling Qingshu, disciple of Tianlan Sect's 11,065th generation sect master, Tian Xiang, that I am the 11,066th sect master of Tianlan Sect. The number 11,066 felt vague in her mind, as she could hardly fathom how a sect capable of such a long lineage could have fallen to such depths that in truth, Apart from sect master Ling Qingshu, the entirety of Tianlan Sect remained oblivious to the fact that their sect was an ancient lineage that had persisted for millennia. Su Yang proceeded to pose numerous questions, primarily concerning the current surrounding forces and various secrets. After all, it had been 10,000 years since he last traversed the world. Once Ling Qingshu had provided general answers to his inquiries, Su Yang gained a rough understanding of the present state of affairs. The 10 great holy lands had they become the most powerful forces in the world, having once clung to the Tianlan Sect. Those friends and juniors he once knew now referred to him as ancestor and had ascended into the ether, that in the span of 10,000 years, the world had truly transformed, and everything had changed. While Su Yang continued to converse with Ling Qingshu, a cacophony erupted from outside, interrupting their exchange. Both individuals furrowed their brows at the disruption. Ling Qingshu was perturbed that someone dared to interrupt her elucidation for the ancestor, while Su Yang was troubled by the fact that, after such a lengthy interval, 2 incidents of commotion had occurred at the entrance of Tianlan Sect's Grand Hall in mere days. Had it been 10,000 years prior, anyone bold enough to cause a ruckus at the entrance of Tianlan Sect would have faced severe retribution from Su Yang's countless disciples, who were known for emulating their master's severity. Ling Qingshu strode purposefully outside to discern the cause of the uproar, with Su Yang following closely behind her. Tianlan Sect, is this all you amount to? A voice reached Su Yang's ears just as he stepped out of the hall. You dare claim that your sect has slain the master of Yinshan Sect and re-established dominance in Qizhou? How laughable! A burly man stood at the entrance of Tianlan Sect, with one of the few foundation-building elders lying before him. You lot, with your ragtag assortment, think you can eradicate Yinshan Sect? Who knows whose scraps you picked up? The man was brazen, viewing Tianlan Sect as nothing more than a plaything. I've heard your sect master is quite presentable. How about this? Let your sect master willingly become my cultivation furnace, that I, in exchange, hand over all the spiritual items from Yinshan Sect. And I shall spare Tianlan Sect today. Ling Qingshu, having overheard these words, unsheathed a treasured sword and charged at the audacious man, but he was hardly startled by her sudden assault. An overwhelming aura erupted from him. A golden core cultivator. Ling Qingshu's heart skipped a beat at the sight, yet her sword showed no sign of retreat. Having drawn her weapon, she could not back down, regardless of whether her opponent was a golden core, a nascent soul, or an insurmountable foe. This was the first lesson her master had taught her on the first day of her sword training. What a fierce woman! You must be the sect master of Tianlan Sect. Submit to me as a furnace. The golden core man channeled his power, unleashing a spell that sent Ling Qingshu's sword flying. With a swift motion of his hand, he attempted to seize her. Just as it seemed Ling Qingshu would fall into his grasp, another sword intercepted his advance. The man squinted, recognizing Su Yang as the assailant. Upon sensing the Qi Refinement realm aura emanating from Su Yang, the man laughed instead of growing angry, his large eyes glaring at Su Yang as he jeered. What a bold lad! You dare strike at me while merely in the Qi Refinement realm? If you kneel and bow 100 times, I might consider taking you as my disciple. S for your lovely sect master. I'll keep her for my amusement afterward. What do you think? I am quite generous to my disciples. Wouldn't you agree? I believe you ought to cleanse that mouth of yours, Su Yang retorted. As soon as the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, and a sword Qi suddenly manifested at the man's chest. The man staggered back, yet a wound over a foot long marred his chest. Such swiftness! Boy, you seek your own demise. The man, humiliated by being injured by a Qi Refinement cultivator, felt an overwhelming urge to kill, and he promptly drew forth a bell. Watch closely, lad, as I demonstrate my treasure. The power of a golden core cultivator surged into the bell, and a tremendous sound resonated in the ears of all Tianlan Sect disciples present. In that instant, the Qi Refinement disciples felt their internal energies become chaotic, their cultivation methods teetering on the brink of madness. This chaotic soul bell is something even golden core cultivators struggle to endure, let alone a bunch of weaklings like you. The man sneered wickedly, his wrist poised to ring the bell once more. Ling Qingshu, a mid-foundation cultivator and currently the most powerful individual in Tianlan Sect, strained to stabilize her chaotic internal energy upon hearing the bell's chime. Understanding the bell's potency, she charged forward to thwart the man's intentions. "You little girl, now you comprehend my might, do you?" The man's wrist moved with greater vigor, and as the bell threatened to sound again, a sword sliced across his wrist. "What? How is this possible?" The golden core man's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Su Yang, the one who had struck. In his understanding, Su Yang, who possessed only Qi Refinement cultivation, should have been in turmoil after the bell's first chime, nearly succumbing to madness. Instead, he stood before him, unscathed and prepared to strike. "Your bell holds no power over me," Su Yang stated calmly, before once more wielding his protective sword. A sword Qi severed the man's wrist cleanly, followed by another that pierced through his shoulder. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the man pinned to the ground only after he realized the gravity of his situation. "You are certainly not in the Qi Refinement realm. You have concealed your true power." It dawned on the man that anyone capable of dispatching him so effortlessly must be far superior in cultivation. Only then did he genuinely believe the rumors circulating outside, that it was the disciples of Tianlan Sect who had annihilated Yinshan Sect, reclaiming their supremacy in Qizhou. Regret surged within him as he thought, "Please, spare my life. I am willing to serve you for a century, simply asking for mercy." Having toiled arduously to reach the golden core stage, he was unwilling to lose his life so easily. "As I mentioned earlier, you ought to cleanse that mouth of yours." Ignoring the man's pleas, Su Yang thrust his sword into the man's mouth, the sword Qi reducing his teeth and tongue to a mushy pulp. Rendering any further utterance a mere whimper, Su Yang then delivered another strike, his protective sword piercing through the man's dantian, severing the golden core he had labored years to cultivate. The man's expression contorted in anguish. His whimpers now transformed into a stream of curses, which Su Yang could easily discern. "Today, I condemn you to perish beneath the scorching sun." Withdrawing his protective sword, Su Yang addressed Ling Qingshu for tarnishing the reputation of Tianlan Sect and bullying its disciples. "He deserves death. Hang him at the entrance of Tianlan Sect, so that any who lack discernment may learn a lesson." Upon concluding his words, Su Yang surveyed the concealed corners of Tianlan Sect. Wherever his gaze landed, those with peak foundation-building cultivation felt a chill run down their spines. They were spies sent by various factions to probe Tianlan Sect's strengths and weaknesses, and they had witnessed Su Yang's merciless execution of the Golden Core Man. They now understood his might. For simple words, "Do not provoke," that Su Yang's final glance conveyed a clear message. He was aware of their presence. They were to return to their superiors and relay the warning that, in Qizhou, they should no longer disturb Tianlan Sect, lest they meet the same fate as this audacious Golden Core Man. Stripped of his cultivation and left to perish, exposed to the elements at the gates of Tianlan Sect. This is Su Yang establishing authority for the current Tianlan Sect, with remarkable efficacy and clarity that in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, those spies vanished from within the sect. When Ling Qingshu reappeared before Su Yang, she exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. That it was evident that the Golden Core cultivator had been thoroughly dealt with by her prior to being hoisted up on the flagpole. After all, no woman could endure such humiliating words. "Elder Su, I have acted according to your instructions," she reported. That Su Yang nodded. His spiritual sense had been honed to an extraordinary degree over the past 100,000 years. He was fully aware of Ling Qingshu's arrangements and actions. What pleased him the most today was her audacity in drawing her sword against an enemy of the Golden Core realm. Such a Ling Qingshu had already matched the excellence of the finest disciples in the history of the Tianlan Sect in terms of her mindset. That it is worth noting that, in Su Yang's eyes, any disciple worthy of the title must at least be the future leader of the sect. "Elder, now that you have emerged from seclusion, I intend to hand over the position of sect master to you. My own abilities are too meager to bear the weighty responsibilities of the Tianlan Sect," she stated, presenting a pitch-black token, the emblem of the sect master. Su Yang did not respond, but accepted the token from Ling Qingshu. He meticulously examined this emblem, which had been passed down from him 100,000 years ago. Logically, as the first disciple of the founder, Su Yang should have been the second sect master of the Tianlan Sect. However, due to his entrapment in the Qi Refinement stage, he had voluntarily relinquished the position to his junior brother. Now, 100,000 years later, this token had returned to him, and it was being offered to him by a descendant whose lineage he could scarcely trace. The irony of the situation left Su Yang both amused and exasperated. After playing with the token for a while, he returned it to Ling Qingshu. "This is yours. No one can take it away. Not even I. For many years, the succession of the Tianlan Sect has only occurred when the previous sect master ascends or falls. Do you truly wish for a short-lived tenure? If the Tianlan Sect can reclaim its former glory, then I would not mind my demise. Strangely enough, you do exhibit the semblance of a sect master, surpassing my own capabilities from years past." Su Yang chuckled, having completely acknowledged Ling Qingshu's identity as the sect master of the Tianlan Sect. "Fetch me a selection of spiritual materials from the storeroom. I shall refine some pills. Additionally, I wish to review the cultivation method you practice. The sect master of the Tianlan Sect should possess at least the foundation establishment level of cultivation. It is too low. I grant you 3 months to condense your golden core." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. However, seeing the confident expression on Su Yang's face, she was soon infected by his conviction. "Yes, I shall obey the elder's decree." The notion of condensing a golden core in 3 months might have sounded like a fantasy from the lips of another, but coming from Su Yang, it held a distinct weight. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had stored countless alchemical formulas in his mind to aid in cultivation. Not only did he possess knowledge of pills meant for the foundation establishment golden core, but he also knew a few that could enhance one's chances of surviving tribulations. Thus, concocting pills to accelerate Ling Qingshu's cultivation was a trivial task for him. Moreover, in this era of monumental change, spiritual herbs that had once been exceedingly rare were now as ubiquitous as weeds. For instance, the spiritual herbs Su Yang collected during his 3-day journey were invaluable components for crafting advanced pills merely a few decades ago. Their appearance would have incited fierce competition among cultivators, yet now they grew like weeds by the roadside. This shift left Su Yang reflecting on how fortune had finally favored him in this era. It was this unique period that presented him with a glimmer of hope for breaking through the Qi Refinement stage, a realm in which he had been trapped for 100,000 years. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement stage, he was still, fundamentally, a practitioner of that very stage. When Ling Qingshu returned to the Grand Hall with the requested spiritual materials, she was momentarily stunned to see the cultivation method she had just handed Su Yang was now hovering in mid-air. Su Yang was using his finger as a pen, making annotations on the method she had submitted. The very idea of modifying her cultivation method was unfathomable to her. It was the most unique technique in the Tianlan Sect, purportedly accessible only to the lineage of the sect master. This method excelled in both foundational strength and combat prowess. Her master had once declared that this technique was already quite perfected, had it not been for a few legendary pills that were said to assist in cultivation. Her master would undoubtedly have reached a cultivation level far beyond the golden core. "Elder Su, I have brought you everything you requested." Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, Ling Qingshu interrupted Su Yang's scribbling. Su Yang glanced at the tray she held, gesturing for her to set it aside, before returning to his modifications of her cultivation method. This technique was created by a genius of our Tianlan Sect 30,000 years ago. It emphasizes foundational aspects and is certainly a commendable choice for Qi refinement and foundation establishment. A vivid image of a scholarly figure flashed through Su Yang's mind. He held a deep impression of this junior. However, what you practice now is merely the initial framework he devised that he subsequently made several revisions to the method to eliminate many limitations, striving for it to become a truly perfect technique. With that, Su Yang ceased his writing and returned the revised method to Ling Qingshu that he then approached the tray, examining the various items it contained. The connection to the technique was significant. Its creator was a descendant of a junior Su Yang had once favored. This relationship ensured that whenever the method was refined, a copy would be sent to Su Yang's abode for his perusal. Over time, he had come to remember the intricacies of this technique quite well. Upon receiving the modified technique, Ling Qingshu initially anticipated it would be incomprehensible drivel. However, upon closer inspection, she found that many of Su Yang's amendments addressed the very obstacles she had faced in her cultivation. The insight she gleaned from Su Yang's revisions illuminated her path, and her inner Qi instinctively began to flow along the newly outlined route of the technique that I in just a few breaths. Her aura underwent a dramatic transformation, and her cultivation level surged to the late foundation establishment stage. Sensing her breakthrough, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Ling Qingshu's rapid comprehension of his written insights revealed her exceptional talent. While Ling Qingshu remained absorbed in the sensations of her newfound power, Su Yang waved his hand, summoning a pill furnace into the grand hall. This furnace had once belonged to a renowned alchemist in the Tianlan Sect who ascended before parting with his finest treasure as a tribute to Su Yang. Their esteemed elder. Such occurrences had happened many times in the Tianlan Sect, with numerous ascendants leaving treasures for Su Yang. However, over the course of 100,000 years, many of his favored juniors had also gifted him with remarkable items, leaving only those of special significance or extraordinary rarity in his possession today. Such as the furnace before him, Su Yang casually tossed 2 spiritual herbs into the furnace, igniting the flames that had remained alight for millennia. In that moment, a portion of the flames enveloped the herbs, transforming them into a medicinal liquid within mere moments that Su Yang nonchalantly tossed in a few more herbs before finally adding the Lingshu grass. Just as Ling Qingshu emerged from her meditative state, she witnessed Su Yang throwing the Lingshu grass into the furnace. Her surprise was palpable. She recognized the grass from ancient texts and the accounts of alchemists. It was widely accepted that, despite its enigmatic name, the Lingshu grass was essentially a worthless weed, useless even for cooking. The very thought of Su Yang using this universally acknowledged weed for alchemical purposes astonished her. "Auda Su, may I inquire what kind of pill you are concocting?" Upon hearing her question, Su Yang looked up to find her expression one of confusion. He surmised her curiosity regarding his use of Lingshu grass. "You are curious about why I would include Lingshu grass?" "Indeed. Elder Su, you are astute." "It matters not. I shall share this with you, but you must keep it confidential." Su Yang chuckled heartily, unconcerned with the happenings within the furnace as he began to explain to Ling Qingshu about the Lingshu grass. 100,000 years ago, a particular formula emerged. Its claims were quite extravagant, purportedly capable of enhancing one's chances of ascension. Ling Qingshu gusped et suyas reflation. On enseigne ascension chance? Indeed, Su Yang affirmed with a nod. Those who reach the tribulation phase are undeniably individuals of exceptional talent and determination. Yet, when faced with the threshold of ascension, even they lack assurance. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and the tribulation of ascension is even more formidable. At this point, Ling Qingshu began to piece together the implications. Realizing that the pill capable of enhancing ascension chances must have incited fierce competition among countless cultivators. Many powerful practitioners would gamble their lives for the sake of a single pill. What connection does this elixir have with the Lingshu grass? This elixir, which can enhance one's chances of ascension, is called the Lingshu Dan. Its primary ingredient is the Lingshu grass, which you now regard as mere weeds. Su Yang reminisced. In his youth, the Lingshu grass was as abundant and inconsequential as it is now. However, after the emergence of the Lingshu Dan, finding even a single stalk of Lingshu grass became an arduous task. Chapter 9. Ancestor Su Yang recalled that there were never more than 10 Lingshu Dan in the storerooms of the Tianlan Sect. Ancestor. Given the rarity of Lingshu grass, how did it end up like this? Ling Qingshu could not help but inquired. Su Yang shook his head, indicating his own ignorance that in truth. He too was eager to understand what had transpired. Had the recipe for the Lingshu Dan been lost? Did no one recognize the value of the Lingshu grass anymore? Or was there another reason why, after its resurgence, its significance was no longer clear? While conversing with Ling Qingshu, a delightful fragrance wafted from the alchemical furnace that Su Yang had long since deployed his spiritual sense, maintaining a precise awareness of the happenings within the furnace. Thus, he felt no surprise. He merely circulated his inner Qi and formed a series of seals. Once the final seal was completed, the furnace opened automatically, revealing several perfectly round elixirs, which Su Yang deftly extracted. He casually handed the elixirs to Ling Qingshu, murmuring, "These elixirs are for you. I shall refine another batch shortly. This batch will accelerate your cultivation speed, while the next will enhance your chances of solidifying your golden core." 3 months to solidify the golden core had been established as the latest deadline for Ling Qingshu. Although the cultivation world spoke of 3 years of Qi refining, 10 years of foundation building, and 100 years to form a core for those gifted individuals with sect resources and guidance from powerful mentors. Refining Qi and establishing a foundation was merely a minor path. Most would achieve golden core cultivation within 3 to 5 years. Now, with the support of sect resources and the guidance of an ancient being like Su Yang, 3 months still felt somewhat lengthy. After receiving Su Yang's teachings and elixirs, Ling Qingshu resolutely entered a stone chamber for seclusion. With Su Yang present, she had no concerns about the Tianlan Sect encountering any issues. Moreover, if something truly overwhelming were to occur, her emergence would be of little consequence. With Su Yang at the helm, she felt entirely at ease during her retreat, that Su Yang sat at the head of the Great Hall, observing the dwindling number of Tianlan Sect disciples before him. Though their numbers were few and their talents average, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, these disciples and elders had stood by the Tianlan Sect during its recent crises. As the saying goes, though this generation of disciples may not be the best I have taught, they are the ones I am most pleased with. Su Yang was generous towards the Tianlan Sect disciples, personally refining numerous supportive elixirs for their cultivation. Among these, the foundation-building elixirs were as trivial to Su Yang as candy, and he produced them in abundance for those struggling at the Qi refining stage. Unable to break through to the foundation-building level, Su Yang generously distributed 2 elixirs to each. Were 2 elixirs a lot for the Tianlan Sect disciples? These 2 represented life itself, a glimmer of hope for their cultivation. Yet for Su Yang, 2 was hardly more than the taste of candy. Over the span of 100,000 years, the foundation-building elixirs he had consumed could easily form a small mountain that if one were to insist on quantifying it, the number would undoubtedly be a staggering figure. Su Yang spared no effort for the remaining disciples and elders of the Tianlan Sect. For those lacking offensive techniques, he imparted some of the attack methods practiced by Tianlan Sect disciples a millennium ago. For those missing defensive capabilities, he hunted spirit beasts and used their blood to draw talismans, distributing 5 or 6 defensive talismans per person. In essence, whatever they lacked, he provided. Although the Tianlan Sect was no longer the preeminent sect in the world, Su Yang believed he could not afford to be stingy with these remaining disciples. After all, in the past, when disciples of the Tianlan Sect ventured forth, they were the envy of all. Such humiliation as being bullied by others in their fallen state would not be tolerated again. The skeletal remains of a golden core cultivator, displayed on the flagpole at the Tianlan Sect's entrance, served as a fitting testament that in the time that followed, the disciples of the Tianlan Sect began to realize that this unfathomably skilled Su ancestor, whose age was indeterminate, was indeed approachable and provided them with utmost support for their cultivation. Moreover, this Su ancestor was truly multifaceted, adept in alchemy, artifact crafting, array formations, and talisman drawing. He seemed proficient in all crafts. Coupled with Su ancestors' past exploits in annihilating Yunshan Sect and slaying golden core cultivators, the disciples of Tianlan Sect now enjoyed a status in Qizhou akin to that which the Yunshan Sect once held. Wherever they went, they remained the most dazzling presence, drawing attention. As the Tianlan Sect disciples roamed, the moniker Su ancestor gradually etched itself into the hearts of the cultivators of Qizhou. Some claimed Su ancestor was a white-haired immortal with half-step nascent soul cultivation, capable of executing earth-shattering feats. Others asserted he was the previous sect master of Tianlan Sect, presenting their claims with such conviction that they were readily believed. Meanwhile, those who had truly encountered Su Yang remained tight-lipped, fearful that even the slightest mention would provoke his ire, conjuring the image that haunted their dreams. With such a towering figure attracting attention, Su Yang's actions inevitably drew the gaze of others. In Tianwu County, within the county lord's mansion, 12 cultivators sat in a circle, each exuding a formidable presence. Should an outsider have been present, they would have been taken aback, for each of these 12 was a golden core cultivator. And all were in the late stages of golden core, not far from the nascent soul realm. The leader spoke directly. Have you all heard? Recently, a cultivator known as Su Ancestor has emerged in Qizhou, said to be an ancestor of the Tianlan Sect. The Tianlan Sect, that once mighty sect that has now fallen? One person chuckled derisively. I can't imagine that such a once glorious sect has a descendant here in Tianwu County. I wonder what the taste of their blood and flesh is like." As the speaker spoke, his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. The reactions among the 12 varied, with some remaining relatively calm. "Is there any detailed information on this person? Those beneath us have reported that 3 golden core cultivators have perished at his hands, 2 from the Tianlan Sect and 1 a rogue cultivator." The leader produced a scroll depicting Su Yang's likeness. The only woman among the 12 gazed at Su Yang's portrait, her eyes glinting with lascivious intent. "That face looks quite appealing. Just a pretty boy. You Sanddaughter, you should try my great spear." A burly man glanced at the woman, making suggestive remarks. "Try? Are you merely tickling me?" The woman, called Yu Sanddaughter, was provoked into a near-violent reaction. "You." Chapter 10, The Libertine. The leader intervened to quell their dispute, casting a glance at the other 9 before casually asking, "Who will take the initiative to recruit this Su ancestor?" A flicker of divine light danced in his eyes, clearly indicating he did not wish to engage personally and preferred to delegate the task. Among the various states under Tianwu County, there were approximately 100 golden core cultivators. These cultivators were either affiliated with the county lord's mansion or had signed contracts with it. This concentration of high-level power among the cultivators of Tianwu County allowed for a high degree of centralized control, as nearly everyone would accept the management and directives of the county lord's mansion under specific conditions. "I'll go," Yu Sanddaughter said, licking her dry lips while gazing at Su Yang's portrait, her heart aflame with desire. In an instant, numerous images flooded her mind. The leader, disregarding Yu Sanddaughter's eager offer, furrowed his brow and shifted his attention to the others present. The man who had previously sparred with Yu Sanddaughter chuckled at the sight. "Yu Sanddaughter, it seems the boss fears you might kill that pretty boy." "Not at all. I am quite tender-hearted. Such a handsome young man deserves to be indulged." The man ceased to engage further, aware that while he could exchange playful banter with Yu Sanddaughter, should it come to serious matters, even a nascent soul cultivator might find themselves ensnared by her charms. He had no desire to become a libertine and perish beneath her skirts. Her skills in seduction were truly formidable. Seeing that no one was willing to undertake such a task, the golden core cultivator referred to as the boss decided not to insist. If Yu Sanddaughter wished to go, then let her do so. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yang was no ordinary golden core cultivator, yet after witnessing Yu Sanddaughter turn away with determination, he chose to remain silent. 3 days later, in Qizhou City, a voluptuous woman sauntered through the bustling streets. She possessed unparalleled beauty, each movement imbued with an enchanting allure. Many rogue cultivators, driven by ulterior motives, stealthily followed her. Upon seeing her leave the city alone, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, as they trailed her, their minds gradually dulled. After today, none of those rogue cultivators would return to Qizhou City. Over an hour later, the woman set forth on the path to the Tianlan Sect, that if one were to scrutinize her closely, they would notice that her visage appeared several years younger than when she had exited the city. The woman who has just arrived from the city of Tianwu is none other than Yu Sanyang. As for the scattered cultivators trailing behind her, they have naturally been reduced to a heap of bones. Yu Sanyang made her way to the gates of the Tianlan Sect, and upon seeing the corpse of a golden core expert displayed as a grand banner, she couldn't help but feel a slight shock. It wasn't fear. Rather, she found the spectacle rather amusing, while Yu Sanyang contemplated whether she should also exhibit the corpses of the cultivators she had absorbed in the future, as she walked towards the main hall of the Tianlan Sect. Astonishingly, no one attempted to obstruct her progress. This was a consequence of the cultivation technique she practiced. In addition to her absorption methods, she also mastered an illusion technique. The illusions cast by a golden core cultivator, of course, would not be detected by the mere Qi Refining and Foundation establishment disciples of the Tianlan Sect. Upon entering the grand hall of the Tianlan Sect, Yu Sanyang spotted a young man seated in meditation. From his features, he appeared even more handsome than depicted in the portraits. The sight of him, flames of desire ignited in Yu Sanyang's eyes. She glided forward, each step radiating a unique aura. Simultaneously, with each stride, her clothing slipped away incrementally, until, when nearing Su Yang, she was left clad in only a sheer layer of gauze. The alluring and ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the entire hall, while Yu Sanyang parted her lips, exuding a fragrant breath, and softly called out, "Su Laozu." As soon as the words reached his ears, Su Yang opened his eyes, met by a scene of temptation. The delicate gauze draping Yu Sanyang appeared as though it might fall away at any moment, and the fragrance of orchids and musk wafted towards Su Yang. "Su Laozu, do you find Sanyang beautiful?" Yu Sanyang swayed her figure, unleashing an invisible aura that began to invade Su Yang's being. According to her experience, it wouldn't be long before Su Yang would succumb to his desires, dropping all defenses and wildly throwing her to the ground. The thought of Su Yang's handsome visage pinning her down only intensified the haze in her eyes. For her, once they reached this point, Su Yang would transform into a beast governed by her desires. After that, every action of Su Yang would be completely under her control. "Su Laozu, am I beautiful?" Yu Sanyang's form became increasingly enchanting, as she imagined Su Yang's eyes ablaze with desire. However, the reality was quite the contrary. "Have you finished your performance?" Su Yang's gaze was clear, devoid of any hint of desire. "Your illusion technique is commendable, but it holds no power over me." With a mere flicker of his internal energy, he completely isolated the beguiling atmosphere from his vicinity. Upon hearing this, the dazed look in Yu Sanyang's eyes vanished in an instant. She had never anticipated that a tactic she had nearly perfected against nascent soul cultivators would fail against Su Yang. "If you have nothing further, please keep your distance. I find you repugnant." As those words escaped his lips, Yu Sanyang's expression shifted abruptly. The gauze that had swayed with her movements now lunged towards Su Yang like a blade. Su Yang raised a hand, conjuring a fireball that surged forth. The flames engulfed Yu Sanyang's gauze. Yet astonishingly, it remained unscathed. In truth, from the moment Yu Sanyang stepped into the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang had already detected her presence. Throughout the journey, had Yu Sanyang dared to harbor any murderous intent towards the disciples of the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang would have intervened. However, he was surprised that she had made her way into the Grand Hall and even attempted to employ her illusions against him. Had Su Yang's real age matched that of a 17 or 18-year-old, he might have indeed fallen prey to her schemes. Yet, Su Yang had lived for 100,000 years, witnessing all manner of experiences. How could mere illusions possibly affect him? The reason he refrained from acting sooner was simply to discern what Yu Sanyang was truly after. The confrontation between them had, in fact, commenced the moment Yu Sanyang entered the Tianlan Sect. The outcome, however, was evident. Yu Sanyang's illusions were utterly ineffective against Su Yang, and should he choose to act, it could very well cost her life. "Su Laozu, why must you be so rude to this humble servant?" Chapter 11. Yu Sanyang. The allure of Yu Sanyang would undoubtedly captivate the hearts and minds of others. Yet for Su Yang, her illusions were far too feeble. "If your tricks remain this ineffective, I shall have to contemplate whether or not to spare your life," Su Yang declared, an intent to kill gathering in his eyes. Meeting Su Yang's gaze, Yu Sanyang felt a chill run down her spine. "Child, you are asking for trouble." With that, the golden core power within Yu Sanyang surged forth. The gauze she wore flew from her, resembling a vast net intent on ensnaring Su Yang. As the gauze took flight, Yu Sanyang retreated. Most of her abilities lay in illusions and absorption techniques. Close combat was not her forte. At that distance, had Su Yang chosen to strike, her chances of survival would have been less than 30%. Without Su Yang even needing to move, as the gauze approached him, his figure had already vanished from sight. While Yu Sanyang's retreat was abruptly halted, Su Yang stood directly behind her, and should she take another step back, she would collide with him. "Such feeble tactics are insufficient," he remarked. "Then allow me to show you something more impressive." Yu Sanyang's body darted like a fish, propelling herself in a different direction at the same time. The mysterious aura she had previously spread throughout the hall began to coalesce. Swirls of pink energy formed in midair, manifesting as exquisite beauties. These conjured maidens, some holding flower baskets, others wielding paper umbrellas, and yet others cradling pipa instruments, surged towards Su Yang under Yu Sanyang's command. The maiden with the pipa plucked the strings, sending a wave of invisible sound blades slicing toward him. The beauty with the flower basket tossed flowers, which transformed into flying daggers aimed at Su Yang. Finally, the maiden with the oil paper umbrella unfurled it, casting a divine light upon Su Yang. At the moment Su Yang was enveloped in the divine light, he felt a slight halt in his movements, as a binding force encircled him. Su Yang snorted disdainfully. The binding divine light lost its effect on him. With a flick of his protective sword, the flower petal daggers were shattered into oblivion. As for the invisible sound blades, they crumbled into nothingness with his dismissive scoff. Witnessing Su Yang effortlessly dismantle her techniques left Yu Sanyang's expression aghast. This revelation was even more shocking than his immunity to her illusions that in a single exchange. Yu Sanyang realized that Su Yang's prowess far exceeded what she had been led to believe from the reports within the city lord's mansion of Tianwu. Such a figure was utterly beyond her ability to confront. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. The gauze that had eluded Su Yang now returned to Yu Sanyang, draping her form in a manner that was both tantalizing and elusive. However, the allure she once wielded had dissipated, and upon hearing Su Yang's next words, her expression darkened further. The Grand Tiamat dance has been reduced to this under your hand. Su Yang regarded Yu Sanyang's figure with evident dissatisfaction. Shaking his head, the techniques she had previously employed were reminiscent of those he had encountered tens of thousands of years prior. Those scenes, where hundreds or thousands of celestial maidens had emerged, were unforgettable, even for those at the cave heaven realm. Yet, the meager display Yu Sanyang put forth was an insult to such divine powers. What was once a technique capable of dominating an area has been rendered into this trivial display in your hands. How lamentable. With a sweep of his protective sword, Su Yang bisected the gauze Yu Sanyang had summoned. Such a rudimentary artifact, under the edge of his sword, was akin to fragile paper. Seeing her painstakingly crafted artifact destroyed, Yu Sanyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The gauze was intrinsically linked to her very life. Its severance by Su Yang's blade inflicted significant repercussions upon her. With a single step, Su Yang closed the distance between them as Yu Sanyang channeled her internal energy. An illusory, ghostly head materialized before her. Just as the ghost was about to break free from its confines, Su Yang seized it in his grip, reducing it to nothingness. Do you possess any other tricks? Su Yang sheathed his protective sword, his gaze toward Yu Sanyang brimming with disdain. The recently renowned Su Laozu of Tianwu County indeed lives up to his reputation. This young woman has witnessed your prowess firsthand. Although Yu Sanyang had suffered the destruction of her painstakingly crafted artifact, and her internal cultivation had been significantly impaired, she now found herself compelled to suppress her hatred and feign compliance before Su Yang. As for the thoughts swirling in Yu Sanyang's mind, Su Yang chose to disregard them, finding them beneath his concern. In the face of such overwhelming power, no matter how deep her resentment, Yu Sanyang was rendered powerless. I am known as Yu Sanyang, a serving attendant of the city lord's mansion in Tianwu County. I have come to discuss certain matters with you, senior. Though Yu Sanyang spoke the truth, her true intent was to rely on her illusions to seduce Su Yang, ultimately transforming him into a beast of desire under her control, thereby enhancing her own power and elevating her status within Tianwu County. Despite her meticulous calculations, Yu Sanyang never anticipated that Su Yang's strength would be so formidable. The illusionary arts she exerted with all her might proved utterly ineffective against Su Yang, and the magical artifact she painstakingly crafted was effortlessly shattered by his sword. This venture had indeed resulted in a loss of both her resources and her pride. Moreover, she now found herself confronting the immensely powerful Su Yang. With all her strategies rendered completely futile in the face of his overwhelming prowess, Yu Sanyang had come to the firm conclusion that Su Yang's abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. He was at the very least on the threshold of the nascent soul stage. And it was even possible that he had already attained that level of cultivation. In Tianwu County, nascent soul cultivators were a rarity. Contemplating this, Yu Sanyang's mind began to wander to more ambitious thoughts. A nascent soul cultivator represented an invaluable ally. If she could align herself with him, her own cultivation could ascend to unprecedented heights. That moment, her heart burned with fervor at the prospect of the immense benefits that could come from forming a connection with a nascent soul cultivator. I, Yu Sanyang, hereby express my willingness to follow you, esteemed senior, and serve by your side henceforth. Chapter 12. Breaking through the Golden Core realm. Serve by my side? You think you are worthy? Throughout Su Yang's 100,000-year existence, although he remained ensnared in the Qi Refinement stage, his status as the first disciple of Tianlan Sect rendered him exceedingly prestigious. Over the course of a millennium, countless daughters of great sects and powerful factions sought to attach themselves to him, hoping to ride on the coattails of the Tianlan Sect's influence. Now, Yu Sanyang, a golden core cultivator who had only achieved her current standing through the use of supplementary techniques, dared to propose following Su Yang. If this had happened 100,000 years ago, it would have been met with uproarious laughter. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the smile on Yu Sanyang's face turned awkward. That in her view, having a beautiful and capable golden core cultivator like herself at his side should have been a privilege. Yet Su Yang's dismissive words stung deeply. Were it not for the undeniable reality of Su Yang's superiority, she might have been driven to violence and retaliation. Get out of Tianlan Sect and deliver a message to your superiors. If you dare to set foot in Tianlan's domain again. You shall die. As soon as the words left her lips, Yu Sanyang felt a tremendous force strike her, sending her hurtling backward. This was indeed the work of Su Yang, who found her presence intolerable and thus expelled her from the Grand Hall of Tianlan Sect. The commotion created by her ejection attracted the attention of numerous disciples, who gathered to gawk at the spectacle. Hearing their whispers, Yu Sanyang's brows furrowed deeply, her murderous intent palpable. However, the thought of Su Yang's presence within the hall quickly quelled that impulse. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she swiftly channeled her energy and fled from the realm of Tianlan Sect. Upon exiting, she did not hasten back to the county seat of Tianwu, but instead directed her flight towards Qizhou. After suffering such substantial losses in this encounter, she was determined to recoup her fortunes from the cultivators in Qizhou, in the mountains devoid of sunlight. Time passed quickly. Otherwise, Su Yang's 100,000 years would not have flown by so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingshu, who had been sequestered in the Tianlan Sect, emerged from her seclusion. The commotion surrounding her exit was considerable, as the entire sect felt the potent aura of her golden core cultivation. News of Ling Qingshu's breakthrough sent waves of excitement through the dedicated disciples of Tianlan Sect. With the enigmatic Su Laozu in the Grand Hall, they believed that they too would one day achieve the coveted golden core realm. Once the congratulatory disciples had dispersed, Su Yang approached Ling Qingshu. Sensing the energy radiating from her, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The cultivation method he had imparted to her had proven to be exceptionally suited to her. In just over a month, she had successfully condensed her golden core, following the techniques he had provided. Thus, Su Yang could only regard her with 4 words. A great path awaits. Greetings, Su Laozu. I thank you for the cultivation method and elixirs you provided. They have enabled me to break through to the golden core so swiftly, Ling Qingshu said. Bowing respectfully, her gratitude evident. After exchanging pleasantries and offering encouragement regarding her cultivation, Su Yang retreated to the back mountains of Tianlan Sect. Recently, he had developed a newfound passion for traversing the majestic mountains surrounding the sect. Each expedition yielded an abundance of rare spiritual herbs that had once been considered treasures a millennium ago. Over the course of a month, Su Yang had amassed a staggering collection of resources for crafting ancient elixirs. These items, had they been available 1,000 years prior, would have represented a fortune of no small significance. Watching Su Yang's departing figure, Ling Qingshu returned to the Grand Hall to attend to various affairs within Tianlan Sect. Over the past month, the sect had undergone significant transformations. The majority of disciples and elders had elevated their cultivation to new heights, and various factions had begun expressing their desire to ally with Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu sensed that once the news of her breakthrough to the Golden Core realm spread, such overtures would only increase. Remarkably, the number of disciples within Tianlan Sect had doubled during this time. Most of the newly joined disciples were gifted youths from Qizhou, and while none stood out as exceptional prodigies, their qualifications were not to be dismissed that Su Yang had personally vetted these newcomers. Accepting all who were not spies, in his view, talent alone did not dictate a cultivator's future. Just as he himself, once deemed exceptionally gifted, found himself at the Qi Refinement stage after 100,000 years. He believed that those new recruits, as long as they remained loyal to Tianlan Sect, would receive ample resources to elevate their cultivation, that at the very least, Tianlan Sect would ensure they reach the foundation establishment stage. This confidence stemmed from Su Yang's undeniable prowess. He was well-versed in alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and talisman crafting. In certain aspects, his skills surpassed even those of some masters, were it not for the unknown reasons preventing him from breaking through the Qi Refinement stage. His name would have undoubtedly been recorded as the strongest in the history of Tianlan Sect. While Ling Qingshu diligently addressed various matters within the Grand Hall, Su Yang delightedly gathered spiritual herbs in the mountains behind Tianlan Sect. The news of Ling Qingshu's emergence as a golden core cultivator spread like wildfire, creating a significant stir in Qizhou City. Just as Ling Qingshu had anticipated, the sects that had previously expressed interest in allying with Tianlan Sect escalated their efforts. Meanwhile, those who had remained indifferent hastened to send envoys to establish connections now that the news had reached them. As the announcement of Ling Qingshu's breakthrough permeated the region, Tianlan Sect once again captured the attention of cultivators in Qizhou. Throughout this upheaval, Su Yang's name emerged repeatedly, as many recognized that the recent events were orchestrated by Su Laozu himself. Many factions had already placed Su Yang on their list of individuals to avoid offending. After all, antagonizing such a powerful and enigmatic figure, whose true strength remained uncertain, would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. Regardless of how many years passed, the instinct of cultivators would always be to seek alliances with the strong rather than make enemies. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was simply inescapable. Within Qizhou City, a particular faction took note of the developments at Tianlan Sect. After careful deliberation, they sent forth a letter. The following day, this letter appeared on the table in the Grand Hall of Tianlan Sect, before Ling Qingshu. Chapter 13. An interesting young man, Su Laozu. Should we attend this auction? Ling Qingshu inquired, standing at the table while Su Yang sat across from her, holding the special letter. This invitation had been extended by a unique faction in Qizhou, the Lingbao Auction House, inviting both Ling Qingshu and the reclusive Su Yang to participate in an auction taking place in a few days. An auction sounds intriguing, and the reputation of this particular event is even more captivating, that we will certainly attend, Su Yang replied, his gaze fixed on the letter, the name Lingbao striking a familiar chord in his memory. Pleased with Su Yang's affirmative response, Ling Qingshu felt a surge of excitement. She had heard much about the Lingbao Auction House, but in her former capacity as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, she had been unable to participate. Now, having broken through to the Golden Core realm, she was eager to seize this opportunity, that Su Yang held no objections to attending. In fact, he felt a palpable excitement at the prospect of discovering rare treasures at the auction. It had been 15,000 years since he last visited such an establishment. And despite traversing many lands since then, he had not stepped foot in an auction house again. 3 days later, Su Yang led the way, with Ling Qingshu following closely behind as they entered Qizhou City. Master, up ahead is the Lingbao Auction House. I hear it is a branch of a major faction, Ling Qingshu indicated, pointing to the enormous sign within the city. That Su Yang's gaze fell upon the auction house's emblem, and he quickly grasped its significance. It was wealthy, at the very least. In this era and within Qizhou City, the Lingbao Auction House was among the most prominent. Once Ling Qingshu presented the invitation letter, a foundation establishment cultivator emerged from the Lingbao Auction House, guiding Ling Qingshu and Su Yang into the establishment. Along the way, this cultivator provided insights into the workings of the Lingbao Auction House. In the city of Qizhou, this particular branch is indeed quite diminutive. However, in the eyes of the local cultivators, it is a colossal entity. The Lingbao Auction House in Qizhou boasts 6 floors, with the 2nd to 4th floors dedicated to the sale of various spiritual items. The 5th floor serves as the auction area, while the 6th floor accommodates the living quarters of the auction house's cultivators. After leading Ling Qingshu and Su Yang to the 5th floor, the foundation establishment cultivator departed to attend to other matters. That Su Yang, being one who could not remain idle, heard of the spiritual items available on the 2nd to 4th floors and promptly descended 2 levels. Ling Qingshu felt quite at ease with Su Yang's independent exploration. She remained on the 5th floor, and soon enough, someone approached her to engage in conversation. Su Yang descended to the 2nd floor, intending to begin his examination of the least valuable spiritual items in this auction house, planning to scrutinize all 3 floors, 2nd, Third and fourth, should he encounter any items that piqued his interest or resonated with him, he would not hesitate to procure them. As Su Yang wandered alone on the second floor, his aura, indicative of only Qi refinement cultivation, and his youthful appearance soon attracted unwanted attention. After he expressed interest in a particular spiritual herb, a richly attired young man nearby interjected, eager to contest Su Yang for the coveted plant. "Kid, do you know who I am? Hand over that spiritual herb you have your eye on before you bring misfortune upon yourself." Observing the young man's arrogant demeanor and the palpable sense of entitlement in his words, Su Yang felt no anger, but rather amusement. It had been countless millennia since he had encountered such a situation. Did Tio think that merely attending a modest auction would evoke this familiar scenario once more? Holding the herb in his hand, Su Yang chuckled and asked, "You also desire this spiritual herb?" "Indeed. You seem quite perceptive. I take a liking to you." The young man boldly reached for the herb in Su Yang's grasp. Believing Su Yang would willingly relinquish it to Su Yang, observing the young man's approach, subtly maneuvered his wrist, causing the herb to evade the young man's grasp. Consequently, the young man found himself clutching at thin air, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. "Kid, do you not recognize my status? State your price for that spiritual herb. I demand it." In response, Su Yang shook his head and replied, "In my eyes, this spiritual herb is priceless." In reality, the herb was not particularly rare. It simply possessed some peculiar properties to Tio the young man. This herb was as common as weeds, and his desire to compete for it stemmed from its decent appearance. Priceless? This is merely an ordinary spiritual herb. Truly priceless items will only appear at today's auction. The young man scoffed, dismissing Su Yang's assertion. "If you know this herb is so common, why contest with me?" "Because I want it." The young man found himself momentarily speechless. After some contemplation, he finally justified his claim. "I like it. Isn't that enough?" Su Yang's amusement deepened at this proclamation. He nodded repeatedly and handed the herb to the young man. "Very well. If you like it, this spiritual herb is yours." With that, Su Yang turned to explore other herbs, leaving the young man standing there in a daze. What had just transpired? Although he had successfully acquired the herb, why did it feel as though he had been the one at a disadvantage? He recalled his earlier actions of accepting the herb. Didn't it resemble a beggar accepting alms? Frustrated by this thought, the young man hastily discarded the herb, unwilling to be perceived as a beggar. Shaking his head, he cast aside his fleeting doubts and resumed his search for other spiritual items. Meanwhile, Su Yang, having turned away, felt quite content that he had not anticipated encountering such an entertaining young man during his casual stroll. Reflecting on the earlier events, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Had he been in the mindset of his 2,000-year-ago self, he would undoubtedly have made the young man suffer for his insolence. Yet now, Su Yang faced the situation with a casual smile, illustrating the evolution of his mindset. Over the past 2 millennia, he had indeed made significant advancements in his mental state. That on the path of cultivation, one must not only refine their power, but also cultivate their heart. Chapter 14. The auction begins. By the time Su Yang returned to the 5th floor, the auction was on the brink of commencing. Guided by a maid, he located Ling Qingshu's room and entered. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered the private box, the young man who had previously contended with him for the spiritual herb emerged. "I can't believe I lost track of that guy. He dared to toy with me," the young man muttered to himself, clearly still brooding over the earlier incident. Once Su Yang settled into the box, the auction officially commenced. A foundation establishment cultivator took the stage, apparently the designated host for this event. "Esteemed guests, I am honored to preside over this auction. I hope you all leave here with bountiful treasures." Without further ado, the foundation establishment cultivator initiated the auction, showcasing the first item, a mid-grade yellow-level spell secret. After announcing the requirements for the spell, 2 factions expressed interest, igniting a new bidding war. However, both Su Yang and Ling Qingshu regarded the mid-grade yellow-level spell with indifference. Su Yang, having already mastered numerous high-level spells, found it utterly inadequate, while Ling Qingshu, in light of Su Yang's presence, was confident that Tianlan Sect would not lack for spell secrets. The bidding for the mid-grade yellow-level spell ensued, culminating in a sale to the highest bidder. With the first item successfully auctioned, the event proceeded smoothly. Spells, techniques, treasures, elixirs, talismans. This auction featured an eclectic array of items. Many of these treasures possessed formidable effects for core formation cultivators, observing the once-desired spiritual items. Ling Qingshu now felt less urgency. Thanks to Su Yang's influence, her perspective had matured significantly. Once easily excitable over a spiritual item that could enhance cultivation, she now remained composed. The auction is progressing exceptionally well, and we have 2 items remaining. Now, let us unveil the piece to our assistance. 2 auction house staff members brought forth a mysterious object, and as the foundation establishment cultivator unveiled it, Su Yang's expression turned serious. Gazing at the object on display, Su Yang experienced a strange sense of familiarity. Acquire this item, he instructed Ling Qingshu. The foundation establishment cultivator continued. This item was brought out by several loose cultivators from a secret realm. While we can ascertain its exceptional nature, we cannot definitively identify it. Upon hearing the mention of a secret realm, the audience's attention was piqued. The combination of the unknown and the secret realm typically signified great opportunity. Anything emerging from such a realm was bound to be a prized possession. This item is being offered in exchange for elixirs that assist in cultivation. Please, present your bids. The announcement left the audience momentarily stunned. Was this auction truly accepting elixirs in exchange for goods? Ling Qingshu's expression shifted to one of delight. It appeared that Tianlan Sect had an abundance of such elixirs. Seated beside her, Su Yang's remarkable alchemical prowess was something she had personally witnessed. After a prolonged silence, when no bids were forthcoming, Ling Qingshu seized the moment to speak. I offer a vial of elixirs that enhance cultivation efficiency by 30%. Astonishingly, no one contested her bid. If all went as expected, the item would belong to Su Yang behind her. I possess similar elixirs. I bid 1.5 vials. The challenger, proposing 1.5 vials, typically containing 12 elixirs each, was undeniably affluent, as this amounted to 18 elixirs in total. Hearing a counteroffer, Ling Qingshu realized the importance of fulfilling Su Yang's directive. She promptly raised her bid to 2 vials. The challenger, seemingly resolute in acquiring the item, immediately countered with 2.5 vials. Once again pressed down, Ling Qingshu's complexion grew rather unsightly. This was a matter arranged by Su Yang, and to think that she had failed to accomplish it smoothly was indeed a grave error. I'll take this. Compared to him, Su Yang, having kept the bidding process in his ear, was naturally aware of what had transpired, that he had a rough estimate of the elixirs in Ling Qingshu's possession. After all, they were provided by him. Upon receiving such instructions from Su Yang, Ling Qingshu raised her bid once more to 3 bottles. The opposing bidder, upon hearing the resolute tone in Ling Qingshu's voice, fell silent, uncertain whether competing with her over an unknown object was wise or foolish. After a prolonged silence, the other party finally ceased their bidding, clearly conceding the item to Ling Qingshu. When that cultivator at the foundation establishment stage auctioned off the last item of the day, Ling Qingshu summoned the maid at the entrance to fetch the manager. Once she handed over the 3 bottles of elixirs meant to assist in cultivation to the auction house manager. The item Su Yang desired was delivered to their private room. That it was an oval-shaped object, entirely jet black, devoid of any sheen, making it impossible to discern its material. That as Su Yang circulated his true energy through his hand, the object emitted faint glimmers of light with each caress. That he treated this oval object as one would a delicate porcelain artifact, hesitant to exert too much force. Ling Qingshu observed Su Yang's actions closely, and upon witnessing the object emanating a series of glows as Su Yang stroked it, she realized that the item their ancestor had instructed her to acquire was truly extraordinary. Thus, she watched intently, her gaze fixed on Su Yang, fearful of missing any forthcoming detail. Chapter 15. Cloud Beast, Secret Realm. Su Yang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the oval object. The moment he laid eyes on it, he recognized it instantly. That it was a divine egg, a means by which powerful bloodline beasts sealed their offspring in times of peril. He was able to identify it because, 70,000 years ago, he had a beast mount that hatched from a divine egg. That beast had accompanied Su Yang for millennia before passing away peacefully before him, the instant he saw the divine egg on the auction stage. Memories of his former mount flooded back, prompting him to instruct Ling Qingshu to bid on it. Su Yang infused the divine egg with his true energy. The glowing aura on the egg pulsed in rhythm with his tapping. And gradually, movement began to stir within the egg, that a sound akin to a heartbeat resonated from the divine egg, harmonizing with Su Yang's rhythmic taps. Upon hearing this sound, Su Yang smiled faintly, knowing he had awakened the divine egg. Sure enough, in the next moment, a small paw emerged from the egg, followed by a fuzzy little head. As the small creature punctured the egg's exterior with its paw, the divine egg transformed into a liquid, all of which flowed into the little beast's body. Su Yang was not surprised by this. The eggshell served not only as protection for the creature inside, but also as a means of inheritance. Once the liquid from the divine egg fully entered the little beast's body, Su Yang lifted the creature before him. So it's a cloud beast that I wonder how many years it spent within the divine egg. Its life essence nearly extinguished. Hearing Su Yang's words, Ling Qingshu caught a critical piece of information in her memory. There were records of such beasts in the texts of the Tianlan Sect. The cloud beast was known for its ability to ride the clouds and mist, feeding on vapor. This was one of the few records Ling Qingshu recalled, but the most striking description was the word terrifying. Once matured, this beast possessed at least the combat strength of the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage felt distant to Ling Qingshu, even now that she had broken through to the golden core stage. She saw no signs of approaching the nascent soul stage, her future appearing utterly blank. Yet, the cloud beast in Su Yang's hands, once it grew to maturity, would naturally possess the strength of the nascent soul stage. How could Ling Qingshu not feel a sense of injustice? At the same time, she marveled at the old ancestors' discernment in procuring a cloud beast at such an auction. After teasing the cloud beast for a moment, Su Yang produced a spirit stone and placed it in the creature's mouth. Such beasts did not merely exist on the ethereal plane. Spiritual energy was an essential part of their sustenance. The auction for the final item had reached its conclusion, and the last item was a magical blade. Several factions were fiercely competing for this blade, their bidding becoming increasingly heated. Su Yang and Ling Qingshu observed the commotion without participating, for Su Yang's own protective sword was among the finest spiritual treasures in the realm. As for Ling Qingshu, wielding a sword herself, her own was of decent quality, making it unreasonable to abandon her sword for a large blade. Ultimately, the long blade was purchased by the Fong family within Qizhou City. Upon hearing the bidding voice, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing it as the same young man who had attempted to seize his spirit herbs on the second floor. Ordinarily, once the last item was sold, the auction would conclude. However, that was not the case. The Foundation establishment cultivator returned to the auction stage and spoke. Today's auction has concluded, but our spiritual treasure auction house has one more matter to discuss with you all, and we hope for your understanding. Hearing this, some attendees grumbled about the auction house wasting time, while others directly inquired what the matter was. Yet, everyone was curious about what scheme the spiritual treasure auction house was concocting. When the auction house representatives returned to the stage, it was not the previous Foundation establishment cultivator, but a middle-aged cultivator of the mid-golden core stage. His presence silenced the previous commotion. The mid-golden core cultivator surveyed the room before locking eyes with those in the private booths. Everyone here today, to be able to attend this auction, signifies that you are all formidable individuals in Qizhou. With this statement, the attendees felt elevated in status. This time, our spiritual treasure auction house is indeed hosting this auction for another purpose, one that is closely related to you all. Recently, we discovered a secret realm at the borders of Qizhou. The mere mention of secret realm sent shockwaves through the crowd that a new secret realm represented countless possibilities, inheritance, techniques, elixirs, magical treasures, spirit stones, all of which could be found within. The history of the cultivation world is replete with tales of individuals who soared to greatness after gaining fortuitous opportunities in secret realms. Thus, throughout history, the emergence of any new secret realm draws throngs of cultivators eager to seize the opportunities within to elevate their standing. Our spiritual treasure auction house has discovered this new secret realm, which is likely the remains of an ancient sect. However, due to our branch's limited strength, we lack the means to explore this secret realm, so I have decided to share it with you all. Where is this secret realm? Surely, your spiritual treasure auction house cannot be so benevolent. Among the cultivators, there were those who remained unaffected by the allure of the secret realm, directly probing for details. We only require one item from within the secret realm. Once we obtain that item, our spiritual treasure auction house will withdraw from exploring the secret realm and will not interfere with any of you. The Golden Core cultivator had evidently anticipated such inquiries. Laying their intentions bare, we will facilitate your entry into the secret realm and provide you with an overview of its conditions. Moreover, should you require assistance in exchanging any treasures acquired within, our spiritual treasure auction house stands ready to assist. With their intentions laid out plainly, the matter became clear. The spiritual treasure auction house sought to leverage the strength of the cultivators to retrieve a singular item from the secret realm. This rationale was understood by all, yet under the temptation of the secret realm, everyone seemed inclined to allow the auction house to utilize them. After all, a secret realm was an exceedingly rare opportunity. Chapter 16. Drunken Dream Tower. The news of the secret realm sent the cultivators present into a fervor, and Ling Qingshu was no exception. However, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor to Su Yang, who had been observing with a cool detachment, nodded in satisfaction upon noticing Ling Qingshu's change. Recognizing the unusual amidst the allure of a secret realm indicated that her state of mind was progressing towards the nascent soul stage. As for the secret realm mentioned by the mid-golden core cultivator, Su Yang felt little interest. Having lived for 100,000 years, wealth had become the least valuable possession to him, even during the zenith of the Tianlan Sect. Excavating the treasures of 100 secret realms would not lead to such heights. Yet, recalling the current state of the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang deemed it necessary to venture into the secret realm. With his mind made up, Su Yang slightly heightened his attention, listening intently to the words of the mid-golden core cultivator. In half a month's time, I ask that you all wait at the pavilion 10 miles north of Qizhou City. At that time, I will guide you into the secret realm. After delivering this message, the golden core cultivator retreated backstage. Even the maids who had been waiting at the doors of the private booths withdrew. This particular level has already been relinquished by the Lingbao auction house, intended for the monks present to deliberate on matters concerning the secret realm, casually toying with the cloud beast that spun upon the table. Su Yang led Ling Qingshu out of the private room. Upon exiting, they fortuitously encountered the young master of the Fong family, who had just expended a considerable sum to acquire a rather extraordinary magical blade. As he strolled through the corridor, Fong Yin wore a radiant smile, his demeanor exuding an exuberance surpassing that of one who had consumed a potent elixir. Just then, he came face to face with a man and a woman. The woman was quite strikingly beautiful. The man, as fortune would have it, was none other than the individual known for the priceless ordinary spirit herb. Fong Yin approached Su Yang with an air of familiarity, greeting him. "Brother, we meet again. Today I am in high spirits. Would you care to join me for a couple of drinks at the Drunken Dream Pavilion?" At Fong Yan's words, Ling Qingshu furrowed her brow. Setting aside the fact that the Drunken Dream Pavilion was the largest brothel in Qizhou City, could a mere dandy presume to address Su Yang in such a manner, given his status? Almost instinctively, Ling Qingshu released her golden core aura, signaling that should Fong Yin utter another thoughtless remark, she would unsheath her sword and deal with this brazen young master to TO her surprise. Su Yang did not display any anger towards Fong Yan's behavior. Rather, he engaged him in conversation. "Since you've invited me so warmly, I shall accompany you, but I shan't bring any money. With me, Fong Yin, why would you need to spend?" For reasons unknown, Fong Yin found Su Yang increasingly likable, a connection blossoming between them. One of the guards trailing Fong Yin stepped forward, whispering in his ear, "Young master, having just acquired a magical treasure, shouldn't we return it home first?" Contemplating this, Fong Yin conceded it was indeed reasonable. He handed a storage bag to the guard. "Take this treasure home to my father. Then come to find me at the Drunken Dream Pavilion." With that, Fong Yin draped an arm over Su Yang's shoulder, and they descended the stairs, leaving Ling Qingshu and the guard in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the matron of the Drunken Dream Pavilion sensed something amiss. The presence of the young master of the Fong family, accompanied by a friend, was typically a cause for celebration, a significant boon for the establishment. After all, The young master was renowned as the most extravagant dandy in Qizhou City. Whenever he graced the Drunken Dream Pavilion, he would lavishly spend, ensuring their coffers overflowed. However, to her astonishment, shortly after Fang Yan's arrival, a woman entered. This woman outshone all the courtesans in the establishment in beauty. The matron was certain that, should she train this maiden, she could cultivate her into a top-tier courtesan, one whose fame would extend far beyond Qizhou, perhaps even to Tianwu Prefecture, attracting visitors from all corners of the realm. Yet what left the matron even more flabbergasted was that upon entering the Drunken Dream Pavilion, the woman instructed her to ensure that only food and drink entered the young master's chamber, no courtesans allowed. Even the servers were to be either the kitchen staff or the old patrons. Should a courtesan dare to enter the young master's room, she would be dealt with mercilessly. This woman seemed to be challenging the very foundation of their business. The matron waved her hand, signaling 2 guards at the 8th level of Qi Refinement to remove her. However, to her surprise, the 2 skilled fighters, usually adept at handling ruffians, were utterly unable to approach the woman, who effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of her feet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the matron hastily summoned a foundational elder, whom they had paid handsomely to employ. Yesterday, the elder had selected 2 courtesans to accompany him, and he was likely still slumbering. When the foundational elder finally arrived, the matron resolved to make the woman pay for her insolence. However, upon reflection, she reconsidered. A woman of such striking beauty and evident prowess was likely to possess an extraordinary background. To offend her could spell disaster for the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The matron, having spent a lifetime in this business, understood all too well how vengeful a woman could be. The foundational elder, with his rotund belly, stood before the woman, utterly captivated by her beauty. Were it not for the prior warning from the servant about how she had effortlessly dispatched his 2 incompetent disciples, he might have succumbed to the temptation of demonstrating his prowess. "Might I inquire why you have come to cause a disturbance in my establishment?" "Leave!" The woman, none other than Ling Qingshu, regarded the greasy elder with disdain, her discomfort palpable. With a single word, a potent aura erupted from her, pressing down upon the foundational elder, causing him to collapse onto the floor. "Forgive me, esteemed one. Whatever you wish to do here today at the Drunken Dream Pavilion is entirely acceptable." A golden core cultivator. Indeed, she was of the golden core realm. The foundational elder sat on the ground, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dotting his forehead. Observing this, the matron's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 17. The jealous Ling Qingshu with a swift motion, she struck a serving girl beside her, reprimanding, "Get out of my sight. Do not tarnish the eyes of this immortal. Replace all the dishes with the old patrons." Meanwhile, Fang Yin, oblivious to the turmoil below, was enjoying drinks with Su Yang in their private room. He merely noted the change from delicate maidens to old patrons serving the food, feeling somewhat out of sorts. "Brother, forgive me for the oddity. Who knows what is going on with the Drunken Dream Pavilion today? Is business still viable?" Fang Yin spoke with enthusiasm, his spirits soaring even higher than when he had acquired a fine magical treasure. "Let me tell you, in the past, the serving maids were all delicate beauties in their prime. The Drunken Dream Pavilion knew my preferences well, always sending lovely maidens to serve me, that I never expected today to feature these old patrons." While Fang Yin remained unaware of the unfolding events downstairs, Su Yang was acutely aware, his formidable consciousness granting him insight into the movements of everyone within the Drunken Dream Pavilion, that Su Yang wished to express some discontent regarding Ling Qingshu's actions. Did she truly need to be so extreme? Not only did she refuse to allow a courtesan to accompany him, but she even replaced the serving maidens with old patrons. What kind of drinking experience was that? If one merely sought to drink, they might as well find a small tavern on the street. Ling Qingshu's actions stemmed from a profound lack of trust in him, as if he were incapable of maintaining his composure in such an establishment. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his long-standing disciple. However, unlike Fang Yan's exuberance, Su Yang placed a cloud beast offspring on the table, pouring a small cup of wine for the creature. While he listened to Fang Yin boast about his illustrious escapades, tales of peeking at his cousin bathing at the age of 6, visiting brothels at 8, and sleeping with his close mate at 10 flowed forth. This dandy was remarkably knowledgeable about the intricacies of the brothel world. Should Ling Qingshu discover that this dandy was recounting such tales while drinking with her esteemed ancestor, she would certainly not care about his noble lineage or reputation as the foremost dandy. Instead, she would draw her sword and cleave Fang Yin in two, subsequently reducing him to countless pieces to feed to the dogs that as Fang Yin continued to regale his stories. He no longer questioned why the serving staff had changed. Su Yang, savoring his drink in small sips, found himself reminiscing about the last time he had indulged in such a manner. It had been 10,000 years since he had last tasted wine. An occasion marked by an invitation from the then leader of Tianlan Sect, who had wished him well on his path to ascension. Little did he know that his next emergence would occur a millennium later. In the span of 10 millennia, countless changes had transpired. Not only had many of the acquaintances he once knew vanished, but the world itself had transformed dramatically. Listening to Fang Yin's tales, Su Yang felt transported back to those days of yore, when he too had companions to share in the revelry of drink. This wine is rather mediocre. I shall steal some of my father's prize collection for us to sample. Su Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Yin, and they both erupted into laughter. The cloud beast offspring, sensing the camaraderie, kicked aside the wine cup before it, inhaling and exhaling wisps of mist. "Brother, what kind of little creature is this? It seems rather amusing," Fang Yin remarked, captivated by the cloud beast's peculiar antics. Had he known that the creature he deemed amusing would possess the combat prowess of a nascent soul upon maturity, he might have collapsed in astonishment. Su Yang, opting not to reveal the creature's true nature, merely replied, "I picked it up casually from the roadside. I have no idea what kind of beast it is." Although the cloud beast was still a cub, it had already attained spiritual awareness. When Su Yang spoke to it in such a manner, it instinctively extended its tiny claws, eager to leave its mark upon him. However, Su Yang, having sensed the cloud beast's intentions, smiled gently and flicked his finger, causing the creature to soar off the table. How did it fly? At this moment, Fang Yin, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding scene. The cloud beast's body traced an arc through the air, seemingly on the verge of crashing to the ground. Suddenly, it twisted its body and expelled a puff of mist, using it as leverage to leap back before Su Yang. Having learned from its previous lesson, the cloud beast dared not extend its claws again, instead nuzzling against Su Yang's hand in a display of affection, its eyes reflecting a human-like expression of grievance. Su Yang paid little heed to the creature's antics, casually offering it another cup of wine. Fang Yin, undisturbed by the cloud beast's return, tossed a chicken leg before it and resumed boasting to Su Yang. By the time Su Yang and Fang Yin finished their drinks, night had fallen, and the once bustling Drunken Dream Pavilion now had but a handful of patrons. "Brother, I told you. The Drunken Dream Pavilion is bound to go under with such business practices." The inebriated Fang Yin, supported by Su Yang, bellowed upon witnessing the desolate scene. The brothel keeper nearby was on the verge of tears. Today's business was far worse than before, all because of the young man who accompanied the two of them. The presence of that celestial being had frightened away countless customers. The brothel keeper's heart was heavy, yet she could not voice her frustrations. The esteemed foundation elder that the Drunken Dream Pavilion had so generously supported could not even withstand the golden elixir aura emanating from Ling Qingshu. This only served to highlight the formidable strength of Ling Qingshu. The Celestial had decreed that no maidservants were to serve, and obediently, the brothel keeper had sent all the girls back to their rooms. "Brothel keeper, why is it that there isn't a single girl in the Drunken Dream Pavilion today? I was hoping for a grand battle." Fang Yin slurred, and had it not been for Su Yang's support, he would surely have collapsed to the ground. Hearing this, Ling Qingshu shot a fierce glare at Fang Yin, wishing she could eliminate him on the spot. That Su Yang, however, held no particular thoughts on the matter. After entrusting the drunken Fang Yin to the protection of the Fang family guards, he led Ling Qingshu out of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The two figures vanished into the night, departing from Qizhou City. Chapter 18. Golden Elixir versus Golden Elixir. Having walked 5 or 6 miles with Ling Qingshu, Su Yang suddenly halted to gaze into the night sky, where silence enveloped them, creating an eerie darkness. Ling Qingshu sensed something was amiss and also came to a stop. It was far too quiet here. "Who goes there?" Step forward. As she spoke, Ling Qingshu unsheathed her treasured sword, directing her gaze towards a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Little lady, hand over all your magical treasures, elixirs, and whatever you purchased at the auction house, and I might spare your life. A black-clad elder emerged from the shadows, and as his words fell, he lunged forward. From the moment she sensed danger, Ling Qingshu had been on high alert that as the black-clad elder approached. She positioned her sword protectively against her chest. When he came within range, she thrust her sword, aiming directly for his throat. Naturally, the black-clad elder would not allow her to succeed so easily. With a swift gesture, he summoned a golden shield to deflect her attack. The golden shield shattered upon impact, yet the elder had already closed the distance between them. Once more, he formed a hand seal, and a massive python materialized behind him, its gaping maw lunging toward Ling Qingshu. Whether intentional or not, the black-clad elder completely overlooked Su Yang, who merely exuded the aura of a Qi Refinement cultivator. In his eyes, Su Yang posed no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood quietly, showing no inclination to intervene in the duel. Su Yang had long been aware of the black-clad elder's presence. Initially, at the Lingbao auction house, this mysterious figure had competed with Ling Qingshu for the Cloud Beast Divine Egg. After the auction concluded, he had been tailing Su Yang and Ling Qingshu. The adage, desperate times call for desperate measures, rings true even in the cultivation world. Having fallen into poverty, one often seeks a windfall to replenish their coffers. It was even more enticing given that Su Yang and Ling Qingshu had acquired the divine egg at the auction. The black-clad elder had glimpsed fragments of its extraordinary nature in his sect's texts and felt a strong temptation. Furthermore, his sect possessed a secret method for siphoning the essence of divine eggs for personal gain. Under these circumstances, the black-clad elder chose to follow the two, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Su Yang remained unfazed by the pursuit of a golden elixir cultivator and was prepared to strike down anyone who dared provoke him. Little lady, for a newly ascended golden elixir cultivator to withstand me for this long, your sect's teachings must be remarkable, that if you surrender your cultivation techniques to me, I might spare that pretty boy's life. As the battle with Ling Qingshu raged on, the black-clad elder found himself unable to subdue her, even feeling the looming threat of being counterattacked. Although the likelihood was slim, he remained vigilant and began to contemplate the techniques she practiced. If you desire my techniques, you must first demonstrate that you possess the capability to claim them. Ling Qingshu swiped her fingers across her sword, unleashing a surge of sharp energy that radiated from her. With each swing of her sword, a tempest of sword chi erupted. The black-clad elder summoned a small seal, which transformed in mid-air to a size large enough to block Ling Qingshu's sword chi, and then hurled it towards her. As Ling Qingshu's strikes grew increasingly fierce, the black-clad elder's resolve to seize her techniques waned. Now, his sole focus was to eliminate Ling Qingshu and then dispatch the young man who stood by, completing his deadly heist. Despite her somewhat inadequate responses to his onslaught, Ling Qingshu grew more adept at harnessing the golden elixir's power within her body. With each exchange, the massive python slithered around her, attempting to bite her intermittently. The black-clad elder, wielding the small seal, awaited his moment. Once Ling Qingshu displayed a flaw, he planned to deliver a fatal blow. Su Yang observed the duel from the sidelines. While he found their combat skills rather rudimentary, he remained impressed by Ling Qingshu's performance. Her ability to continuously improve after each skirmish showcased a talent that would have placed her among the upper echelon of cultivators in the Tianlan Sect. Little lady, prepare to meet your end. After a prolonged standoff, the black-clad elder finally spotted a flaw in Ling Qingshu's defense and unleashed the small seal. Ling Qingshu hastily raised her sword to block, but was sent reeling backwards. The black-clad elder intended to capitalize on this momentum, launching the small seal once more at her. Ling Qingshu, propelled backward, sought to raise her sword again to defend against the incoming attack. But it was too late. The black-clad elder's face twisted into a cruel smile. In his eyes, Ling Qingshu would soon be reduced to nothing more than a bloody pulp beneath his magical artifact. Little lady, you will die. In the next moment, the black-clad elder froze as a figure appeared in front of Ling Qingshu. None other than the Qi Refinement cultivator he had so carelessly dismissed. Now, this young man stood defiantly before Ling Qingshu. clutching what was none other than the black-clad elder's magical seal. The black-clad elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Yang. "Your performance is commendable. Achieving this level against a late-stage golden elixir cultivator is quite impressive." Su Yang casually tossed the captured magical seal aside before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the black-clad elder's side. The massive python, sensing Su Yang's presence, opened its gaping maw to strike, but Su Yang paid little mind to the creature's attack, merely raising a hand slightly. In an instant, the black-scaled python was ensnared in Su Yang's grasp. This technique was a renowned skill of the Tianlan Sect from several millennia ago, once wielded by an ascendant who could pluck stars from the sky and control phoenixes and dragons. Though Su Yang could not match such terrifying prowess, he found it easy to manipulate ordinary magical artifacts and techniques. With a simple squeeze, the black python dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into nothingness. To think you could attempt murder and thievery without considering your own worth. Su Yang struck once more, and the black-clad elder felt his golden elixir spiraling out of his control. A sensation of impending rupture overwhelming him. How is this possible? The black-clad elder was horrified. Su Yang's technique could influence his golden elixir, something he had never encountered before. "I grant you the gift of death by having your golden elixir leave your body." Su Yang's fingers curled into claws, and the black-clad elder could no longer suppress his golden elixir, which burst forth and fell into Su Yang's hands. With his golden elixir forcibly taken, the black-clad elder lost all semblance of life. Meanwhile, the cloud beast perched upon Su Yang's shoulder swallowed the golden elixir he offered, releasing a puff of mist as if to express its satisfaction. Chapter 19. Bestowing the extreme fate sword after Su Yang and Ling Qingshu departed from the scene. Another figure emerged, one of the golden elixir cultivators from the Lingbao auction house. This golden elixir cultivator gazed at the black-clad elder's pitiful demise, clicking his tongue in disapproval. "I never anticipated that the infamous black-clad old ghost of Qizhou would meet his demise in such a manner." Reaching out with his claws without discerning the identity of his opponent, the golden core cultivator scrutinized the circumstances surrounding the black-clad old ghost's death and could not help but marvel at the formidable technique employed. Simultaneously, he speculated about the identities of Su Yang and Ling Qingshu, concluding that they were none other than the recently renowned leaders of the Tianlan Sect, the sect master and the ancestor. A stunning woman who had just entered the golden core realm, and a young man whose depth was inscrutable, yet capable of vanquishing golden core adversaries. Such a combination could only belong to the two most prominent figures of the Tianlan Sect. After gaining a general understanding, the golden core cultivator stored the body of the black-clad elder and soared towards the city of Qizhou. Had it not been for his subordinates' reports, he would have remained oblivious to the fierce battle that had just transpired, resulting in the death of a late-stage golden core elder that in his mind. He assessed Su Yang, considering that such prowess indicated he was at least at the threshold of a nascent soul stage. Given this level of strength, it would be wise not to provoke him in Qizhou. It was surprising that a sect nearly on the brink of extinction, the Tianlan Sect, possessed such an ancestor returning from seclusion. However, the emergence of such a powerful cultivator was a boon. The golden core cultivator was certain that Su Yang would venture into the secret realm within half a month for the sake of the Tianlan Sect's revival. With such a formidable ally in their ranks, he felt confident about acquiring what he desired in the upcoming secret realm expedition. Upon returning to the Lingbao auction house, the golden core cultivator delegated various tasks, particularly emphasizing the necessity of not provoking the Tianlan Sect. Before preparing for the exploration of the secret realm in half a month's time, in a modest courtyard within Qizhou City, a couple was entwined in an intimate embrace upon the bed. Once the tempest had subsided, the man lay still, motionless on the bed. The woman, on the other hand, reveled in the exquisite sensations coursing through her body. Who would have thought that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could be so ineffectual? Yet my injuries have nearly healed. Yu San Yang caressed her skin. After being wounded by Su Yang, she had returned to Qizhou City. During the past few days, she had replenished her vitality by absorbing the essence of several cultivators in the city, and her internal injuries had mostly mended. Aside from the loss of a life-bonded artifact before arriving in Qizhou, she had suffered little else. I never expected that such a small place as Qizhou would harbor a secret realm. The Foundation establishment cultivator, whom Yu Sanyang had just replenished, was returning from the Lingbao auction house. And during their intimate encounter, she had learned of the existence of a secret realm outside Qizhou City. I fear I may not be able to seize the advantages within the secret realm alone. I will need to seek assistance. After the Tianlan Sect lost an artifact, Yu Sanyang was naturally inclined to explore this secret realm. Should she encounter a significant opportunity, even the nascent soul stage would not be beyond her aspirations. Achieving the nascent soul realm would grant Yu Sanyang a genuine standing in Tianwu County. The 12 golden core cultivators of the county lord's estate ostensibly managed the affairs of Tianwu County, yet Yu Sanyang was acutely aware of who the true power broker was. That individual instilled immense fear in her. Even now, she lacked the courage to meet his gaze. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul realm would Yu Sanyang feel confident enough to confront that person and vie for power in Tianwu County. With a flick of her wrist, a plume of pink flame descended upon the lifeless body on the bed. Draped in a sheer veil, Yu Sanyang exited the small courtyard and vanished into the night, leaving Qizhou City behind. Upon returning to the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu entered the grand hall together. Noticing Ling Qingshu's somber expression, Su Yang intuitively understood her thoughts. Ling Qingshu contemplated her recent confrontation with the black-clad elder, recognizing that her offensive techniques were too singular. While she had not noticed this limitation during her time in the Foundation establishment realm, the transition to the Golden Core realm revealed her shortcomings in combat. The black-clad elder had access to spells and artifacts, employing a formidable black serpent and a magical seal as his means of attack. That in contrast, Ling Qingshu possessed only a long sword bestowed by her master and a set of techniques, leaving her with a dearth of diverse options. Ultimately, the decline of the Tianlan Sect had resulted in the loss of many powerful techniques. Otherwise, her master would not have perished from injuries sustained during a battle with Lu Jun, who was of the same realm. Gazing at Su Yang, Ling Qingshu opened her mouth to speak, only to swallow her words back down. "Would you like me to teach you a sword technique?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ling Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded eagerly. She wanted to learn. The extreme life sword was the technique Su Yang intended to impart to Ling Qingshu on that day at Tianlan Sect. Su Yang had employed the protective sword to demonstrate the extreme life sword, shattering the treasured long knife forged by the elder of Tianlan Sect, Qiongji. The current version of the extreme life sword that circulated was but a mere fragment of the true technique, lacking even the initial stances. Initially taken aback by the name, Ling Qingshu remained silent, trusting Su Yang would not deceive her. After witnessing Su Yang execute the extreme life sword, she was once again assured that her ancestors' teachings were of the highest quality. When the ancestor crafts something, it is invariably a masterpiece. Every move and every stance exuded an overwhelming killing intent. Wherever Su Yang's protective sword passed, it was as if the starry river shattered and the heavens themselves cracked. Compared to Su Yang's extreme life sword, the sword techniques Ling Qingshu had practiced previously were woefully mundane. Once Su Yang demonstrated the extreme life sword's techniques, he imparted its numerous principles to Ling Qingshu through divine thought. Absorbing such a vast amount of information, Ling Qingshu promptly seated herself in meditation within the Grand Hall, beginning to comprehend the extreme life sword passed down by Su Yang. The extreme life sword emphasized lethal strikes, with each sword aimed at accomplishing a fatal blow. That Su Yang believed this technique aligned perfectly with the mindset Ling Qingshu had displayed when she boldly drew her sword against the Golden Core cultivator. Thus, when he considered imparting an offensive technique, the extreme life sword was his immediate thought. The encounter with the black-clad elder served merely as a catalyst. Even without today's events, Su Yang would have sought an opportunity to teach Ling Qingshu the extreme life sword. By the time half a month had passed and Ling Qingshu had grasped some of the sword's essence, she would possess a means of self-preservation within the secret realm. After all, Su Yang could not remain by Ling Qingshu's side indefinitely. Serving as a bodyguard for this enchanting sect leader, as he sensed the sharpened sword intent emanating from Ling Qingshu, Su Yang believed that the path of the sword immortal might indeed be an excellent choice for her. Chapter 20. The past half a month later, in a certain valley outside Qizhou City, The golden core cultivator from the Lingbao auction house had long been awaiting the arrival of others. As time passed, the cultivators who had learned of the secret realm's disappearance that day began to trickle in. Naturally, the gathering of cultivators far exceeded those present at the auction house on that day. During the past fortnight, news of a newly emerged secret realm outside Qizhou City had spread through various circles. Many cultivators whose skills were inadequate began to rally their friends and companions, hoping to seize great opportunities within the secret realm. The value of a secret realm was beyond imagination for these cultivators. An opportunity to ascend to greatness awaited them within. Elixirs, artifacts, techniques, all could potentially be acquired within this hidden domain. As the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without night grass, and a person cannot become rich without unexpected gains. The secret realm was the ultimate source of wealth. Su Yang and Ling Qingshu mingled among the throngs of cultivators. Compared to half a month prior, Ling Qingshu's aura had become more subdued. Yet if one were to gaze in her eyes, they would discover an even more pronounced sharpness, sword intent. Among the cultivators, there existed a unique group devoted solely to nurturing a single treasured sword throughout their lives. Relentlessly pursuing martial prowess, they were the sword cultivators. The combat prowess of sword cultivators ranked among the highest within the realm of cultivators. Sword intent was their most distinctive feature, and now, a glimmer of sword intent could be discerned in Ling Qingshu's gaze. That Su Yang was also taken aback by Ling Qingshu's awakening of sword intent, when he had casually mentioned that she might become a female sword immortal. He had not anticipated that the very next day, she would exhibit the nascent form of sword intent. This left Su Yang pondering whether his 10,000 years of seclusion had unearthed some latent potential within him, manifesting as a miraculous breakthrough. The golden core cultivator from the Lingbao auction house continued to observe the steadily increasing crowd. When his gaze fell upon Ling Qingshu, an instinctive connection compelled her to meet his eyes. An intangible sword intent emanated from her gaze, causing the cultivator to wince as he locked eyes with her, experiencing a piercing sensation he could not fathom how. In the mere span of half a month, Ling Qingshu, a nascent golden core cultivator, had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Previously, during their encounter at the Lingbao auction house, the golden core cultivator had appraised Ling Qingshu but found her entirely unremarkable. Now, with a fleeting glance, he realized that his own aura had diminished slightly in comparison. After averting his gaze, the golden core cultivator could not help but reflect on the profound legacy of the Tianlan Sect. The emergence of an unknown ancestor who had obliterated Yinshan Sect, followed by the astonishing evolution of a golden core cultivator in just half a month, was truly remarkable. As time flowed on, the number of cultivators in the valley continued to swell. Midday, the golden core cultivator retrieved a jade tablet from his storage pouch. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, he tossed the tablet into the air. Sunlight illuminated the jade tablet, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the light refracted to form a picturesque landscape. There were palaces and mountains, yet the scenes depicted were desolate. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a short while, the entrance to this secret realm shall unveil itself. I trust that you will adhere to the agreement made with our Lingbao auction house on that day, proclaimed the golden core cultivator in a resonant voice. Our Lingbao auction house seeks but one item from within the secret realm. As for the other treasures, you may do as you please. Furthermore, be warned, the secret realm is fraught with peril. May each of you meet your fate as destiny decrees. As his words echoed, the celestial scroll above completed its formation. The golden core cultivator soared into the scroll's embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled cultivators activated their inner energies. Rushing towards the scroll in unison, Su Yang restrained the impulsive Ling Qingshu, scrutinizing the scroll intently. The existence of a secret realm is indeed unique. It can be conceived as an independent space or a miniature world. The jade token wielded by the golden core cultivator serves as the key to the realm's entrance. The scene depicted within the floating scroll struck Su Yang as oddly familiar, reminiscent of a distant memory. Gazing at the mountainous landscape within the scroll, a long-buried recollection stirred in his mind. It was impossible to recall how many years had passed since then. At that time, Su Yang was but a youth, the chief disciple of the Tianlan Sect. Throughout those years, a small attendant had followed closely behind him. When Su Yang found himself trapped in the Qi Refinement stage, unable to establish his foundation, that attendant began to reveal his own extraordinary talents. Eventually, the attendant departed from the Tianlan Sect, venturing into the world alone. And before leaving, he had said to Su Yang, "Young master, when I return, I shall surely help you break through to the foundation establishment stage." The next time Su Yang encountered the attendant, many years had elapsed. By then, the sixth-generation sect master of the Tianlan Sect had already ascended, and that once promising attendant had become the master of a prominent sect. That it was amidst such a picturesque landscape that Su Yang, still in the Qi Refinement stage, discussed profound truths with the attendant who had already attained harmony. Subsequently, Su Yang returned to the Tianlan Sect to continue his secluded cultivation, while the attendant remained behind, seeking methods to aid Su Yang in establishing his foundation. Since that time, Su Yang had never seen the attendant again, and the sect he founded would eventually vanish from the continent many years later. Su Yang never anticipated that he would witness such a familiar scene today. Scenes from the past flooded his mind, and he meticulously recalled each moment. Observing Su Yang's expression, Ling Qingshu remained silent, simply watching him. Perched upon Su Yang's shoulder was a lively little creature, the Cloud Beast. The young Cloud Beast, captivated by the scroll's imagery, waved its tiny paws near Su Yang's ear. When it received no response as anticipated, the Cloud Beast exhaled a puff of mist, spraying it on Su Yang's face. The icy sensation interrupted Su Yang's reverie, and he gently patted the Cloud Beast's small head, whispering, "Did you emerge from there?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the Cloud Beast glanced at the scroll, then back at Su Yang, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Receiving such an answer, a smile graced Su Yang's face, for it appeared that he and this young Cloud Beast shared an extraordinary bond. "Let us enter and explore," Su Yang declared, stepping forward and instantly finding himself at the entrance of the landscape scroll. Ling Qingshu followed closely behind, stepping into the scenic depiction alongside him. As midday passed, the landscape scroll abruptly vanished within the valley. Along with the Jade Token, Chapter 21, the Feng Tian soared the sky remained a clear azure, with long strands of golden clouds stretching across the distant mountain peaks. Indeed, this is the place. Within the secret realm, Su Yang stood at a vantage point, surveying his surroundings as the scenery began to merge with his memories. Years ago, the attendant had established a renowned force here, the Tianlan Sect. However, with the passage of time, both the sect and the attendant had faded into obscurity. Wait a moment. Su Yang suddenly sensed something, a smile breaking across his face as he turned to Ling Qingshu. "You just practiced a sword technique. Would you like me to gift you a precious sword?" Ling Qingshu gazed at Su Yang with surprise, exclaiming, "Yes, excellent. Then let us retrieve it," Su Yang replied, swiftly darting in a particular direction. Ling Qingshu followed closely behind. The Tianlan Sect, in its prime, possessed a treasured artifact known as the Feng Tian Sword, which served as the core of the sect's protective formation. Situated within the heart of the secret realm's ice mountain, just moments ago, Su Yang detected a faint fluctuation of the Great Formation. Although the formation had become ineffective, it had yet to collapse entirely. The Feng Tian Sword, as the heart of the formation, still existed. In the heyday of the Tianlan Sect, there had been no shortage of spiritual swords of such caliber as the Feng Tian Sword. Yet, now that the Tianlan Sect had fallen, it was disheartening that Ling Qingshu, as the sect master, wielded nothing more than a broken sword. Now that they had arrived, it was only fitting to reclaim the Feng Tian Sword, which rightfully belonged to Su Yang. Having not traveled far, they were suddenly surrounded by 4 individuals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, encircling Su Yang and Ling Qingshu. The leader was a short, rotund fellow, his features grotesque, and his appearance could only be described as peculiar. The 3 individuals flanking him were relatively better looking, yet they followed this portly figure without a hint of discernment. Robbery? Highwayman? What's the meaning of this? Su Yang's expression turned cold, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the group. "Indeed, you guessed correctly that we are the 4 fierce tigers of Shirley Pavilion. Have you heard of us? Leave all your belongings behind, and you may depart," the hefty leader proclaimed boisterously. "That's right, our boss is in the mid-golden core stage, and we are also golden core cultivators. Hand over your possessions, or we will kill you, another sycophantic thug added arrogantly. Su Yang's lips curled slightly. For mere golden core cultivators deemed themselves formidable enough to attempt to rob him, they clearly did not grasp the gravity of their situation. Ling Qingshu unsheathed her sword, aiming it at the four would-be robbers. You vile scoundrels, I shall slay you. As her words fell, Ling Qingshu activated her extreme fate sword, preparing to attack. Su Yang quickly restrained her. Calm down. Must you resort to violence at every turn? Allow me to speak with them first. Su Yang felt it necessary to admonish Ling Qingshu for her impulsive nature. Ling Qingshu stamped her foot in defiance, her gaze still fixed intently on the four robbers. As if she would strike them down at the slightest provocation, Su Yang stepped forward, approaching the robbers, and slowly raised a finger. I shall count to 3. Within that time, vanish from my sight. Or do you see her? She will make you disappear from this world. The four robbers exchanged incredulous glances, and upon confirming Su Yang was merely at the Qi Refinement stage, the portly leader sneered. You are courting death. A Qi Refinement cultivator, like you, dares to speak so boldly. Those who believe me to be in the Qi Refinement stage are all dead, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. You are not in the Qi Refinement stage. I am indeed in the Qi Refinement stage. I have been for quite some time, Su Yang lamented. Bah! Stop your theatrics, the portly man scoffed. What are you all standing around for? The girl can be killed, and the boy, he's rather handsome. We'll keep him for her. Understood. The 3 lackeys grinned wickedly as they approached Su Yang, not in the least bit intimidated. The boy will be kept. Isn't it typically the girl who remains? Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Since you have chosen death, do not blame me. With that, Su Yang's figure lunged forward. A Qi Refinement cultivator, quite arrogant, the 3 thugs declared, launching a punch aimed at Su Yang's forehead, intent on reducing him to a pulp. Crack! The sound of bones shattering filled the air as Su Yang collided with the 3 golden core cultivators. They all spat blood, their wrists shattered in an instant by an overwhelming force. Their entire bodies were subjected to the same brutal impact, producing a series of cracking sounds as their bones splintered and disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, all 3 golden core cultivators lay lifeless. Ling Qingshu observed this scene, gaining a deeper appreciation for her ancestors might the TO effortlessly dispatch 3 golden core cultivators in an instant. It was unfathomable unless one were at the cave heaven stage to AT that moment. A small, puppy-like spiritual beast bounded forth, devouring the 3 cultivators' golden cores, and then contentedly leaped on a Su Yang's shoulder. Nuzzling against his cheek, the once arrogant portly leader stood frozen, a foul odor emanating from his nether regions. Even he understood that he had bitten off more than he could chew. The 3 of them are dead. Now it is your turn. Su Yang turned to face the portly man. You are merely at the Qi Refinement stage. You are merely at the Qi Refinement stage. The portly man could only repeat those words in sheer terror. Regardless of how he looked at Su Yang, he appeared to be just a Qi Refinement cultivator. Concealing his true cultivation level so perfectly in front of mid-golden core cultivators could only mean one thing. He was at the nascent soul stage. Realizing this, the portly man nearly fainted on the spot. I truly am at the Qi Refinement stage, Su Yang stated earnestly. Well then, I have wasted enough of my time speaking with you. Your demise will suffice. Su Yang raised his palm, aiming a strike at the portly man's crown, despite being a golden core cultivator. The portly man, seasoned by years of danger, possessed formidable mental fortitude. Suddenly, he raised his arm, palm facing upwards, as a swirling black vortex coalesced in his palm, drawing everything around him into the maelstrom, reducing it to dust. What of the nascent soul stage? I will not die here, he bellowed, confronting Su Yang. The Gale Slash is his signature skill, and now he has unleashed 200% of his power, placing himself in peril to manifest the utmost might of the devouring slash. Boom! Su Yang and the stout man danced around each other, with Su Yang effortlessly evading the stout man's attacks, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the stout man's face. The stout man spun 360 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground, lifeless. What were you thinking, resorting to robbery? Su Yang scoffed. Chapter 22. Ice Soul, Snow Lotus not far away. Yu Sanyang heard the sounds of battle, and a triumphant smile crept onto her face. It seemed those four wretches had caught a fish that in a flurry. She rushed over, only to witness Su Yang effortlessly slay the stout man with a single slap. Yu Sanyang was nearly paralyzed with fear, realizing it was Su Yang, the very embodiment of death. Moreover, Su Yang was even more formidable than she had imagined. He was a golden core cultivator, capable of dispatching foes with ease. The more she pondered, the more trepidation gripped her heart, prompting her to turn and flee. "Since you're here, why the haste to leave?" Su Yang's voice rang out, and Yu Sanyang turned to see him standing before her. Panic-stricken, Su Yang regarded her with a smile that was not quite a smile, his gaze radiating an icy chill. "Those four, were they your minions?" Su Yang inquired, that why Yu Sanyang's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. If her response displeased Su Yang, her life would be swiftly forfeit. "Well, it is true, but I certainly did not summon them to rob you. That was their own idea," Yu Sanyang said, her voice laced with feigned innocence, subconsciously employing her charms as she gazed at him with enchanting eyes, her figure swaying alluringly. Any ordinary man would have succumbed to her allure, but alas, she was faced with Su Yang, an ancient being of 100,000 years. "Enough of this charade," Su Yang replied coldly, his disdain evident as he regarded her seductive display, though Yu Sanyang suddenly recalled that illusions and charms held no sway over Su Yang. Her instinctive use of allure might be perceived as provocation, potentially sealing her fate. Flustered, she hastily retracted her enchantments, embarrassment flushing her cheeks. "Let me warn you once more. Do not provoke me. The consequences will be dire." Su Yang's icy words hung in the air as he turned away. Striding toward the location of the Feng Tian sword, he spared Yu Sanyang only because he deemed her irrelevant to the matter at hand, believing she lacked the audacity to interfere. "Wait!" Yu Sanyang suddenly had a thought. Hesitating for a moment before calling out, that Su Yang halted, turning to inquire, "What is it? Do you not wish to distance yourself from me?" A bitter smile crossed Yu Sanyang's lips. She certainly did not want to remain near the harbinger of death. It was far too terrifying and perilous. Yet, upon reflection, this could also be an opportunity that if she clung to Su Yang's coattails, not only would she gain favor, but the mere knowledge of her association with him would elevate her standing in Tianwu Prefecture significantly. "Su Laodu, I know of an ice soul, snow lotus hidden within the secret realm, guarded by a powerful beast. I am no match for it, but I am willing to guide you, should you be interested," Yu Sanyang proposed. The ice soul snow lotus, upon its emergence a millennium ago, had incited cataclysmic battles as countless cultivators vied for it amidst rivers of blood. Tio thinks such a thing lay within this secret realm. Su Yang's interest was piqued, especially since he possessed a miraculous alchemical formula requiring the ice soul snow lotus as a key ingredient. His quest for the lotus had just been conveniently handed to him on a silver platter, causing Su Yang to regard Yu Sanyang with newfound tolerance. "Where is it? Lead the way," Su Yang commanded. "Of course, I shall guide you at once," Yu Sanyang exclaimed joyfully, hurrying ahead. Ling Qingshu eyed Yu Sanyang skeptically, tugging at Lu Yi's sleeve. "Su Laozu, are we truly to follow her? What other choice do we have? But she has ill intentions. Could she be setting a trap for us?" Su Yang chuckled softly. "Just her? Even if she did concoct some scheme, would I truly be afraid?" Ling Qingshu pondered for a moment and conceded. With the ancestor present, was there truly any need to fear Yu Sanyang's deceptions? In the face of absolute power, all schemes were but mere trifles. Had Yu Sanyang known Su Yang and Ling Qingshu's thoughts, she would have wept. All she desired was to curry favor with Su Yang, harboring no other frivolous thoughts. Soon, Su Yang followed Yu Sanyang up the snow-capped mountain peak. This peak was somewhat familiar to Su Yang. Years ago, it had been one of the core summits of the Tianlan Sect, majestic and grand. However, today, aside from the unchanged mountain itself, all other structures had vanished, leaving only remnants buried beneath the thick snow. "My lord, it is just ahead," Yu Sanyang pointed towards the summit. They were mere minutes away, the outline of something discernible on the peak. "There are others atop the peak. Someone has arrived before us," Su Yang noted. "What shall we do?" Ling Qingshu furrowed her brow. "The ice soul, snow lotus is mine. Let no one dare claim it kill. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Su Yang. His voice calm, yet unyielding. Ling Qingshu shuddered at the thought of how many lives would be extinguished to evoke such a bloodthirsty aura. Sensing Su Yang's ferocity, Yusen Yang's legs turned to jelly. An overwhelming fear washing over her. They soon reached the summit, where 5 golden core cultivators faced off against a snow-white beast with pure black stripes on its back, resembling a leopard. Su Yang was taken aback. The bloodthirsty evil leopard possessed the strength of half a nascent soul and had a penchant for slaying cultivators to absorb their blood and enhance its own power. Usually, those targeted by the bloodthirsty evil leopard were doomed. The 5 golden core cultivators stood no chance against it. They were as good as dead. However, now that he was present, the circumstances would undoubtedly change. You lot should leave. I will handle the bloodthirsty evil leopard. No need to thank me. Consider the ice, soul, snow lotus your gratitude, Su Yang declared as he stepped forward. The 5 golden core warriors turned simultaneously, incredulous at the audacity of a mere Qi Refinement cultivator. What is this? A Qi Refinement cultivator dares to challenge us? What are the 2 golden core cultivators? We outnumber them 5-2. They scoffed, their laughter dripping with disdain. That Su Yang shook his head, realizing they had yet to grasp the terror of the bloodthirsty evil leopard. Since they required no assistance, he merely observed coldly from the sidelines. You 3, the ice soul snow lotus belongs to us. Do not covet it, leave. Su Yang smiled as he responded, No, the ice soul snow lotus is mine. What do you mean? Do you, a mere Qi Refinement novice, intend to snatch it from the mouths of 5 golden core cultivators? Chapter 23. Ling Qingshu's breakthrough. Su Yang maintained his smile, stating calmly, Because you will all soon be dead. The 5 golden core cultivators erupted in rage. You dare speak with such arrogance. Qi Refinement cultivator, if you wish to die, simply say so. Once I deal with this beast, I will come for you. One of them retorted, casting a lustful glance at Su Yang's companions, Ling Qingshu and Yusen Yang. Heh. These 2 women are indeed exquisite. We brothers are fortunate. Their laughter grew increasingly lewd. With a swift motion, Ling Qingshu drew her sword, her expression dark as she hissed. Begone, you lecherous fools. I shall slay you. Su Yang shook his head, restraining her. Enough. Do not waste your energy. They will not last long. Su Yang found the situation amusing. Everyone believed him to be merely a Qi Refinement cultivator. And while he was indeed at that stage, he was at the pinnacle, Qi Refinement at the very limit of its capacity. I advise you to seek an escape. Remaining here will result in a dreadful demise. Su Yang observed the bloodthirsty evil leopard's azure eyes slowly turning crimson. The beast was poised to strike, and these golden core cultivators would not survive a minute longer. The 5 golden core warriors opened their mouths to retort, but suddenly, the bloodthirsty evil leopard transformed into a blur. Launching itself at them with incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, it was upon one of them. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the golden core cultivator's abdomen. Before he could even utter a scream, his golden core shattered, and he perished in the next instant. His body lay lifeless, a mere husk. The others were left dumbfounded. By the time they regained their senses, the bloodthirsty evil leopard was already upon them. Help! They shrieked in terror. Blood splattered as the bloodthirsty evil leopard moved through them like a hot knife through butter. The golden core warriors were no match for its ferocity. Just like that, all 5 golden core cultivators fell. At that moment, Su Yang drew his sword with a swift motion, aiming it at the bloodthirsty evil leopard. The creature possessed a unique characteristic. If slain within a minute after consuming a cultivator's blood, the potency of its core would be tenfold. However, in that minute, its combat prowess would surge exponentially due to the recent consumption of blood. Extreme Fate Sword. With a thunderous roar, Su Yang unleashed his sword, its tip radiating a crimson luminescence. The sound of a piercing rush of air echoed as he thrust forward, causing the very fabric of space to ripple as if disturbed by unseen waves. At the rear, Yusen Yang's complexion drained of color. The sheer force of that strike was formidable beyond measure. She couldn't help but compare herself to him, arriving at a grim conclusion. If that sword were aimed at her, Resistance would be futile. Only death awaited her. The bloodthirsty evil leopard opened its maw wide, launching a blood-red beast core with astonishing speed. As the core hurtled towards Su Yang, a chilling wind followed. Colliding with his sword in an instant, Su Yang chuckled coldly. The beast core was the very essence of a demon beast, its importance surpassing even that of the brain. Some powerful demon beasts could be reborn through their cores even after their physical forms perished. Yet now, the bloodthirsty evil leopard dared to expel its core to challenge Su Yang, a testament to the terror he invoked. Observing the leopard's action, Su Yang remained unfazed. He sheathed his sword and reached out for the beast core. Yu San Yang's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Was Su Yang truly attempting to seize the inner core of a demon beast with his bare hands? Was he courting death? The inner core was no fragile egg. Rather, it represented the demon beast's most potent aspect, with some cores possessing exceedingly treacherous offensive capabilities. Indeed, when Su Yang's hand made contact with the inner core, a wave of icy, white energy surged forth, enveloping his entire being. Crack! The chilling aura solidified into ice, transforming Su Yang into a crystalline figure. Su Laozu! Ling Qingshu gasped, unable to suppress a shriek. Tears glimmered in her eyes. Could it be that the invincible ancestor had met his match today? What are you crying for? Remain composed, came the response. The ice encapsulating Su Yang trembled ominously, followed by a deafening explosion as the white ice shattered into powder. Showering the surroundings like ethereal mist, Su Yang emerged, illuminated by the interplay of the white fog and sunlight. Surrounded by an aura reminiscent of a war deity, Ling Qingshu exhaled in relief as Su Yang approached her, playfully brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. What is this? Do you doubt the ancestor's strength? At that moment, the once menacing demon beast stood rigid, its eyes devoid of life. That Su Yang had forcibly severed the bloodthirsty, evil leopard's connection to its inner core through sheer brute force, stripped of its core. The leopard succumbed to instant death. Wait, consume this first. It will lose its potency in a minute. Afterwards, I shall procure the ice, soul, snow lotus, and concoct a pill for you, Su Yang stated, offering the beast's inner core to Ling Qingshu. The core, no longer blood-red, had transformed into a lustrous, translucent hue, glimmering beautifully under the sun's rays. Not only was the inner core visually appealing, but it also exuded an enticing fragrance that made one yearn to swallow it whole. Nonetheless, Ling Qingshu furrowed her brow. Could one truly consume a demon beast's inner core? She had no knowledge of such a thing. Yet, the words of her ancestor were absolute. Even if he commanded her to end her own life, she would comply without hesitation. Resolutely, she grasped the inner core and swallowed it. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged into her body. Ling Qingshu struggled to harness such volatile energy, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Steady yourself. Cultivate your power, Su Yang instructed calmly, pressing his right hand upon her shoulder, infusing her with a gentle white spiritual energy to stabilize the tempestuous force within her. Grateful, Ling Qingshu glanced at Su Yang. This energy, if left unregulated, could be lethal, yet with his assistance, it transformed into a miraculous elixir for enhancing her cultivation. All the spiritual energy she could muster was summoned to break through her limits. After a brief moment, a crack echoed as Ling Qingshu's cultivation ascended from the first to the third layer of the Golden Core stage. It is worth noting that for practitioners, advancing within the Golden Core stage is exceptionally arduous. Some martial artists may reach the Golden Core stage at a young age, only to remain forever trapped at the first layer, unable to progress further. However, Su Yang had managed to elevate Ling Qingshu's cultivation by 2 entire levels in a mere 15 minutes. Were the outside world to witness this feat, jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. The Yu San Yang, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was utterly flabbergasted. The bloodthirsty evil leopard, which had effortlessly dispatched 5 Golden Core practitioners, had been vanquished by Su Yang in an instant. Chapter 24. Chen Guangdao, as for the demon beast's inner core, she was indeed aware that consuming it could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Yet that volatile spiritual energy had claimed the lives of all who attempted to use it for advancement. In her recollection, No one had ever survived. That it was no wonder that many assassins chose to end their lives not by poison, but by devouring demon beast inner cores, as the success rate was a grim 100%. But what had she just witnessed? Consuming a demon beast's inner core had not only spared her life, but had also elevated her cultivation. Yu Sanyang's worldviews began to crumble. What is the true cultivation level of this seemingly Qi refining practitioner? She dared not ponder further. After elevating Ling Qingshu's cultivation, Su Yang approached the ice soul snow lotus. The flower, entirely white, emanated a soft glow, appearing utterly sacred. Ah, at last! This is precisely what I need to concoct that particular elixir, he murmured, a smile gracing his lips. The last time he emerged from seclusion, the ice soul snow lotus was a top-tier spiritual herb, and its mere appearance would incite countless powerful beings to vie for it. Yet now, its significance had diminished, attracting only golden core practitioners to contend for it that a millennium had passed, and he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. However, this offered him a glimmer of hope. He had been trapped in the Qi refining stage for far too long, an agonizing 100,000 years. Breaking through had become his unwavering obsession. Qi refining, what a tiresome endeavor. Su Yang gritted his teeth. This time, I must break through the Qi refining stage and reach the foundation establishment stage. Su Laozu. Ling Qingshu called softly, noticing Su Yang's intense focus on the ice, soul, snow lotus as his energy began to surge wildly. Su Yang snapped back to reality, gazing at Ling Qingshu with a smile. I am well. Let us proceed. Now that we have secured the ice, soul, snow lotus, we must continue our search for the treasured sword. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Yu Sanyang. I understand your intentions. You seek to find shelter beneath a grand tree. Do you not? I offer you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yu Sanyang's face lit up with elation, with Su Yang as her formidable ally. What could she possibly fear? Whatever the esteemed one commands, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling your wishes, she replied, suppressing her excitement. She understood that in seeking refuge, one must also contribute. A grand tree would not lend its support without cause. From now on, pay close attention to news regarding various spiritual herbs, especially those of the caliber of the ice, soul, snow lotus, or even higher. Inform me immediately upon receiving any tidings, understood? Yu Sanyang nodded eagerly. Yes, understood. Since you comprehend, you need not accompany me any longer. You are ill-suited to follow. Yu Sanyang was taken aback, but eventually nodded in agreement. Very well. After Yu Sanyang departed, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu resumed their journey toward the Absolute Ice Mountain. The Absolute Ice Mountain was not a towering peak, but rather a modest hill, approximately 300 meters high. Though not particularly lofty, its nearly vertical cliffs, sharp as sword edges, and the smooth, mirror-like absolute ice stones gleaming with a silvery sheen indicated that this was no ordinary mountain. Yet, Su Yang was unprepared for the throngs of individuals surrounding the mountain. Within this mountain, there are faint ripples of spiritual energy. Though subtle, they are immensely rich. There must be treasures hidden here. Since others remain, we too must stay and observe. It would be a shame to miss out on a treasure, came the murmurs of the crowd. However, the cliffs are sheer, and the absolute ice stones are as solid as rock. We have thoroughly inspected every inch. Yet we have discovered nothing, Su Yang remarked, overhearing the discussions around him. It seems the other practitioners are not fools, he muttered, scanning the area. He noted that all present were golden core practitioners, with neither nascent soul, nor even a half-step nascent soul in sight. Indeed, there is a treasure within, a sword that I advise you all to disperse, for that sword belongs to me, Su Yang declared coolly, drawing the attention of every gaze in the vicinity, that a few late-stage golden core practitioners regarded him with astonishment, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. I must ask, young brother, what gives a mere Qi refining practitioner like you the audacity to prattle on? One of the late-stage golden core warriors swaggered forward. His demeanor dismissive, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu stood before him, one a golden core novice and the other a Qi refining practitioner. Insignificant in his eyes, moreover, he found Ling Qingshu's beauty remarkable among the women he had encountered. What a lovely lady! What is your name? I find myself quite taken with you. Come accompany me, he leered, his gaze fixated on Ling Qingshu's figure, entirely ignoring Su Yang. The onlookers shifted their attention, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Heh, is that not the notorious lecher Chen Guangdao? Those two are in for a rough time, one whispered. Indeed, word has it that although Chen Guangdao is merely a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, he possesses the strength of one at the late stage. A Qi refining practitioner managing to enter this place must have some backing, another speculated. Humph. And what of it? Do you think their backing can compare to Chen Guangdao's? The mention of Chen Guangdao's formidable backing silenced the one who had suggested Su Yang's connections. You seek death. Lin Qingshu, with her fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate the lecherous advances of a repugnant man. With a sharp clang, she unsheathed her sword and lunged forward, delivering a lethal strike with her extreme fate sword. Her speed surged unexpectedly. As she aimed directly at Chen Guangdao's chest, Chen Guangdao's expression turned grave. Lin Qingshu's explosive combat prowess surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, retrieving a blazing red broadsword from behind him. Furious slash, he bellowed, bringing the blade down with tremendous force that resonated like thunder, a flash of fire illuminating the sky in a crimson hue. The collision of Lin Qingshu and Chen Guangdao unleashed a shockwave that sent snow flying from the ground. Creating a breathtaking spectacle, Su Yang observed Lin Qingshu with a faint shake of his head. Though she was valiant, her lack of strategy was evident, against a brawny adversary who favored brute strength. It was unnecessary to engage in a head-on clash as Lin Qingshu and Chen Guangdao exchanged fierce blows. Their movements were ruthless and aimed for annihilation. However, it was not long before Lin Qingshu began to falter. Su Yang watched intently as the battle unfolded. It was clear that Lin Qingshu was on the verge of defeat, struggling like a small boat in a tempest, ready to capsize at any moment. Alas, Lin Qingshu lacks the experience in combat. She needs to hone her skills, Su Yang murmured, but he intended to cultivate Lin Qingshu into a prodigy, destined to lead the Tianlan Sect back to its former glory. Chapter 25, Dialect Brothers. And as a prodigy, one must possess combat prowess. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Lin Qingshu was struck in the chest by Chen Guangdao's kick, and she coughed up crimson blood, tumbling to Su Yang's side. Alas, those two are doomed, someone sighed upon witnessing the scene. Look, the Qi refining stage cultivator is still there. I thought he had fled, but it seems he has a bit of courage left. He has remained still, not moving an inch. I can't help but feel he has been rendered speechless by fear. What a joke, to witness a battle between Golden Core cultivators. Even if he perishes, it would be worth it for him. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their expressions a mix of anticipation and amusement. Lin Qingshu struggled to rise and approached Su Yang, saying, Ancestor, I am sorry. I have lost. Do you know why you lost? I couldn't defeat him. Lin Qingshu clenched her fists. No. It's because you failed to think strategically, Su Yang replied calmly. Lin Qingshu gazed at Su Yang in confusion, unsure of her ancestor's meaning to at that moment. Chen Guangdao strode over. Another Qi refining stage? I won't make it difficult for you. You may take your own life. Chen Guangdao assessed Su Yang, dismissing him as nothing more than a weakling that in his eyes. Qi refining cultivators were akin to ants, unworthy of conversation. But Su Yang simply smiled and said, Today, I shall spare you. You serve as an excellent sharpening stone. Your strength is just right, and it would be a pity to waste it. The onlookers were astonished, a Qi refining cultivator daring to speak to a Golden Core warrior in such a manner. He truly was the boldest of his kind. You are impressive. Indeed, with such audacity, you deserve to experience the most excruciating death imaginable. Chen Guangdao said with a smile that in his eyes. There was not a shred of murderous intent. Su Yang was simply too weak to provoke any threat. What remained was merely the cruel amusement of tormenting an ant that Su Yang continued to smile lightly, finding the situation amusing. You believe I am an ant. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. In this world, only I possess the right to regard others as ants. How absurd. In terms of boasting, you certainly have the right to consider everyone beneath you. Chen Guangdao's eyes flickered with impatience as he casually raised a finger towards Su Yang. To him, killing Su Yang was as simple as a mere gesture. The spectators shook their heads, sighing. This farce was about to come to an end. This brash Qi refining cultivator, who spoke without restraint, would soon be reduced to nothing but splattered flesh. That Su Yang smirked and threw a punch. Just as he was about to teach Chen Guangdao the virtues of humility, a frantic shout pierced the air. Wait! Wait! That is my brother. I will pay to redeem his life. As the words fell, a fiery red longsword thundered down between Su Yang and Chen Guangdao, the intense flames forcing Chen Guangdao to retreat. It was Fang Yan's sword. Su Yang reluctantly retracted his fist. Had Fang Yan arrived even a moment later, Chen Guangdao would have met his end. Who are you? Chen Guangdao demanded coldly. I am Fang Yan. This man's brother. Fang Yan replied, but he then turned to Su Yang, patting him on the shoulder with pride. Brother, I arrived just in time, didn't I? Indeed, just in time. Had you come a moment later, Su Yang's lips curled slightly. Of course. Had you arrived later, you and I would have been separated by death forever. Hearing Su Yang's words, Fang Yan became even more pleased with himself. If you had been late, I would have killed him, Su Yang added with a hint of exasperation. The onlookers, overhearing Su Yang's audacious remarks, nearly choked on their laughter. They were eager to step in and silence this nonchalant braggart of a Qi refining cultivator, threatening to kill a golden core warrior. Fang Yan looked at Su Yang in disbelief, sighing. Never mind, who told me to engage in conversation with you? I find it quite enjoyable. Fang Yan turned to Chen Guangdao, declaring, For my brother's life, I am willing to pay. Name your price. Chen Guangdao smirked. You truly cannot afford his life. He must die today. Cannot afford? There is nothing I cannot buy. I have wealth, Fang Yan retorted. There are indeed things you cannot purchase. Fang Yan rolled his eyes. That is merely because you are impoverished. Chen Guangdao nearly choked at the remark. He had encountered all sorts of oddities, but today was particularly absurd. Su Yang smiled. Fang Yan's bravado was almost more extravagant than his own. Yet, the fact that someone he had met only once would come to his aid in a critical moment touched Su Yang. All right. Since you are so willing, I shall make an offer. Let us see if you can afford it. Chen Guangdao replied with a cold chuckle. How about 3 bottles of broken spirit pills? Chen Guangdao inquired. The crowd gasped. Consuming even 1 broken spirit pill could significantly increase the success rate of a golden core cultivator breaking through to the next minor realm. Broken spirit pills were always in demand, yet rarely available on the market. Chen Guangdao's demand for 3 bottles was outrageous. Fang Yan, if not a fool, would never agree to such terms. Deal. Fang Yan, without a flicker of hesitation, tossed 3 ceramic vials to Chen Guangdao. Upon inspection, they indeed contained broken spirit pills. Chen Guangdao licked his lips, greed flickering in his eyes, but he surveyed the surrounding crowd and burst into laughter. A promise once made is as unyielding as a horse's reins. I shall spare this young man today. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What a desperate gamble for survival. Everyone gazed at Su Yang with envy. How fortunate he was to have a friend like Fang Yan. Fang Yan truly seemed to be a generous fool, willing to part with 3 bottles of broken spirit pills for a braggart of a Qi refining cultivator. Brother, do you see how righteous I am? Fang Yan approached Su Yang, declaring that Su Yang smiled. With today's events, he had indeed made a worthy friend in Fang Yan. Truly righteous, should I ever find myself in danger. I will rely on you to redeem my life. Su Yang jested that I end this world. No one could threaten him. Brother, rest assured, I, Fang Yan, possess ample wealth. Fang Yan said without a second thought that a few bystanders who overheard Fang Yan's boastful claims wished to exclaim, Rich man, let us be friends. By the way, as a Qi refining cultivator, what business do you have here? This place is crawling with golden core warriors. You are in grave danger. Fang Yan suddenly frowned. I am here to retrieve my treasures. If you're interested, I could share some with you. Chapter 26, Spirit Treasure Auction. Fang Yan was taken aback. He was brimming with arrogance, yet Su Yang's confidence exceeded his own. Brother, let me escort you out. It is far too perilous for you to remain here, Fang Yan said earnestly. Su Yang smiled lightly, offering no explanation as he approached the entrance of the absolute ice mountain. Lin Qingshu, Su Yang called out. Ancestor, what do you require of me? Lin Qingshu stepped forward. I know where the entrance lies. Shortly, you shall follow my instructions. Before Su Yang could finish, A gasp erupted from the other side. What is that? Why does it emit a golden glow? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Opening the entrance to the absolute ice mountain was notoriously troublesome, with numerous intricate steps involved. Surely, these individuals had not stumbled upon it by sheer luck, had they? Come, let us see. Su Yang urged that as they approached, they found a crowd gathered at the mountain's base, all craning their necks like geese. Gazing up at the summit of the absolute ice mountain, the pinnacle, a golden light began to radiate, illuminating the surroundings in pure sanctity. What is that? There must be a treasure inside. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would not occur. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes alight with fervor. I can't believe they actually opened it, Chen Fan murmured. Yet Su Yang remained unperturbed, even if they found the entrance. They could not enter, for there were prohibitions outside the entrance. The array of restrictions would emit spiritual pressure. Those lacking sufficient strength would either suffer grave injuries or perish instantly upon entry. The golden light gradually dimmed, and with a resounding boom, the steep cliff of the absolute ice mountain shed its outer layer of ice, revealing an entrance. What lies within this entrance? Is there any need to say? It must be a treasure, the golden elixir cultivators speculated, soaring into the air and rushing towards the opening. Why aren't you going? Su Yang inquired of his companion. Fong Yan to at that moment. Fong Yan's face was flushed with excitement, wishing he could instantly fly into the cave. Yet he remained by Su Yang's side. Alas, brother, I too wish to go, but if I do, you'll perish. What then? Fong Yan lamented. Su Yang was taken aback, looking at Fong Yan, a wave of emotion rising in his eyes. Fong Yan's willingness to forsake the treasure to protect him revealed the bond of true brotherhood, even though Su Yang did not require protection. You are quite a decent person, Su Yang remarked after a moment of silence. They will all be knocked down. Do you believe it? Why? Fong Yan asked. Bewildered. You shall see shortly, Su Yang replied. Fong Yan, skeptical, dismissed Su Yang's words as a jest. Suddenly, as the golden elixir cultivators flew at great speed, their movements faltered as though they had collided with an iron plate. A deafening explosion ensued, and the golden elixir cultivators spat blood, crashing to the ground. That it was as if a multitude of golden elixir cultivators had fallen like dumplings, raising clouds of dust. Fong Yan stared in disbelief. Suddenly, he turned to Su Yang. See, I was not mistaken, Su Yang said with a smile. Fong Yan was dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. What the hell? How could this happen? I felt as if something struck above my head. But there's nothing up there, the golden elixir cultivators murmured, perplexed by the events. Just then, a group of 10 late golden elixir cultivators approached from another direction, donned in white robes embroidered with the words Spirit Treasure Auction House. The leader, a figure of prominence within the Spirit Treasure Auction House, possessed the cultivation of a half-step nascent soul and was named Zhao Long. Their arrival captured the attention of the others. We are from the Spirit Treasure Auction House, Zhao Long declared with a smile, revealing their identity. So it is the Spirit Treasure Auction House. The fallen golden elixir cultivators dusted themselves off and stood up. The entrance had been discovered by the Spirit Treasure Auction House, which had also brought this group of golden elixir cultivators here. These golden elixir warriors showed great deference to the Spirit Treasure Auction House cultivators. As you may already know, there is a restriction at this entrance, and we must break it to enter. However, our individual strength is insufficient. Hence we require your collective power. Once we enter, the Spirit Treasure Auction House will only take one spirit sword upon acquiring it. We will withdraw? How does that sound? Zhao Long spoke with elegance and poise. The other golden elixir cultivators exchanged glances and responded in unison, agreed. Su Yang's lips curled into a smile. The restriction he had set up years ago with his companions was not something these individuals could easily break. If they did manage to break it, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. This restriction cannot be broken by collective force. It must be done individually. Su Yang could not help but interject. Zhao Long looked at Su Yang in surprise. Such insight was expected from a high-ranking cultivator, yet it came from a mere Qi Refinement practitioner. Disdain flickered in his eyes. Who are you? A Qi Refinement cultivator dares to enter this place, and speaks so boldly. Zhao Long said with an air of superiority. The T.O. him. A late golden elixir cultivator, a Qi refinement practitioner, was nothing but a mere insect. Easily crushed under a finger, his tone naturally haughty. Indeed, I am but a Qi refinement practitioner. What of it? Do you look down upon us? Su Yang replied, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Zhao Long could not simply deduce Su Yang's cultivation level from his aura alone. He encircled Su Yang with a wisp of spiritual energy, probing closely. Then, a frown creased Zhao Long's brow. This fellow is indeed a Qi refinement practitioner. But how could he have entered this place? Forget it. Perhaps he is a disciple of some family, Zhao Long muttered under his breath, turning away, dismissing Su Yang, that he found conversing with a Qi refinement practitioner a waste of his time. I know that within this restriction lies an array plate. The core of the restriction, that I shall retrieve it, and together we can shatter it. Once inside, I hope you will honor your promise and refrain from snatching the spirit sword from us. Zhao Long concluded, his figure leaping forth like a dragon, his white robes billowing elegantly. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Long landed below the restriction, unleashing a punch that reverberated like thunder, shimmering with golden light. Suddenly, a white array plate, as large as a stone mill, soared from beside the restriction, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Wow, the Spirit Treasure Auction House is quite formidable. He truly retrieved the array plate, Su Yang remarked. Somewhat astonished. Everyone, this is the item. I implore you to exert your full strength to shatter it, Zhao Long declared. Upon hearing this, Su Yang let out a scoff and shook his head. Chapter 27. A single finger pierces through. That scoff resounded harshly in Zhao Long's ears. Turning around, he saw Su Yang with his arms crossed, mockingly regarding him, his brow raised in derision, his demeanor utterly frivolous. Who could endure such insolence, especially from a mere Qi refinement practitioner? Zhao Long could no longer contain himself, that he stepped beside Su Yang, his face cold as he inquired, "What is the meaning of your attitude?" Su Yang lifted his gaze, casually glancing at Zhao Long, and replied, "It means nothing." "Nothing? What do you mean by that?" Zhao Long felt a surge of anger. Were it not for the Spirit Treasure Auction House's principle of maintaining good relations for profit, he would have long since taught Su Yang a lesson with a punch. Hey, look at that guy who just provoked Chen Guangdao. Now he has angered Zhao Long. Does he wish for death? It seems so. He'll soon need his friend to buy his life back. Alas, that friend of his is truly wealthy. How could this fool have such a rich companion? The onlookers nearby erupted in excitement, chattering animatedly. They regarded Su Yang as if he were a simpleton, daring to provoke a late golden elixir cultivator. Such a rare spectacle of a Qi refinement practitioner challenging a golden elixir practitioner was not to be missed at that moment. Fang Yin was on the verge of tears, casting a resentful glance at Su Yang. For heaven's sake, you a Qi refinement practitioner should at least keep a low profile in front of these golden elixir titans. Everyone present could crush you with a single finger. Do you not realize that? Fang Yin felt blood rising in his throat as he witnessed Su Yang casually whistling, that he nearly fainted. Noticing Zhao Long's increasingly dark expression, Fang Yin hurriedly approached him and said, "Please do not engage with him. He is merely an idiot, truly." Fang Yin spoke earnestly. Now it was Su Yang's turn to nearly spit blood. When did he become an idiot? He was completely unaware, seeing that Zhao Long's expression remained unfazed. Fang Yin quickly handed Zhao Long a bottle of breaking infant pills. "This is a bottle of breaking infant pills. Can it buy my brother's life?" The breaking infant pills were essential for golden elixir cultivators to break through to the nascent soul stage, increasing the success rate by 10%. For Zhao Long, already at the late golden elixir stage, this was a rare opportunity, especially when it fell into his hands from the sky. His expression softened, and his temper calmed. "All right, I understand. However, I must advise you, it's best to keep such fools at home. Venturing out can easily lead to trouble. Not everyone has my good temper." With the crisis averted, Fang Yin sighed in relief. Ling Qingshu, standing beside Su Yang, could not help but exclaim, "That was a bottle of breaking infant pills. Fang Yin actually gave it away." She stomped her foot in dismay. Su Yang dismissed it, saying, "It's merely a bottle of breaking infant pills. When you break through to the nascent soul, I'll refine as many as you desire." Old ancestor, are you truly serious? Ling Qingshu's face lit up with joy. Have I ever deceived you? Su Yang replied. After Fang Yin finished negotiating with Zhao Long, he returned to Su Yang's side. Observing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, he could only manage a faint smile, ultimately saying nothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Long and dozens of late golden elixir cultivators launched a full-force assault on the array plate. In an instant, dust and debris flew, the heavens and earth changed color, and the cries of spirits echoed. Yet, all of this proved futile. The array plate remained steadfast, not even trembling, showing no respect for the hundreds of golden elixir cultivators. Damn it! What is this thing? It's too sturdy, Zhao Long muttered, staring at the array plate, beginning to question his own existence. The combined strength of dozens of golden elixir cultivators represented nearly all the elite combat power in the area. Yet they could not even break an array plate, leaving their pride in tatters. Continue, do not stop. I refuse to believe we cannot break a single array plate, Zhao Long said defiantly, directing the dozens of golden elixir cultivators to keep attacking the plate. Boom, boom. All the golden elixir cultivators exerted their utmost efforts, launching a relentless barrage, yet the array plate remained unmoved, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "You may be strong, but I am unyielding." Zhao Long felt disheartened. The spiritual energy within the golden elixir practitioners had been depleted significantly, yet they achieved no results. By my grandmother's grace, this contraption is unbreakable that I have no way to explain myself. Zhao Long sighed in frustration. The formation disc was the key element of the array. Exceedingly fragile, during the initial reconnaissance, its formidable strength had been noted, which was why such a grand effort was mobilized. However, it seemed they had still underestimated the durability of this formation disc. Su Yang, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain his laughter. Within this formation disc was inscribed a miniature array capable of neutralizing attacks from various sources. With so many people assaulting the disc, how could it possibly be shattered? He had warned them long ago, but alas, no one listened. Zhao Long turned around, his expression darkening, a tempest of anger brewing within him. Seeking an outlet, Su Yang's mocking laughter ignited his rage. What do you mean? Are you mocking us? Zhao Long's words instantly drew the attention of the crowd. They too had been seething with frustration, and the audacity of a mere Qi Refinement cultivator to deride them was infuriating. Indeed, what do you mean? Do you think you can shatter the formation disc? The crowd pressed. Of course that if I were to intervene, I could dismantle it with a mere fingertip. Under the relentless gaze of so many accusatory eyes. Su Yang remainet un fazet. And you lot, a bunch of useless fools, can't even break a flimsy disc. Perhaps you should just end it all and spare us your incessant whining. Fang Yin, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She believed that even the wealthiest of individuals could not save Su Yang from the consequences of his insolence. You are quite something. Zhao Long's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. A golden core cultivator had been insulted by a mere Qi Refinement cultivator for the first time in history, that Su Yang might as well have signed his death warrant, that moment. Murderous intent surged within Zhao Long. Golden core cultivators were proud, and their dignity was not to be trampled upon. Yet today, the dignity of dozens of golden core cultivators had been trampled by a Qi Refinement cultivator. Not even the King of Heaven could save Su Yang now. Just as Fang Yin stepped forward to say something, Zhao Long shoved her aside. You, a Qi Refinement scoundrel, weren't you just boasting with great confidence? Come on, I'll give you a chance. If you can shatter this formation disc, I'll spare your life and even apologize. Chapter 28. Truly shattered that it was absurd to expect a Qi Refinement individual to break a formation disc that had resisted the efforts of dozens of golden core cultivators. Everyone knew Zhao Long wanted Su Yang dead. They couldn't help but speculate whether Su Yang would be intimidated or simply drop dead from fright. A mere Qi Refinement cultivator. Yet here you are, spouting nonsense, utterly unaware of your impending doom. The bravado he displayed earlier is now his burden to bear. I wonder which family's young master he is, but regardless, let us take him down. I support that wholeheartedly. Exactly. I refuse to believe any family would dare to challenge us. a collective of golden core cultivators. The long-standing rifts and grudges among the golden core cultivators had rarely found consensus, yet now they were united in their desire for Su Yang's demise. Ling Qingshu felt a twinge of anxiety. Although her ancestor was formidable, could he truly handle a dozen golden core cultivators? This formation disc doesn't even require my intervention. He can handle it. Su Yang pointed at Fang Yin. With a single fingertip, he can pierce through that disc. Fang Yin froze, turning to glare at Su Yang. Was he not pushing him into the flames? He was wealthy, thus proud, but not foolish. He had self-awareness. The idea that he could break a disc that had resisted dozens of golden core cultivators with just a fingertip was absurd. If he truly believed that, he was not proud, but foolish. I have saved your life twice at the cost of my own wealth. Why would you betray me? Fang Yin exclaimed, filled with indignation. Do you think that by allowing me to take the blame, you will survive? Fang Yin shook his head, clenching his fists tightly, trembling all over. He had misjudged Su Yang. Their previous camaraderie had seemed pleasant, but today he saw Su Yang for what he truly was, a thankless fool. Ha ha ha. This is quite amusing, Zhao Long sneered. It seems both of you are capable of shattering the formation disc with a single fingertip. Who will step up first to demonstrate? Yes, please, show us how it's done, the surrounding crowd urged in unison. I. Faced with dozens of golden core cultivators, Fang Yin's confidence evaporated. I cannot. No, you can. Weren't you just telling me you could do it with a fingertip? Su Yang replied, wearing a smile that was neither here nor there. He had no intention of putting Fang Yin in harm's way. He considered him a true friend. Shattering the formation disc would be effortless for Su Yang. With a mere blink, it would be in pieces. That he had already discerned that Fang Yin relished the spotlight, so why not provide him with an opportunity to shine? This would also elevate Fang Yin's influence. Since Su Yang says you could do it, why not demonstrate? Zhao Long said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That moment, Fang Yin felt like crying. Dozens of golden core cultivators loomed over him menacingly. Reluctantly, he approached the formation disc. The disc had just endured the relentless assault of dozens of golden core cultivators and remained as pristine as ever. Not even a scratch visible. Despair washed over Fang Yin. At that moment, a wisp of white spiritual energy escaped Su Yang's mouth, drifting towards Fang Yin. The white energy shimmered with golden runes, swirling enigmatically. Wrapping around Fang Yin before entering his ear, he heard a soft whisper. Do not fear. I know how to shatter the formation disc. Just poke it with a single fingertip. Fang Yin was startled. Was Su Yang speaking to him? But how could he hear Su Yang's voice so clearly from afar? Lifting his gaze, he saw Su Yang's lips moving in sync with the words he heard. Without a doubt, it was Su Yang communicating with him. Yet those around them appeared oblivious to any sound. What on earth is happening? Fang Yin pondered, confusion swirling in his mind. Suddenly, as if possessed, he found himself poking the formation disc with a single finger. A moment of silence ensued. The disc remained intact. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. After a while, Zhao Long broke the silence, chuckling. It appears you were unable to do it. You poked it with a finger. Yet it did not shatter. Indeed, how is it still intact? The onlookers laughed heartily. Fang Yan's face paled, and he trembled uncontrollably that he had no idea why he had acted as he did, and now the disc remained unbroken. He was doomed. These thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, the formation disc erupted with a deafening roar. The disc, which had seemed impervious moments ago, burst forth in a brilliant white light. Beneath the radiance, the disc shattered into countless fragments, raining down like stars. The formation disc was destroyed. Everyone stared in shock, unable to comprehend how the seemingly indestructible disc had suddenly turned to dust. Cough, cough, cough. Did you all see that? He shattered the disc with a single fingertip. Su Yang pointed at Fang Yin, declaring. All eyes turned to Fang Yin, gazing at him as if he were a monster. What just happened? How did the disc shatter? My goodness. We hid it for so long and couldn't break it. Did he really just shatter it with a fingertip? Impossible. It must be that the disc was already on the verge of shattering and just finally gave way. A chorus of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Each person speculating wildly, no one willing to accept the truth. Fang Yin stared at the shards scattered on the ground, his mind in turmoil, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. How could the disc, which had been fine just moments ago, suddenly be in ruins? Could it truly have been shattered by a mere fingertip? That was simply inconceivable. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he cast a complex glance at Su Yang. Zhao Long was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the debris of the formation disc, and then at Fang Yin, he was uncertain if Fang Yin had truly been the one to break it. If he had, then Fang Yan's strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps the disc had indeed been damaged beyond recognition, just waiting for Fang Yan's fingertip to finish the job. Regardless, since the disc had shattered, the entrance to the absolute ice mountain had opened, and there was no need to dwell on the matter further. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for assisting me in breaking the formation disc. The spirit treasure auction will express its gratitude. Please leave your name. And upon my return, I will ensure you receive a valuable reward, Zhao Long said with a smile. The other golden core cultivators also chimed in, offering their praises. Fang Yin, forgetting the earlier unpleasantness, accepted the flattery with a sense of entitlement. Even boasting a little that Su Yang observed quietly from the side, his expression impassive. Ancestor, you were the one who shattered the formation disc, weren't you? Ling Qingshu inquired. Chapter 29. Instantaneously defeating Zhao Long. Indeed, it was I. What of it? Su Yang replied. Ancestor, how did you achieve that? Ling Qingshu asked, puzzled that Su Yang smiled faintly. My possessions naturally respond to my command. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yang entered the absolute ice mountain alongside the other golden core cultivators. Ling Qingshu nodded, half understanding, and followed Su Yang inside. The interior of the absolute ice mountain was not expansive. It was a round hall, no more than 20 meters in diameter, feeling exceedingly cramped with dozens of people inside. At the center of the hall stood a raised platform, which was actually a small pool where the water rippled, occasionally splashing blue waves that a crystalline blue orb floated upon the water's surface. Its intricate patterns adorned with shimmering green light, swirling mysteriously, that a sword of deep violet hue stands erect within a crystal orb, intermittently pierced by a thunderous bolt that reverberates through the blade. This, indeed, is the revered Fang Tianjian, the focal point of the formation. The crystal shell encasing it is an ice crystal sphere, a vessel designed to preserve the spirit sword, ensuring its unchanged state for millennia. Alas, the ice crystal sphere is a one-time use only. Were it otherwise, its worth would be immeasurable, lamented Zhao Long, who approached the ice crystal sphere, his voice trembling with excitement as he brushed his hand against its surface. The Fang Tianjian, a treasure of an ancient sect, has remained unblemished by the passage of 10,000 years, retaining its prime essence as in days of yore. All eyes fixated upon the sword. Reflecting a mixture of longing, envy, and treachery, a tapestry of emotions. I extend my gratitude to all for your unwavering support. We shall honor our promise. Once we have secured the Fang Tianjian, we will withdraw, Zhao Long declared with a respectful bow. Surrounding him were 9 cultivators at the late golden core stage, their formidable auras radiating, intimidating any would-be interlopers. Those who contemplated seizing the swords swiftly abandoned their intentions. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zhao Long turned, his smile brightening as he continued. 10,000 years ago, the Tianlan Sect stood proudly at this very spot, dominating the world. Even the least of its disciples possessed the capabilities of the cave heaven realm. As the remnants of the Tianlan Sect, treasures abound. Should you diligently seek, with enough fortune, you are sure to discover spirit treasures here. The other golden core cultivators, hearing Zhao Long's words, felt a tinge of consolation amidst their disappointment at not acquiring the Fang Tianjian. Indeed, this was the site of an ancient sect, and surely, many valuable artifacts lay hidden within. Even if they could not obtain the Fang Tianjian, a mere stroke of chance could alter their fates. Well then, we shall take our leave from this spirit treasure auction, until we meet again, Zhao Long proclaimed, shattering the ice crystal sphere to retrieve the Fang Tianjian as he clasped his hands in farewell. An unexpected ethereal voice echoed, and the sword soared from Zhao Long's grasp, tracing an elegant arc before landing in Su Yang's possession. My belongings, can you truly claim them as yours? Su Yang remarked coolly, stroking the Fong Tian Jian in his hand. Preserved within the ice crystal sphere, the sword retained its pristine condition. Enraged at the sudden loss, Zhao Long shouted, "Damn it, you again! A mere Qi refining cultivator dares to covet my treasure." Fury engulfed him, a palpable aura of malice emanating from his being, that if the previous encounters had merely been provocations, inconsequential in nature, this time Su Yang had unequivocally overstepped the mark. The Fong Tianjin was his coveted prize, and he would not let it slip away. Should he fail to obtain it, returning would be futile. Thus, even if an ancient nascent soul cultivator attempted to seize it, he would not shy away from battle, ready to fight with all his might. Moreover, it was only a trivial Qi refining cultivator attempting to snatch it away. "Return it to me, or you shall perish," Zhao Long declared coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Su Yang let out a scoff, finding the situation amusing. "When did the Fong Tianjian become yours?" "It has always belonged to me." Zhao Long perceived Su Yang's words as madness. No rational individual would utter such claims. A mere Qi refining scoundrel dared to challenge him for his treasure, courting his own demise. "You will meet your end." Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Long drew his sword and lunged towards Su Yang. Violet spiritual energy converged at the sword's tip, thrusting forward with the fury of thunder. The surrounding air buzzed ominously, causing blood to seep from the noses and mouths of those nearby, positioned at the periphery. The onlookers were not Zhao Long's intended targets. They merely bore the brunt of his residual force. One could only imagine the immense pressure Su Yang faced. Fong Yan's countenance turned pale. The speed of Zhao Long's strike was blinding, leaving him no time to react. With a pained grimace, he averted his gaze, unwilling to witness Su Yang's imminent demise. "What did you just say?" Su Yang lifted his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. With a thunderous impact, Su Yang unleashed a singular punch, seemingly effortless yet imbued with colossal force. This blow rendered Zhao Long's form rigid, immobilized, as he experienced a momentary sensation of helplessness akin to that of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. "Alas, I had no intention of killing you." Su Yang sighed. "Did I end the next heartbeat?" His fist erupted with the power of a towering peak, colliding directly with Zhao Long's sword. The blade disintegrated into dust beneath the might of Su Yang's punch. Scattering into the air, Zhao Long's protective aura was ruthlessly shattered, and with a resounding thud, Su Yang's fist connected with Zhao Long's body. In the following instant, Zhao Long vanished, leaving only the scent of blood lingering in the air. Observers noted that the atmosphere seemed to redden slightly. The Su Yang's single punch had obliterated Zhao Long into nothingness. Is Zhao Long truly dead? A hush fell over the crowd, disbelief hanging heavy in the air. Gulp. Someone, uncertain of who, swallowed hard, dispelling the silence. All eyes turned stiffly to Su Yang, who appeared unfazed. What had they just witnessed? A Qi refining cultivator had effortlessly dispatched a late golden core warrior, one on the brink of the nascent soul stage. With a single blow, should word of this spread, the entire cultivation world would surely be thrown into chaos. Countless gazes fixated on Su Yang, seeking to discern his true cultivation leveled in own nascent soul. No golden core, no foundation establishment. This was unequivocally a genuine Qi refining cultivator. They found themselves engulfed in a collapse of their worldview. Fong Yin stared in astonishment at Su Yang, his mind racing before he finally exclaimed, "So you're that strong. You nearly gave me a heart attack. By the way, why does today feel so familiar?" Fong Yin began to rummage through his memory, and after a moment, he abruptly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I've got it! You are the revered ancestor of Tianlan Sect, aren't you?" Upon hearing Fong Yan's words, the onlookers began to connect the dots that a female at the Golden Core stage and a male Qi refining cultivator had swept through Qizhou. Such a combination perfectly aligned with the figure before them. What cultivation level do you possess to be so formidable? A late Golden Core cultivator could not even withstand a single exchange with you. As this realization struck, Fong Yin fell silent, reflecting on how he had been preoccupied with protecting Su Yang's life moments ago. Chapter 30. The Spirit Treasure Auction in Qizhou, within the prosperous, bustling market. There stood a tranquil and ancient residence that a quaint two-story building gracefully rose beside the water, its vermilion walls and azure tiles exuding an air of grandeur. This was the abode of the president of the Spirit Treasure Auctions branch. Suddenly, 9 swift figures streaked through the sky, shattering the tranquility. Inside the two-story building, an elderly man abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. What is the cause of such urgency? He was Zhang Wuji, the president of the Spirit Treasure Auctions branch, possessing cultivation at the initial stage of nascent soul. He was the true overlord of Qizhou. Zhang Wuji extended his consciousness outward, his expression turning suspicious. Where is Zhao Long? Why only 9 of you? What are the Fang Tianjian? Boom! Just as Zhang Wuji furrowed his brow in contemplation, the 9 golden core cultivators burst into the room. President, grave news! Zhao Long has been slain, and the Fang Tianjian has been seized. The 9 golden core cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. What? Zhang Wuji's rage ignited. In disbelief, he demanded, "What did you just say?" The 9 cultivators exchanged terrified glances. Forcing out the words, "President, Zhao Long has been killed, and the Fang Tianjian has been taken. Who did this?" Zhang Wuji's gaze turned increasingly frigid, his face darkening as his words emerged like icy winds from the depths of hell. He had expended nearly half of his fortune to acquire the Fang Tianjian, and just as it was within his grasp, it had been snatched away. Whoever is responsible, I shall make them pay dearly. Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth. The 9 golden core cultivators exchanged glances. Having followed Zhang Wuji for many years, they had never witnessed him display such fury. It was Su Yang, the ancestor from Tianlan Sect. One golden core cultivator mustered the courage to speak. Is it the Tianlan Sect that has recently gained notoriety? Zhang Wuji pondered deeply. He was aware of the recent commotion surrounding the Tianlan Sect, that it was rumored that just as the sect faced annihilation, a Qi refining cultivator emerged, single-handedly obliterating the foremost sect in Qizhou. Thereafter acting with audacity, sweeping through Qizhou with an invincible stance, disregarding even the overtures from Tianwu County. Indeed formidable. No wonder you dared to seize my Fang Tianjian. Alas, no matter how powerful you may be, you can only frolic in Qizhou. Qizhou, in this vast expanse, can only be considered a remote corner. Your legend has come to an end. With that, a more intense murderous intent surged in Zhang Wuji's eyes. The 9 cultivators at the golden core stage trembled under Zhang Wuji's terrifying aura, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Within the secret realm, Su Yang calmly observed Ling Qingshu battling a monstrous beast. Despite the perilous circumstances surrounding her, Su Yang remained utterly unfazed. The beast possessed 8 soft yellow claws, each adorned with a row of black suction cups, resembling an octopus. Brother, I feel that if you keep watching, she will surely perish. Fang Yin could not help but remind Su Yang. Ling Qingshu had already suffered several claw strikes from the beast, her body marred with wounds that pained Su Yang to witness such a beautiful maiden treated in this manner. If she dies, then so be it, Su Yang replied nonchalantly, holding a few red fruits in his hand. These fruits, once rare 1,000 years ago, had become so worthless that even dogs would not consume them. One could only wonder what had transpired over that millennium. Boom, boom. Ling Qingshu continued her struggle against the formidable beast, which proved to be far beyond her capabilities. Fang Yin anxiously watched her, wielding a fiery red blade, ready to rescue her at any moment. Whenever Ling Qingshu found herself in peril, Su Yang would offer guidance, allowing her to evade swift defeat despite the danger she faced. Listening to Su Yang's instructions, Fang Yin felt greatly enlightened and could not restrain his curiosity. What exactly is your cultivation level? I am at the Qi Refinement stage, Su Yang replied. You at the Qi Refinement stage? You expect me to believe you could defeat Zhao Long with a single punch? Fang Yin was incredulous. Because I have reached the 1,000th layer of Qi Refinement, Su Yang stated. Fang Yin nearly choked in disbelief, scoffing, You needn't bother with such a clumsy lie. Su Yang understood that even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. That moment, Ling Qingshu made a misstep. and the octopus-like creature's soft claw coiled around her, attempting to thrust her towards its grotesque maw. Huh. Boom! Su Yang sprang into action, the Fang Tianjin slicing through the air with white sword energy. Crashing into the beast with unstoppable force, the creature's claw was severed in an instant, and Su Yang leaped onto the beast's rounded head. The Fang Tianjin erupted with blinding white light as it plunged down, the beast's head bursting apart like a delicate tofu pudding. Fang Yin was left dumbfounded, shaking his head repeatedly. Damn, with your skills, you claim to be at the Qi Refinement stage? Who the hell would believe that? From the lifeless beast. Su Yang extracted its inner core and handed it to Fang Yin. Eat this. Fang Yin's face instantly fell. That was the inner core of a monstrous beast, and consuming it directly could be fatal. He looked up at Su Yang with a pitiful expression. Brother, what have I done to deserve this? You want me dead? Chapter 31. Fang Yin's breakthrough. Rest assured, you won't die. Su Yang replied calmly that he estimated that if Fang Yin consumed the beast's inner core, he would be able to elevate his cultivation level. This would serve as a form of repayment to Fang Yin. Are you joking? Eating a beast's inner core will surely lead to death. That is basic knowledge. Fang Yin retreated a few steps, wary that Su Yang might force the inner core into his mouth at any moment. That Su Yang frowned and offered the inner core to Ling Qingshu. Fine, if you won't eat it, then here. Ling Qingshu, this is for you. Ling Qingshu grinned as she accepted it. Thank you, ancestor. Without hesitation, she prepared to swallow it whole. Is this really safe to eat? I won't die from it? Fang Yin questioned, perplexed. This contradicted everything he had been taught throughout his life, that a beast's inner core was absolutely unfit for consumption. Its spiritual energy, capable of tearing a person apart with ease. No, I ate one last time, and the ancestor helped me stabilize the energy, so I survived and even broke through, Ling Qingshu explained, bringing the inner core closer to her mouth. Breakthrough, Fang Yin murmured. Noticing that Ling Qingshu did not appear to be lying, he gritted his teeth and declared, Fine, I believe you, but if I die, you will accompany me to the grave. Fang Yin consumed the beast's inner core, and with a thunderous roar, a torrent of violent energy surged through his chest, threatening to shred his internal organs. Fang Yin was taken aback, on the verge of cursing, when suddenly a large hand landed on his shoulder, and the chaotic energy within him became as docile as a rabbit. Do not overthink it. Just focus on your breakthrough, Su Yang instructed. Fang Yin was astonished. The ferocious energy from the beast's inner core had been subdued by Su Yang's presence. With no time to ponder further, he steadied his mind and concentrated on harnessing the abundant energy to achieve a breakthrough to at present. Fang Yan's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. A remarkable feat for someone of his age. However, as a wealthy individual who had squandered his fortune on pills, his cultivation had been hastily amassed through elixirs, while consuming pills could expedite cultivation. It came with the drawback of developing resistance over time. Thus, Fang Yin had stagnated at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet after consuming the beast's inner core, the surplus energy allowed him to effortlessly break through to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Wow! I did it! This is incredible! Fang Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief that he glanced at Su Yang, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Do you have any more beast inner cores? I feel like I can break through further. Su Yang, exasperated, furrowed his brow. Fang Yin, cultivation must come from your own efforts. Pills are merely a supplement. Overindulgence yields no benefit. Fang Yin rose to his feet, sensing the surging energy within him, eagerly rubbing his hands together. I understand now. I will never again consume any pills. I will feast upon beast inner cores. After consuming the inner core, Fang Yin felt as though all the extraordinary pills he had previously taken were utterly worthless to Su Yang, unable to find the words. Could only inform Fang Yin that a beast's inner core was in fact a type of pill as well. Having acquired the Fang Tianjin, there was little left to linger within this secret realm. The Tianlan Sect had not been annihilated. It had merely been disbanded, leaving behind no treasures of value that, of course, a few old chamber pots used by the former disciples of the Tianlan Sect could still be found. Fang Yin, I am returning to Tianlan Sect. Would you care to accompany me? Su Yang proposed, considering gathering Fang Yin under his wing, that if this had occurred a millennium ago, it would have left many astounded. Countless extraordinary talents and reclusive ancestors had sought to align themselves with Su Yang, only to be turned away. Yet today, an ordinary young man like Fang Yin was afforded such an opportunity. In truth, Su Yang did not evaluate potential or talent when taking on followers. He only considered a person's character, regardless of how poor the talent or how low the cultivation level. Under Su Yang's guidance, one could become an extraordinary powerhouse, with character being of utmost importance. Accompany you to Tianlan Sect? Fang Yin asked in disbelief. Are you truly the ancestor of Tianlan Sect? Fang Yan's gaze towards Su Yang shifted. Now filled with adoration, the ancestor of Tianlan Sect stirred up storms in Qizhou, instilling fear throughout the region. Tio thinks such a formidable figure stood before him. All right, I shall see for myself what the legendary Tianlan Sect is like. Fang Yin exclaimed with excitement. Upon exiting the secret realm, they made their way towards Tianlan Sect. As they approached the sect's outer perimeter, Su Yang sensed something amiss. A chilling aura of hostility permeated the air. Enemies were lurking around Tianlan Sect. Su Yang's gaze swept across the area, and sure enough, he spotted a half-step yuan in cultivator hiding on a mountain peak to the east. Such petty tricks, daring to play them before me. Your audacity is commendable, Su Yang remarked, his tone laced with ire as he dashed toward the spying half-step yuaning. Lu Sanlong concealed himself among the brush. His aura suppressed to the utmost. Completely motionless, he focused on Tianlan Sect. He had been dispatched by Zhang Xuantian, a half-step yuaning tasked with surveillance, indicating the level of importance Zhang Xuantian placed on Su Yang. His concealment technique was the most formidable among the Spirit Treasure Auctions branch, making it nearly impossible for anyone below the cave heaven realm to detect him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a large black rat darting past. Raising his head, he realized it was not a rat at all, but Su Yang himself. Instantly, his scalp prickled in alarm. How long have you been hiding here? Su Yang inquiret nonchalantly. You found me, Lu Sanlong stammered, astonished that he had been discovered. Do you need me to pull you out? Su Yang asked. Lu Sanlong gritted his teeth and suddenly sprang from the ground, fleeing at full speed. You think you can escape? Su Yang chuckled coldly. His feet pushing off the ground, with a thunderous crack, the earth fractured beneath him, creating spiderweb-like fissures that extended for dozens of meters. Simultaneously, Su Yang soared into the air, his sword shimmering with light. I bestow upon you a bloody demise. Boom! As the sword descended, dozens of lacerations appeared on Lu Sanlong's chest, blood gushing forth. The next day, the golden core cultivator previously hanging from a pillar outside Tianlan Sect was removed, and another half-step yuaning was strung up in his place. When the half-step yuaning was hung, he was still clinging to life, blood flowing for several hours before he finally succumbed. This was a half-step yuaning, a legendary powerhouse, reduced to such a miserable end upon arriving at Tianlan Sect. Even more striking was the inscription on the half-step yuan ying's clothing. Spirit Treasure Association. The Spirit Treasure Association of Qizhou was merely one of its branches, scattered across 300 counties that are in the grand scheme of things. The 300 counties regarded Qizhou as mere mortals, looking down upon it with disdain. That in the 300 counties, yuaning cultivators were commonplace, while in Qizhou, they were a rarity. The reputation of the Tianlan Sect once again reverberated throughout Qizhou. Chapter 32. The Bounty Notice. Have you heard? The Tianlan Sect has killed a half-step yuaning from the Lingbao Society and even displayed his corpse. I heard that too. Every day, disciples of the Tianlan Sect urinate on that very pillar. TSK. Those disciples of the Tianlan Sect are exceedingly arrogant. I envy them so much, I wish to join the Tianlan Sect myself. You'd best not. The Tianlan Sect can only be arrogant for a while. It won't be long before they are eradicated. Indeed, the Lingbao Society is no trifling force in Qizhou. It is said that they possess many genuine yuaning experts. Even if that Su Yang is a yuaning. What of it? Two fists cannot contend with four hands. All the tea houses and taverns in Qizhou buzzed with discussions about the recently prominent Tianlan Sect. Zhang Xuantian listened with a dark expression as his subordinates relayed various pieces of information, his countenance shifting from grim to frigid. Lu Sanlong was dead. Lu Sanlong was not only his subordinate, but also his brother. He had dispatched Lu Sanlong merely to ascertain when Su Yang would return to the Tianlan Sect. Little did he anticipate that Lu Sanlong would never return. Having stolen his Fang Tianjian and killed Zhao Long, now his brother was dead as well. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? He yearned to fly to the Tianlan Sect and confront Su Yang in a life-or-death battle. Yet he restrained himself. Su Yang's true capabilities remained unassessed as an old fox. How could he recklessly gamble his life? Zhao Long has an elder brother who joined the elder of the Tianlan Sect years ago and has already reached the Yuanying stage. Why not summon him to action? Zhang Xuantian's eyes glimmered with a sudden idea. He immediately sent a message via flying sword to Zhao Long's brother, Zhao Bai, informing him of Zhao Long's demise. He then issued a bounty notice, calling upon all cultivators to hunt down Su Yang. Whoever succeeded would be generously rewarded at the Lingbao auction house. At the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang was in meditation when suddenly Ling Qingshu rushed in, exclaiming, "Old Ancestor Su, something has happened." Su Yang slowly opened his eyes to see Ling Qingshu's anxious expression, holding a piece of white paper. The paper fluttered in the wind, revealing Su Yang's likeness upon it. "Why the urgency? What has transpired?" Su Yang inquired. Ling Qingshu handed the bounty notice to Su Yang, saying, "Old Ancestor, look at this. Every cultivator in Qizhou has seen it." Su Yang accepted the notice and glanced at it. At the top of the paper was his vivid portrait. With a line of text written below, Su Yang chuckled coldly. This was a bounty notice from the Lingbao auction house, seeking his head. "They seek to apprehend me. A jest. Even if the entire world turns against me. What of it?" A flicker of flame ignited in Su Yang's hand, and with a crisp sound, the bounty notice was reduced to ashes. Ling Qingshu, somewhat concerned, asked, "Old Ancestor, are you all right? With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Even if all the cultivators in the world come, I am unafraid." Su Yang's words were mundane, lacking any grandiosity, as if he were merely discussing the simplicity of porridge for breakfast. Ling Qingshu smiled at his words, realizing that she had been overly anxious. As long as the old ancestor was present, who could pose a threat to the Tianlan Sect? "Yes, old ancestor, I understand," Ling Qingshu replied, lowering her head. That Su Yang nodded, sensing that Ling Qingshu's strength was merely at the golden core stage, indicating she had yet to undergo significant trials and had a limited perspective. "By the way, are you the only one at the golden core stage in our Tianlan Sect?" Su Yang inquired. "Indeed. The other disciples are all at the foundation establishment stage," Ling Qingshu affirmed. Su Yang furrowed his brows. The strength of a sect does not rely on one or two powerful individuals, but rather on the collective strength of the entire sect. That he intended to lead the Tianlan Sect back to its peak, but a group of foundation establishment disciples would not suffice. Select a dozen or so individuals of good character who are loyal to the Tianlan Sect. I will elevate them to the golden core stage. Moreover, cultivation level and talent are not paramount. Only good character and loyalty to the Tianlan Sect are the criteria. Understood? Su Yang commanded that he had harvested numerous spiritual herbs during his recent expedition. If all were refined into pills, he could facilitate a dozen individuals' breakthroughs to the golden core stage. Ling Qingshu was taken aback, selecting a dozen individuals to elevate to the golden core stage. It seemed almost too easy. A cultivator's ascent to the golden core stage required impeccable talent and opportunity, with barely a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. That a sect boasting even one golden core cultivator would be considered a significant power. Yet Su Yang nonchalantly claimed he would elevate a dozen disciples to the golden core stage. She began to doubt whether she had misheard after entrusting all sect affairs to Ling Qingshu. Su Yang retreated to his chamber. With a whoosh, a multitude of spiritual herbs flew from the alchemy furnace and fell to the ground. These were all harvested from the secret land, a millennium ago. Any single herb would have been a treasure of the world. Yet today, they had become mere weeds. That he retrieved the previously harvested ice, soul, snow lotus, and cast it into the alchemy furnace. In no time, a pristine white pill emerged, enveloped in fragrant mist, filling the room with its aroma. Breakthrough pill. It can allow a golden core cultivator to step into the half-step yuanying realm. Suyang nodet in satisfaction. This was meant for Ling Qingshu that he continued with his alchemical endeavors, and as a day passed, just as he was on the verge of successfully refining his final pill, a cacophony of shouts and the sounds of a scuffle erupted from outside. Suddenly, two figures crashed into the room, landing directly in Su Yang's alchemy furnace. The pill, on the brink of completion, was crushed into a thin, dumpling-like shell. Su Yang's expression turned ashen. After tens of thousands of years, he had never failed in alchemy. Yet today, he had suffered such a setback. Are you Su Yang, the little brat? So this is where you've been hiding? At that moment, a piercing voice echoed in Su Yang's ears. He looked up to see a slender man clad in white robes, wielding a folding fan, sauntering into the room. The black and white fan bore the flamboyant inscription, unmatched under heaven. Glancing at the ground, he saw two figures lying there, Ling Qingshu, covered in wounds that stained her white dress, and Fang Yin, equally disheveled, his attire tattered and bearing a look of desolation, a far cry from the charming young master he once was. Clearly, Ling Qingshu and Fang Yin had battled this white-robed youth, but had been overpowered. You refuse to answer. I'll take that as a default admission. Prepare to die. In an instant, a chilling intent locked on his Su Yang. The white-robed man's fan transformed into a dagger, hurtling towards Su Yang with blinding speed. The very air seemed to tear apart, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. 19 stab. The white-robed youth chuckled darkly, suddenly unleashing his yuanying stage cultivation. How many fools are seeking death? Su Yang sneered. What did it matter if he were at the yuanying stage? Before him, they were but ants. Su Yang casually extended a finger to collide with the assailant's fan dagger. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The dagger was instantly reduced to grains of sand, dissipating into the air. The youth spat out a mouthful of blood, as if his finger had struck a colossal mountain. The sound of cracking bones reverberated through his body as he was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Thump! After landing, the assailant lay on the ground, his meridians and yuanying destroyed, his body shattered, teetering on the brink of death. In truth, this was the result of Su Yang's restraint. Had he wished, Su Yang could have made him vanish without a trace. How? How could such a formidable person exist in Qizhou? The youth muttered to himself, his face a mask of despair, disbelief etched upon it. He was Deng Xian, dispatched from the Lingbao Society's headquarters, possessing initial-stage yuanying cultivation. Sent to assist Zhang Xuantian to him. Qizhou was a mere backwater. He had underestimated its power, disregarding Zhang Xuantian's warnings, and daringly approached the Tianlan Sect to provoke them. That Su Yang slowly approached Deng Xian. Looking down upon him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Please, spare me, Deng Xian implored, collapsing under Su Yang's gaze, which felt as if it pierced through to the depths of the abyss. I beg you, spare my life, and I will divulge everything I know. You wish to inform me? No need. A cruel smile curled at Su Yang's lips as he placed a hand upon Deng Xian's head. In the next instant, Deng Xian let out the most anguished scream of his life. This was the soul capture technique, a universally recognized dark art capable of extracting a fragment of another's soul, revealing their entire life history. The captured individual would endure immense suffering, and having lost a fragment of their soul, they would perish within 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. Su Yang discarded the lifeless Deng Xian and turned to Ling Qingshu, saying, Wait for me at the sect. I shall return shortly. He tossed a vial of healing pills to Ling Qingshu, instructing, Take these for your injuries. Share them among yourselves. Old ancestor, where are you going? Ling Qingshu struggled to her feet, inquiring, to seek trouble with the Lingbao auction house. Su Yang's words brimmed with murderous intent. After the soul search, Su Yang learned that the man was indeed sent by the Lingbao auction house. Originally, Su Yang had no intention of provoking them, but with their disciples daring to assault the Tianlan Sect, he could no longer remain passive. Although he is formidable, he cannot constantly protect so many disciples of the Tianlan Sect. If that is the case, then let the Lingbao auction house vanish. In Qizhou City, within the bustling auction hall of the Lingbao auction house, a superb sword was fervently being auctioned. Source Fire Sword. 1,000 Spirit Stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auction was presided over by an elderly man in the golden core stage, whose expression was animated. A price of 1,000 spirit stones for a top-grade sword was already considered quite high. First call, 1,000 spirit stones. Second call, 1,000 spirit stones. The old man raised his small wooden hammer high, ready to strike, that a youthful figure stood up joyfully, having emerged victorious after a fierce competition. Indeed, he possessed greater wealth that he cast a proud glance at those around him. Third call, 1,000 spirit stones sold. Wait, I bid 10,000 spirit stones. Just as the old man was about to bring the gavel down, a languid voice suddenly resonated from a box at the center of the auction. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned to the sword, the price of 1,000 spirit stones now overshadowed by the staggering offer of 10,000. The previously jubilant youth's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. It's merely a spirit sword. How could it fetch such a high price? Surely he must be jesting. The auctioneer's expression stiffened as he declared, to the friend in the box, "An auction is no jest. Once a price is stated, it must be honored." What is the matter? Do you look down on me? If I say 10,000 spirit stones, then it shall be 10,000 spirit stones, came the reply from within the box, dripping with an air of arrogance that proclaimed wealth without concern. Very well, since a fool was willing to pay such a price, what could the others say? 10,000 spirit stones, first call. 10,000 spirit stones. Second call. 10,000 spirit stones, third. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, another languid voice emerged from a different box. The entire auction house fell silent, eyes shifting between the two boxes. The auctioneer, sensing an unusual atmosphere, hastily summoned someone and whispered in their ear. The individual promptly vanished from the auction venue. Inside the box, Su Yang slightly raised an eyebrow. Someone dared to compete with him. How intriguing. Indeed, the one who had just called out 10,000 spirit stones was Su Yang himself, who had come to stir trouble at the Lingbao auction house, but he had no intention of purchasing at that price. Interesting, truly interesting, but I have no desire to play with you right now. Su Yang sneered dismissively and slowly uttered a number. I bid 100,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer nearly swooned with excitement. The individual in the box was either an extravagant tycoon or someone who regarded the Lingbao auction house with disdain, toying with it. Several golden core cultivators unconsciously surrounded the box. The auctioneer held up the exquisite sword, now priced at a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, displaying it as he called out 3 times. This time, no one responded, and Su Yang successfully secured the sword for 100,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer personally delivered the sword to Su Yang's box. "My lord, your sword." The old man reverently presented the weapon to Su Yang. Glancing up, he murmured to himself, "This looks somewhat familiar." Su Yang accepted the sword, and in a flash of fire, the sword was reduced to ashes. "You," the auctioneer gasped in shock, coldly demanding, "who are you to provoke the Lingbao auction house? Do you wish for death?" Given the recent events, the auctioneer had already deduced that Su Yang was not there to auction treasures, but to issue a challenge. "I am Su Yang. I heard that your Lingbao society seeks to eliminate me." Chapter 34. Su Yang. You are Su Yang. The Golden Core elder finally recognized the familiar face. That wasn't this the very Su Yang from the bounty notice? He looked exactly as depicted. The elder's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Su Yang. Hadn't Deng Xian gone to the Tianlan Sect? Deng Xian had not returned, which could only mean that he had been killed. Yet, Deng Xian was a Yuaning stage cultivator. Was it possible that a genuine Yuaning stage cultivator could be no match for Su Yang? The Golden Core elder staggered back, desperate to flee. "Flee? Do you believe you can escape?" Su Yang replied nonchalantly, extending his hand towards the elder. Boom! A powerful force surged from Su Yang's hand, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. A golden core with a sickening squelch burst forth from the elder's flesh, grasped firmly by Su Yang, that he placed the golden core into the alchemy furnace. The cloud-eating beast had remained at the Tianlan Sect, so he intended to save it for the creature. Bang! The box exploded, engulfed in a blinding red fireball, reduced to ashes. That Su Yang stepped out from the remnants, still holding the lifeless form of the elder. The crowd gasped. Was that not the same golden core elder who had entered the box just a minute prior, standing upright, and now lying motionless? I am Su Yang. I hear that the Lingbao Society seeks to kill me. Everyone stood up, eyes fixed on Su Yang, some even retrieving the bounty notices in their hands. Indeed, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted on the notice that the next moment, they tossed the notices aside as if they were death warrants. Well then, just as the Lingbao auction house had issued its bounty, Su Yang had shattered its premises. What could this mean? Instantly, expressions of amusement spread across the faces of the spectators. The Lingbao auction house had not encountered such a situation in many years. This time, it was as if someone had knocked on their door. Of course, many believed Su Yang to be a fool. This is merely a branch of the Lingbao Society, with strength not even a fraction of the main house. Even if the branch cannot handle Su Yang, the main house still looms above. If Su Yang truly provokes the main house of the Lingbao auction house, the entire Tianlan Sect might find itself without a grave. Some cultivators whispered among themselves, shaking their heads. Are you the one who killed my brother? At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the box that had previously bid 20,000. The door swung open, revealing an individual who stepped forward with measured grace. Clad in a light, ink-colored robe and adorned with a purple-gold crown, his ink-black hair flowed casually over his shoulders. His snow-white face bore a faint smile, which, despite its apparent warmth, lent an ominous edge to his demeanor. It's him, the prodigious elder of the Tianlan Sect, Zhao Bai. Suddenly, someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock. What? Is this the Zhao Bai who departed for Qizhou years ago to join the demon sect? Now comes the real show. Did you see the bounty notice? Su Yang killed Zhao Bai's brother, Zhao Long. Now Zhao Bai seeks vengeance for his sibling. It is said that Zhao Bai's cultivation reached the Yuan-ing stage years ago, after his seclusion. Who knows how powerful he has become? Zhao Bai approached Su Yang, flanked by 3 Yuan-ing stage cultivators, his gaze scanning Su Yang intently. You are the one who killed my brother, Zhao Long. A tremendous pressure bore down on Su Yang. Even the onlookers were rendered immobile by the unintentional release of this oppressive force. Su Yang raised his head, assessing the 3 individuals before him, instantly discerning their cultivation levels. Zhao Bai was at the 3rd level of Yuan-ing, while the other 2 elders were at the 4th level. Such power, in a small place like Qizhou, could easily dominate the region. Yet for Su Yang, regardless of whether they were at the 3rd or 4th level of Yuan-ing, it mattered little. It was merely a matter of a single finger. You mentioned Zhao Long. Indeed, I killed him. What will you do about it? Su Yang inquired with a smile. Zhao Bai stepped closer, his pale cheeks adorned with a smile, yet his phoenix eyes shimmered with a chilling glint. What will I do? I will kill you, Zhao Bai declared, suddenly realizing that Su Yang's cultivation still remained at the Qi refining stage, igniting a fiercer anger within him. Are you certain you wish to conceal your full cultivation? Are you still hiding your strength? Su Yang, at present, was indeed at the Qi refining stage, and Zhao Bai perceived the disdainful fury emanating from him. Who would believe that Su Yang was merely at the Qi refining stage? How could he still be pretending? My full cultivation, my true cultivation is indeed the Qi refining stage, Su Yang replied innocently. Having never pretended, his cultivation was genuinely at the Qi refining stage, merely at the 10,000th layer. Oh, is that so? Then today, I shall see just how far you can maintain this facade. A playful smile graced Zhao Bai's face as he gestured to strike. But suddenly, a hearty laugh interrupted. Su Yang, there is a path to heaven that you refuse to walk. Now you have barged into hell. You shall remain here today. The crowd looked up to see a figure swiftly swooping down. Landing with a thud, it became clear that this was none other than the president of the Lingbao auction house's branch. Heavens, it's Zhang Shuangtian. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. Now we're in for a show. 4 Yuan-ing stage-old monsters have arrived. Su Yang is doomed. Su Yang looked at the newcomer and suddenly broke into a radiant smile, saying, You must be the president of the Lingbao auction house. A chilling glint flickered in the eyes of the newcomer, who gritted his teeth and remarked, Humph, my Lingbao association has issued a bounty. Yet you dare to come here. Such courage is commendable, but also foolish. He continued, if I were in your position, I would have remained low-key after emerging from seclusion, gradually strengthening the Tianlan Sect. Instead, you choose to flaunt yourself and stand against my Lingbao auction house, truly. A display of folly, he added ominously. Once you perish, the Tianlan Sect will swiftly meet its demise as well. Su Yang cast a glance at the four nascent soul cultivators surrounding him, smiling, a radiant and pure smile. Why do you persist in believing you can kill me? As soon as Su Yang's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted as streams of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave towards the four nascent soul warriors. At first glance, Su Yang's spiritual energy appeared feeble, as if he were merely a Qi Refinement stage cultivator. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an unfathomable amount of vital energy erupted from him. When the quantity reaches a critical mass, a qualitative transformation occurs. The expressions of the four nascent soul cultivators shifted drastically. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 35. Instantaneous defeat of nascent soul cultivators. The four ancient nascent soul figures immediately unleashed their attacks, employing four potent martial techniques against Su Yang's spiritual energy. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy swept through the entire auction venue in an instant. A cacophony echoed as white mist swirled violently, causing the entire auction house to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. That Su Yang smirked coldly, flipping his hand to reveal a sphere of pure white spiritual energy, which promptly exploded in his palm. Boom! A searing, almost blindingly white flame spiraled rapidly, forming a fire tornado that soared several dozen meters into the sky, illuminating the entirety of Qizhou City. The auction venue was torn apart by the fire tornado, reduced to molten remnants in the extreme heat, leaving a flattened expanse of land in its wake. All in Qizhou City beheld the fiery vortex of the auction house, feeling the furious aura of the nascent soul cultivators. And they fled in terror. The clash of nascent soul cultivators was indeed terrifying. As the smoke cleared, tranquility returned to the world. The once crowded auction house was now utterly vacant. Not even a trace of it remained. Su Yang gazed steadily ahead, where four figures lay in a pit, resembling dead dogs. They were the four nascent soul cultivators, now charred black from the flames, their garments tattered, their hair singed away, and their faces marked with crimson streaks of blood. They had not perished, not due to their strength, but because Su Yang had chosen to show mercy. You just said you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Su Yang stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Zhang Shuangtian stared blankly at Su Yang, his mind in disarray. Defeated in a single move, he muttered, suddenly realizing how ludicrous his previous schemes had been done in the face of absolute power. All plans proved futile. Suddenly, with a face twisted in disbelief, Zhang Shuangtian demanded of Su Yang, I have already told you, I am merely at the Qi Refinement stage. Why do you continue to ask? Su Yang replied, and Zhang Shuangtian felt a surge of indignation. He perceived Su Yang's words as mockery. The four nascent soul cultivators had been vanquished by a mere Qi Refinement stage practitioner in one stroke. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. You possess great strength, senior, and even if I were to perish at your hands today, I would harbor no grievances. But does your assertion of being at the Qi Refinement stage serve to insult us? Su Yang smiled and replied, if you perceive it as an insult, then so be it. With that, he approached Zhao Bai, who was on the verge of terror, having just realized the situation. Moments ago, she had been oblivious, only to feel a searing heat envelop her, and upon opening her eyes, this was the outcome. You cannot kill me. If you do, your fate is sealed. Zhao Bai screamed, her body trembling uncontrollably. This demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier bravado, now resembling a frightened dog. Some martial artists who had rushed over initially failed to recognize Zhao Bai. It was only when one recalled her likeness that they exclaimed, "Isn't that Zhao Bai from the Tianlan Sect? How did she return?" The fact that she returned is not the crux here. What's key is that she seems to have been defeated and is now begging for mercy. Heavens, look! Isn't that Su Yang? Wasn't he wanted by the Lingbao auction house? They've been annihilated. This is utterly insane. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Why shouldn't I kill you? Pray tell, why must I spare your life? Su Yang found it amusing, clasping his waist, intrigued by the inquiry. Because I am a disciple of the MYN sect's second elder. If you kill me, the MYN sect will never let you go, Zhao Bai retorted, her confidence gradually returning as she invoked the name of her powerful sect, renowned across the Tianwu prefecture for its numerous strong practitioners, including her master, who was rumored to have reached the late stage of nascent soul. Zhao Bai believed that even if Su Yang had 100 lives, he would not dare to kill her. She looked at Su Yang with growing arrogance, contemplating how she might persuade her master to emerge and annihilate the Tianlan Sect upon her return. Is your backing the MYN sect? Su Yang inquired. Heh. What of it? Are you afraid to kill me now? Come on, kill me if you dare, Zhao Bai exclaimed excitedly, showing no concern for Su Yang's potential actions. Her confidence stemmed from the MYN sect's backing. Even if Su Yang had 1,000 lives, he would not dare to act against her. Observers surrounding the scene listened to Zhao Bai's hubris, feeling a surge of incredulity. Zhao Bai was insufferably arrogant, defiantly boasting after being defeated. Yet despite Zhao Bai's annoying demeanor, the onlookers believed that as long as Su Yang remained rational, he would not kill her. After all, her backing was the formidable MYN sect, a place of reverence for all practitioners in Qizhou. Crack! Just as they contemplated such thoughts, Su Yang abruptly snapped Zhao Bai's neck with a single hand. Zhao Bai fell lifeless, her eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to fathom that Su Yang would disregard the MYN sect behind her and ruthlessly end her life. Su Yang is finished. Zhao Bai is a disciple of MYN sect elder, and her death in Qizhou will not go unpunished. Indeed, no matter how powerful Su Yang may be, he remains a practitioner from Qizhou, a stark contrast to the MYN sect. At that moment, the two guards of Zhao Bai, who had been in a daze, awoke to see Su Yang effortlessly decapitating Zhao Bai's. The crisp sound of the snap resonated. They nearly fainted again. You dare to kill our young master. The MYN sect will not let you go, one guard hissed through gritted teeth, his face pale. Their duty was to ensure Zhao Bai's safety. If Zhao Bai lived, they lived, but if she perished, they would accompany her in death. Now that Zhao Bai was dead, their fates were sealed. This cannot be blamed on me. You can ask anyone. Your boss ordered me to kill her, and I merely fulfilled her wish, Su Yang remarked innocently, as if he could deceive those unaware of the truth. You die. The two guards, realizing they were doomed regardless, steeled themselves, gritting their teeth as they drew their spiritual swords and plunged them into their chests. Sacrificing their life force, they hurled their swords towards Su Yang with all their might. Chapter 36. Some seek death. The spiritual swords tore through the air, crackling with lightning, their incredible speed warping space and emitting a hissing sound as they lunged towards Su Yang. These two spiritual swords represented the final desperate strike, fueled by the life forces of two nascent soul cultivators. It was a blow that could not be easily thwarted. Boom. Su Yang extended a single finger and effortlessly caught the two rapidly approaching swords. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the swords hurtling back at an even greater velocity. The guards, witnessing the instantaneous turn of events, were filled with terror. Only they comprehended the true power of their life-sacrificing strike. An ordinary nascent soul practitioner would likely perish before even realizing what had transpired. Yet, how was Su Yang capable of catching their swords? Was he even human? They felt that their deaths here were entirely justified. With a thud, the two swords pierced through the foreheads of Zhao Bai's two guards. Their heads exploded like watermelons, immediately extinguishing their life force. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, saw Zhao Bai's guards make a desperate throw of their swords, only to have those swords impale them in the forehead. The intricate process, due to the lightning speed, unfolded so rapidly that they remained oblivious to what had transpired. This is utterly terrifying. I once thought myself formidable, but now I realize I could barely withstand a single blow from Su Yang. One person trembled. Su Yang's presence had shattered his worldview. It seems, thus far, no one has been able to withstand even a single strike from Su Yang, another remarked, plunging the crowd into silence as they speculated about Su Yang's true cultivation level. Yet, they were completely baffled, for Su Yang had consistently proclaimed himself to be at the Qi Refinement stage. Even in battle, he skillfully concealed his true strength, creating the illusion that he was indeed merely a Qi refinement practitioner. However, if someone truly believes that Su Yang is merely at the Qi refinement stage, that person must be a simpleton. Su Yang has slain Zhao Bai. The Demon Cloud Sect will not let this pass lightly. When the time comes for Su Yang to battle the Demon Cloud Sect, we shall witness the extent of his cultivation. Moreover, regarding the spirit treasure auction, Su Yang has obliterated their branch in Qizhou. Do you truly think the spirit treasure auction will simply let this go? Instantly, many began to feel that Su Yang's situation was dire, that his time was running out. After all, either of the two formidable forces mentioned could easily dominate all of Qizhou, of the 3 Yuan stage-old monsters present earlier. Only Zhang Shuangtian remained. That Su Yang approached Zhang Shuangtian and audaciously stated, "Do enlighten me. Who is your backing? What reason do I have to spare your life? If your reasoning pleases me, perhaps I might reconsider." Zhang Shuangtian gloated at Su Yang, remaining silent. "If you choose not to speak, then I must apologize," Su Yang declared. "I grant you the gift of turning to ashes." His large hand lunged toward Zhang Shuangtian, a blinding white flame erupting, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding haze. The searing heat swiftly vaporized Zhang Shuangtian, and with a faint sound, the wind swept through, leaving nothing but ash. The onlookers, stunned, gazed at Su Yang, unable to comprehend how the strongest in Qizhou, Zhang Shuangtian, had perished so effortlessly, as if he were merely an ordinary cultivator. Having resolved the spirit treasure auction matter, Su Yang returned to Tianlan Sect. However, as he scanned with his divine sense, his previously relaxed and cold demeanor turned frigid once more. Why must there be so many eager for death in this world? Upon finishing his words, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward Tianlan Sect. At that moment, outside Tianlan Sect, 16 golden core cultivators gathered at the foot of the mountain, exchanging glances. They sought to enter Tianlan Sect, but were thwarted by the protective formation surrounding it. 16 golden core cultivators being stymied by a mere broken sect. If this were to spread, they would surely become a laughingstock. Thus, they opted for a forceful assault to dismantle the formation. The only perplexing matter was why Su Yang had yet to emerge. Ultimately, they concluded that Su Yang must be trembling in fear at the sight of their 16 golden core cultivators, too scared to show himself. "You San Yang, why aren't you taking action? Let us dismantle this so-called protective formation and eliminate a few of his disciples. Let us see if that old man Su Yang dares to show himself," one hefty golden core cultivator remarked. His eyes filled with disdain, clearly underestimating Su Yang. "Indeed, if he still dares not emerge, we shall slaughter everyone from Tianlan Sect. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden then." Another golden core cultivator sneered coldly. Yu San Yang furrowed her brow, recalling Su Yang's iron-fisted methods. How could he possibly cower in fear within his sect? It was evident that Su Yang was not present. He had ventured outside. "No, I believe it prudent for us to wait a while longer. Su Yang is likely not in the sect at this moment. If you dismantle the protective formation and he returns, how shall we explain ourselves?" Yu San Yang insisted with a furrowed brow. Su Yang had left a profound impression on her. She suspected he was likely a Yuaning stage cultivator. Yet when she conveyed this thought to the lord of Tianwu Prefecture, he dismissed it outright, asserting that a small place like Qizhou could hardly harbor a Yuaning stage cultivator, insisting Su Yang was merely a particularly strong golden core practitioner. Furthermore, the lord of Tianwu Prefecture had dispatched them, a dozen golden core cultivators, to Qizhou to recruit Su Yang. However, the current situation resembled not a recruitment effort, but rather an invasion. The Yu San Yang could not shake the ominous premonition that lingered regarding this expedition. Meanwhile, within the protective formation of Tianlan Sect, Ling Qingshu gazed grimly at the dozen or so golden core cultivators outside. They unleashed their spiritual energy upon the protective formation, bombarding it relentlessly. Boom! The formation trembled under the assault of the golden core cultivators, producing a series of resonant roars as flashes of light intermittently illuminated it. Ling Qingshu watched anxiously. This protective formation had been laid down by their ancestor, constructed haphazardly with random materials chosen from the storeroom. According to Su's words, it was merely a makeshift measure. Chapter 37. The protective formation, a hastily constructed formation, could hardly withstand the onslaught of a dozen golden core cultivators. Should this protective formation falter, how could they contend with the invasion of these formidable foes? Ling Qingshu was the only golden core cultivator in the entire Tianlan Sect. The others were merely foundation establishment practitioners, incapable of enduring even a single exchange against a golden core cultivator. No, they absolutely must not be allowed to enter. I must find a way to stop them. With that thought, Ling Qingshu gritted her teeth, grasped her Fangtian sword, and with a swift motion, stepped out of the protective formation. Halt! Ling Qingshu's commanding voice sliced through the air as she deflected a spiritual sword aimed at the formation. The dozen golden core cultivators ceased their actions, startled that a rugged man stepped forward and declared, "We mean no offense. We've merely waited at the foot of the mountain for an hour without any sign of your ancestor to greet us. Go summon him. We have matters to discuss." Ling Qingshu regarded the group with caution and replied, "I apologize. Our ancestor is currently in a critical phase of cultivation and is in seclusion. He requires some time. Please be patient." After a brief pause, she added, "It shouldn't be much longer." With that, Ling Qingshu bowed respectfully. For now, she needed to pacify them. Once Su returned, everything would be fine. If we are to wait, then you must lower this protective formation and allow us entry, while also preparing us a pot of good tea for our hospitality. What do you take our waiting here for?" The rugged man sneered derisively. Ling Qingshu understood that keeping a group waiting at the foot of the mountain was hardly a gesture of hospitality. However, who could discern whether these golden core cultivators were friend or foe? If they were enemies, allowing them in a Tianlan sect would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold, posing a risk of extermination for the sect. Thus, they could only remain at the foot of the mountain. Ling Qingshu silently prayed for Su Yang to arrive swiftly. "I regret to inform you that, due to your overwhelming strength, we cannot permit entry," Ling Qingshu stated candidly. "Do you think that by denying us entry, we cannot enter at all?" The man scoffed, gathering spiritual energy in his hand and launching it toward the protective formation. With a resounding crash, the formation was struck, enveloped in a layer of pure, white energy, producing continuous thunderous sounds as it quaked precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. "Hold!" Ling Qingshu's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted. Yet the rugged man showed no signs of stopping, disregarding her completely, unleashing wave after wave of spiritual energy upon the formation. "I command you to cease." Ling Qingshu's face darkened as she glanced at the formation, which swayed dangerously. In an instant, she charged toward the hulking man. Extreme Fate Sword. A surge of energy coalesced at the tip of her Fangtian sword. And with a thunderous roar, the heavens seemed to change color, her momentum transforming into an unstoppable force. "What in the world is this woman?" the hulking man exclaimed in astonishment. "Everyone together! Eliminate this woman first," he bellowed. Instantly, the dozen golden core cultivators redirected their focus toward Ling Qingshu. One wielded a spiritual sword, unleashing a blood-red beam aimed straight at her. Another produced a large square seal, which, upon being thrown, expanded to the size of a house and descended toward her, threatening to flatten her into a pulp. The remaining golden core cultivators unleashed their own techniques, converging upon Ling Qing's, who in that fleeting moment, her situation became precarious. Yu Sanyang's expression shifted as she realized the gravity of the situation. These golden core cultivators intended to kill Ling Qingshu. Su Yang would never let them escape unscathed. "Stop, do not strike," Yu Sanyang urged anxiously. Yet regardless of her pleas, the others showed no intention of halting their assault. Ling Qingshu struggled to evade the myriad attacks coming from all directions, managing to dodge two, but as she attempted to evade a third, she found herself utterly fatigued. The house-sized seal hovered perilously close to her scalp, mere centimeters away. Ling Qingshu resigned herself, closing her eyes in anticipation of death. "Ancestor, where are you?" After what felt like an eternity, she had yet to meet her demise, and upon opening her eyes in confusion, she noticed a golden light swirling beside her. The massive seal, previously but a mere centimeter from her head, had halted, unable to advance any further. "Ancestor, You have returned! Ling Qingshu exclaimed in delight. At that moment, from the distance, a meteor streaked through the ground, kicking up dust and debris, shaking the earth with a thunderous roar. Akin to the rumble of stampeding horses, in an instant, before Ling Qingshu could react, Su Yang appeared before her. I have arrived. Do not be afraid, Su Yang remarked. Ling Qingshu exhaled a sigh of relief. An ancestor is indeed an ancestor. Always appearing at the most critical moments, that Su Yang glanced at the mountain-protecting formation, which was on the verge of collapse, and then at Ling Qingshu, shaking his head. Why is it that so many people seek their own demise? Are you Su Yang? A rugged man asked with a look of skepticism. To him, Su Yang did not seem like someone deserving of the title ancestor. In his understanding, an ancestor should be a venerable old man with white hair. Yet, this Su Yang appeared even younger than her. If you have any last words to convey, hasten to do so. Your remaining time is limited, Su Yang said indifferently. My name is Yu Tianxiong, and this is an invitation from our princess of Tianwu County. Take a look. As Yu Tianxiong spoke, he tossed a piece of paper to Su Yang. Upon examination, Su Yang discovered that the princess of Tianwu County had taken note of his abilities and wished for him to serve under her. The language used was haughty, as if it were a privilege for Su Yang to become her subordinate. Su Yang silently tucked away the invitation and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What else?" Yu Tianxiong arrogantly lifted his chin and stated, "You have offended the Lingbao auction house. Your days are numbered. However, should you choose to serve our princess of Tianwu County, she can spare your life. This is indeed a privilege. Should you not kneel in gratitude?" He then produced a vial of poison from his pocket and tossed it to Su Yang. Su Yang caught it, the vial emanating a foul odor, a deadly poison. "Su Yang, you should drink this poison. Fear not. Although it is toxic, its effects will not manifest for a month, as long as you serve our princess of Tianwu County loyally. She will provide you with the antidote each month." Su Yang received these items, the corners of his mouth twitching. The princess of Tianwu County truly had a cunning scheme in mind. Su Yang let out a cold laugh, discarding the invitation and poison onto the ground. "Have you finished delivering your last words? You may die now." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Tianxiong's gaze turned icy. "I understand that you may find it difficult to accept at first. But if you do not consume this poison, our princess of Tianwu County will not come to your aid. Having offended the Lingbao auction house without our protection, you must surely comprehend your fate. Thus, you should obediently drink it. While your future may be bound to the princess of Tianwu County, is this not an opportunity?" Yu Tianxiong was confident Su Yang would succumb to fear of the Lingbao auction house and yield to him, speaking without any pretense or courtesy. The other dozen or so golden core cultivators wore expressions of arrogance, even if Su Yang had dominance over Qizhou. Once he encountered people from Tianwu County, he would merely be a subordinate. That Su Yang looked at these overly confident individuals. Feeling somewhat speechless, he pondered whether to inform them that the Lingbao auction house had already been dealt with by him. "Heh, do you truly believe you can protect me and Tianlan Sect?" Su Yang suddenly asked with interest that he had offended both the Lingbao auction house and the Moyan Sect. Everyone believed he was doomed, like a grasshopper after autumn, and wished to keep their distance. Yet the golden core cultivators were attempting to recruit him. Was it that the princess of Tianwu County was fearless due to ignorance? Or had he truly grown powerful enough to disregard the fearsome Lingbao auction house and Moyan Sect? Ha! Rest assured on that front. Although you have offended the Lingbao auction house and killed Zhao Long, we, Tianwu County, can still ensure your survival. Yu Tianxiong said with great pretentiousness that in truth, if Tianwu County were to confront the Lingbao auction house head-on, they would have no chance of victory. However, Su Yang's transgression was merely the death of an inconsequential figure. If Tianwu County intervened, the Lingbao auction house would likely relent, requiring only minor sacrifices. After all, Tianwu County had secretly hidden a few nascent soul cultivators, and the Lingbao auction house would not go to war over the death of an inconsequential person. "Zhao Long? You still speak of Zhao Long?" Su Yang's expression turned intriguing. The matter of Zhao Long had long since concluded. His feud with the Lingbao auction house should involve the destruction of its branch. Moreover, he was now entangled in animosity with the Moyan Sect as well. Yet these individuals seemed utterly oblivious. What's wrong? Have you come to a decision? At that moment, Yu Tianxiong inquired again. Su Yang chuckled, then replied, Your information is woefully outdated. The branch of the Lingbao auction house has been eradicated by me, and even the branch's president has perished. How can you still speak of Zhao Long? Furthermore, let me clarify. The Tianlan Sect is now my enemy, one I cannot rest until destroyed, as I have slain one of their elders' disciples. I am genuinely fearful. How about it? Can you protect me? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yu Tianxiong's expression shifted. If this were indeed the case, Tianwu County might choose to protect Su Yang, but the entire county would likely be annihilated. Is everything you say true? No. Zhang Shuangtian is a legendary nascent soul cultivator, right? How can a golden core cultivator like you possibly kill a nascent soul cultivator? Who are you trying to deceive? And regarding the Tianlan Sect, are you certain you can kill one of their elders' disciples? Yu Tianxiong said with disbelief that Su Yang offered no further explanations. He merely found these individuals amusing. Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang in astonishment. Could it be that Su Yang had already resolved the trouble with the Lingbao auction house so swiftly? Su Yang, I'll give you 3 more minutes to consider. Regardless, after 3 minutes, you must drink that poison obediently. Either you take it willingly, or we will force it upon you, Yu Tianxiong said, breaking into laughter. To Su Yang shook his head in resignation, suddenly stepping forward. Raising his arm to unleash a burst of white spiritual energy that instantly enveloped Yu Tianxiong. In the next moment, the spiritual energy tightened, and Yu Tianxiong struggled to breathe, finding that the more he fought, the more suffocating it became. Mere seconds later, Yu Tianxiong was crushed to death by Su Yang's overwhelming spiritual energy. The remaining dozen or so golden core cultivators stared in disbelief at this scene. As if they had encountered a ghost. They had long heard of Su Yang's might, but never imagined he would be this formidable. Was he even human? Kill him. Suddenly, an unknown voice shouted, and the group of golden core cultivators surged towards Su Yang. Yu San Yang, witnessing this, already understood their fate and hastily knelt on the ground, hoping Su Yang would not vent his anger upon her. As expected, Su Yang moved, charging into the throng like a wolf among sheep, taking down one after another in mere moments, leaving all the golden core cultivators sprawled on the ground. Now Yu San Yang knelt even more cautiously, trembling with fear that Su Yang suddenly noticed another figure behind him. But this one was kneeling. That he approached, and upon recognizing Yu San Yang, smiled. Rise. What transpired earlier has nothing to do with you. I am aware. Yu San Yang lifted her head, meeting Su Yang's gaze. And seeing no murderous intent in his eyes, she shakily stood up. That Su Yang looked at Yu San Yang and smiled. Although she was not entirely virtuous, she was certainly capable of retrieving spiritual herbs and the like. Yu San Yang was loyal only to the strong, and Su Yang was the strongest in this world. Naturally, she would remain loyal to him. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired with these individuals? Su Yang inquired suddenly. Even now, he was unclear as to what these dozen or so golden core cultivators had come for. Yu San Yang glanced at the corpses strewn about and smirked, feeling immensely fortunate. Chapter 39. Helping the disciple condense the golden core. Fortunately, she had not underestimated Su Yang's strength and had knelt early on. Had she acted alongside those individuals, she too would now be a cold corpse on the ground. Lord Su, these individuals came under the orders of the princess of Tianwu County, attempting to recruit you to serve our Tianwu County. Yu San Yang whispered. That Su Yang looked at the bodies on the ground, his expression turning peculiar. Are you certain these individuals were here to recruit me? Not to kill me? Su Yang pointed to the corpses on the ground, incredulity in his voice that if their intention was to recruit him, shouldn't their demeanor have been more amiable? While he certainly would not accept their offer, he also had no desire to kill them. Their lives could have been spared. Their deaths were merely their own doing. Indeed, Lord Su, Yu San Yang replied honestly. Following this incident, she had completely submitted to Su Yang, resolving to serve him diligently and strive to stand beneath the shelter of his formidable presence. Very well understood, Su Yang responded coolly. Lord Su, by killing them, you have now offended Tianwu County. What should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Yu San Yang posed this question. Based on her deductions, Su Yang's cultivation should be at the nascent soul stage. But Tianwu County also concealed several nascent soul cultivators. She feared that the towering tree she had just leaned upon might not be reliable. If Su Yang were to be defeated by Tianwu County, she would undoubtedly need to seek another source of support. But Su Yang gazed at the face of Yu Sanyao, observing the worry and fear etched upon her features, and offered a faint smile. Not only have I offended Tianwu County, but I have also crossed the Lingbao Association and the Moyan Sect. Are you afraid? What? Yu Sanyao was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat bewildered. And the Moyan Sect? Her mind was in a whirl. Unable to comprehend how Su Yang had also antagonized the Moyan Sect, Su Yang proceeded to recount the events that transpired in Qizhou City. Upon hearing this, Yu Sanyao was plunged into confusion. What had she just heard? Su Yang had single-handedly slain 4 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, one of whom was even a disciple of a Moyun sect elder. Just what level of power did Su Yang possess? Yu Sanyao dared not dwell on it, lowering her head, but her resolve solidified further. She must lean on Su Yang. This towering figure to Su Yang was far more formidable than she had ever imagined, compared to her. Tianwu County was but a trifling concern. Even if all the nascent soul elders from Tianwu County were to mobilize, they would still be no match for Su Yang alone. Have you found any clues regarding the spiritual herb I asked you to look for? Su Yang suddenly inquired. He had retained Yu Sanyao's assistance specifically for this purpose. Lord Su, I have indeed received a lead recently. According to rumors, there exists an extraordinary spiritual herb within a forest in Tianwu County. However, I do not yet know what this herb is, but many cultivators have already set out for that forest, Yu Sanyao explained. Tianwu County is unaware of what this extraordinary spiritual herb is. Su Yang murmured softly to himself. All right, I understand. He nodded and produced a pill capable of enhancing cultivation, handing it to Yu Sanyao. This pill serves as your reward. Consuming it will significantly boost your cultivation. Yu Sanyao accepted it, inhaling the fragrant aroma, immediately feeling as if she were floating in a dream. Her face lit up with delight. She recognized this pill as a remarkable treasure. Consuming it could potentially allow her, who had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, to make a breakthrough beyond her current realm. Thank you, Lord Su. Yu Sanyao expressed her gratitude that I in her previous service to the princess of Tianwu County. She had accomplished numerous tasks without receiving any reward. Yet now, simply by inquiring about the whereabouts of a rare spiritual herb, she was bestowed such a generous recompense. After Yu Sanyao departed, Su Yang approached Ling Qingshu, casting a glance at her and sighing. Why did you come out when you clearly cannot win? Ling Qingshu smiled and replied, I knew you would return, Elder Su. Su Yang, however, responded with a cold smile. What if I hadn't returned? You would have been doomed. Ling Qingshu lowered her head, realizing that if Su Yang had been even a second late, she would have been annihilated. But if I hadn't come out, what if they breached the protective mountain array? My junior brothers and sisters would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Su Yang abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck the protective mountain array with tremendous force. The array trembled violently, a deep rumble resonating for a while. Yet, despite appearing on the brink of collapse, the protective mountain array remained steadfast, and after a moment, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. Su Yang's attack had been tenfold stronger than the combined efforts of a dozen golden core stage cultivators. Did you see that? You should have faith in your ancestor, even if a few golden core cultivators were to attack. Not to mention another dozen, they would never breach our protective mountain array. Ling Qingshu was somewhat taken aback, recalling that Su Yang had casually arranged this protective mountain array. How could such a seemingly simple formation possess such strength? She felt Su Yang's presence grow even more imposing. As long as he was around, their Tianlan Sect would surely rise. Ling Qingshu vaguely remembered that in the sect's ancient texts, it was recorded that many millennia ago, Tianlan Sect had once been the most powerful sect in the world. Upon returning to the sect, Su Yang instructed Ling Qingshu to gather those she had selected to a square, in the square. A dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples looked at Ling Qingshu with nervous anticipation. According to her, their ancestor Su Yang would elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage that very day. When they arrived at the square, they were utterly bewildered. Some of them had talents that were hardly noteworthy, and in the Tianlan Sect, they were the kind of individuals who would be lost in a crowd. Without any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely remain trapped at the foundation establishment stage for their entire lives, never even catching a glimpse of the golden core stage. However, a twist of fate had occurred. Ling Qingshu had suddenly informed them that today they could condense their golden cores. How could this not evoke their skepticism and excitement? Meanwhile, the surrounding Tianlan Sect disciples formed circles, craning their necks to observe the group in the center of the square. Among them were several exceptionally talented individuals, who wore expressions of resentment. Why do these mediocre individuals get such a stroke of luck, while we, who possess greater talents, are left out? How could these underachievers possibly reach the golden core stage, especially in such a short time? Exactly. None of us have reached the golden core stage. Why are these average talents chosen? There's certainly something amiss. A few gifted individuals gathered together, whispering among themselves. Su Yang, seated in the grand hall above, calmly sipped his tea, fully aware of their discussions. This time, in front of everyone, he intended to elevate these less talented but virtuous disciples to the golden core stage to convey a message. In Tianlan Sect, talent and cultivation are secondary. Loyalty and good character are of utmost importance. That as the sun reached its zenith, a deep bell tolled. Ling Qingshu, holding a sheepskin scroll with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "The promotion ceremony officially begins, please." Ancestor, with her clear voice resonating, all the disciples in the square turned their gazes towards Su Yang, eager to see how he would enable foundation establishment and even Qi refining disciples to successfully condense their golden cores in a single day. Although skepticism lingered, there was not a hint of disrespect in their eyes. Su Yang's reputation in Qizhou was formidable, and as his disciples, their status had risen accordingly. The moment others learned they were disciples of Tianlan Sect, their gazes turned to admiration. In a short span, they had transformed from cautious outcasts into the envy of all as disciples of the prestigious Tianlan Sect. This was all thanks to their mysterious ancestor, for whom they held deep reverence. That Su Yang approached a young man among the crowd. This youth was one of the selected disciples, known for his good character and loyalty to Tianlan Sect. He appeared no older than 17, with a slender frame and a pallid complexion. The loose blue robe he wore hung awkwardly on him, making him seem even more fragile. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, anxiety flooded his face, and he stammered, "Greetings, Elder Su. What is your name?" Su Yang inquired, scrutinizing the youth. The boy's aura was meek, devoid of the pride and fierce spirit characteristic of cultivators. At first glance, he resembled a poor child from a farming family. However, Su Yang believed such qualities could be cultivated. Once he condensed his golden core, rising above the masses, Su Yang doubted he would maintain such a timid demeanor. I am Lu Dan," the youth replied timidly, sweat pooling in his palms and his face devoid of color. The onlooking Tianlan Sect disciples erupted in laughter. "Look, a mere janitor is still a janitor. How could he amount to anything? Dreaming of condensing a golden core? Indeed, I can't fathom how our sect leader chose him. Why would a prodigy like me be overlooked for such a weakling? It truly baffles me. I heard it was merely because he protected a junior brother during a battle and was severely injured. So he was selected. Is that all?" Upon hearing their mocking remarks, Lu Dan's anxiety intensified. That Su Yang noticed his nervousness, but said nothing more, simply handing him a vial of pills. "Take this." Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Lu Dan consumed the pill. Instantly, his aura surged violently, causing the heavens and earth to shift. That Su Yang placed a hand on Lu Dan's shoulder, guiding and controlling the tumultuous energy within him to assist in his breakthrough to the golden core stage. With a thunderous boom, merely a quarter of an hour later, Lu Dan's aura became even more ferocious before swiftly stabilizing. Yet at that moment, his demeanor had transformed entirely. "Thank you, Ancestor." Lu Dan fell to his knees, his eyes brimming with excitement that he felt the golden core within him. He was now a cultivator at the golden core stage. He silently vowed to repay Tianlan Sect with his life. That Su Yang nodded and said, "You may rise. By the way, what did you do before?" "Disciple, you are tasked with sweeping the mountain gate each day." Lu Dan replied with utmost respect. "Sweeping the mountain gate? that merely entails cleaning the ground. Su Yang slightly furrowed his brow. It seemed rather inappropriate to assign a golden core cultivator like myself to such a menial task. You need not do that tomorrow. I shall appoint you to a position as an elder, Su Yang declared. Lu Dan. Whether or not you become an elder is inconsequential, that as long as your character is upright, everything else can be learned. Lu Dan was taken aback, astonished at the notion of transitioning from a janitor to an elder. The leap was so vast that he could scarcely believe it. It matters not. You will heed my arrangements, Su Yang stated nonchalantly. Lu Dan hastily acquiesced, falling silent thereafter. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished by the swift transformation within mere minutes. As a disciple of exceedingly poor talent, merely at the foundation establishment stage, was forcefully elevated to the golden core level by Su Yang. They pinched themselves in disbelief. The sensation painfully reeled at a throng of individuals converged their envious and resentful gazes upon Lu Dan. That moment, Lu Dan struggled to acclimate to the tumultuous power of the golden core stage, his aura radiating outward. Everyone was convinced that Lu Dan had indeed ascended to the golden core realm. How could this be? This prodigy has been surpassed by a mere sweeper, some exclaimed in disbelief, shaking their heads vigorously. I just struck Lu Dan yesterday. Now he is an elder of Tianlan Sect. Will he seek vengeance against me? Su Yang then approached the next individual, named Zhang Dong, who was somewhat renowned within Tianlan Sect, albeit for his mediocre talent and cultivation. Nevertheless, he possessed an indomitable spirit and a willingness to endure hardship. Despite his diligent efforts, his innate talent was so abysmal that he remained at the foundation establishment stage, working several times harder than others without any advancement. All proclaimed that Zhang Dong would never improve, no matter how hard he tried. Su Yang stood before Zhang Dong, whose physique was robust from years of rigorous training. Without delay, Su Yang presented him with a medicinal pill, instructing him to consume it. With Lu Dan as an example, Zhang Dong readily ingested the pill. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Dong's cultivation surged to the golden core stage. As he felt the surging spiritual energy within him, he suddenly knelt before Su Yang, overwhelmed by excitement, contrasting sharply with his previous despair. "Thank you, Elder Su," he exclaimed, at a loss for words, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, each motion exhausting his strength until blood beaded on his forehead. That Su Yang's eyelids twitched, and he promptly helped him to his feet. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of incredulity as they witnessed Zhang Dong achieve the golden core stage. Following Lu Dan's earlier ascent, both Lu Dan and Zhang Dong, once regarded as the most inept disciples of Tianlan Sect, had now forged their golden cores. Following this, Su Yang distributed additional pills to several more individuals, each swiftly elevating to the golden core stage. Initially dismissive, the disciples of Tianlan Sect were left in shock. They understood the selection criteria for this elevation: good character and loyalty to Tianlan Sect. Many lamented their past, regretting not performing more good deeds, for today they could have been the ones to rise. The next day, all disciples of Tianlan Sect eagerly sought to perform good deeds, vying for opportunities to outdo one another. The common folk surrounding Tianlan Sect were bewildered. The once aloof and disdainful cultivators suddenly exhibited benevolence, each vying to assist. Had a plot of land gone and tilled, a wave of a cultivator's hand would turn it over. Had someone fallen ill? No matter, a sprig of divine herb would be casually tossed, curing all ailments. Some cultivators went so far as to assist in finding spouses for single men, orchestrating fateful encounters with their guidance. Consequently, many households began venerating the Tianlan Sect, treating its disciples as true immortals. Although Su Yang remained within the sect, he was acutely aware of these developments. These individuals truly are something, Su Yang mused, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet he chose not to intervene. Regardless of their motivations, the outcome was ultimately one of collective joy. Thus, Su Yang refined numerous medicinal pills as rewards for these deeds. While these pills may not elevate one to a higher realm, they certainly facilitated advancements to the next level. The disciples of Tianlan Sect, now emboldened by their rewards, fervently engaged in good deeds, believing that pleasing Su Yang would lead to further rewards in their minds. Performing good deeds equated to cultivating their powers, Within just a few days, the reputation of Tianlan Sect as a bastion of benevolence spread far and wide. Other cultivators could scarcely believe their eyes, for practitioners had always regarded mortals with disdain, viewing them as beneath consideration. Yet now, Tianlan Sect had reversed its stance, prioritizing aid to the common folk over their own cultivation. Leaving many astonished, Su Yang, once again, sought materials to fortify the protective array surrounding Tianlan Sect, promoting several capable disciples to the Golden Core stage before planning a visit to Tianwu County as for the safety of Tianlan Sect. Su Yang harbored no concerns. Aside from the 20 or so Golden Core cultivators within the sect, the protective array was formidable, impervious to any assault from fewer than a dozen Golden Core practitioners. Having accomplished these tasks, Su Yang resolved to investigate the rumored miraculous herbs mentioned by Yu Sanyang. What were once rare herbs a millennium ago had now become mere weeds. What, then, could be deemed extraordinary in this era? Surely, they were not just legendary herbs. The thought ignited a thrill within Su Yang. Ling Qingshu, Su Yang called. Elder, what is it? Ling Qingshu entered. I am taking you to Tianwu County. Inform the sect that they must safeguard our home while we are away, Su Yang instructed. Ling Qingshu felt a tinge of confusion, uncertain of Su Yang's destination. Nonetheless, she understood that whatever Su Yang commanded, she would follow. Yes, Elder, she replied. 2 days later, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu departed Tianlan Sect, journeying towards the mysterious forest described by Yu Sanyang. Over the course of several days, they traversed tirelessly, finally reaching the territory of Tianwu County. However, upon arrival, Su Yang found himself at a loss. The expanse of Tianwu County was vast, and Yu Sanyang's directions had been rather vague. He had no idea where to locate the forest. Perhaps we should inquire with the locals. They might possess some knowledge, suggested Ling Qingshu. Su Yang considered this and agreed that in the bustling streets. He stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, are you aware of any extraordinary herbs that have recently emerged in Tianwu County?" The individual's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing serious. "Are you planning to venture into that forest?" he inquired, visibly shaken at the mention of the forest. That Su Yang, puzzled, noted that this individual was also at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Why did he appear so terrified? What is it about that forest that warrants such fear? Su Yang pressed. The man, pale as death, replied, "I just emerged from that forest. Of the 15 individuals who entered with me, I alone made it out. My companions perished within." As the man spoke, Su Yang noticed that his right arm was missing, the wound still fresh. Rather than deter Su Yang, this only piqued his interest further. "If you truly wish to go, I can recommend a place where those seeking to explore the forest gather. You could form a team. Safety in numbers, after all. Should danger arise, you would be better equipped to handle it." As he spoke, he gestured down the street. "Walk straight for about 10 minutes, and you will find a red house bustling with people. Just ask around when you arrive." Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Though he did not require assistance for protection, he welcomed the idea of joining others on this expedition, as it would undoubtedly make the endeavor more manageable. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant attitude, the man shook his head in disappointment, realizing he could not sway Su Yang's decision. Nonetheless, he could not resist offering a final warning. "But I must advise you, if you do not possess at least the strength of the nascent soul stage, do not enter. The risks far outweigh the rewards." Su Yang nodded and replied, "Thank you, but my resolve is firm. No further persuasion is needed." With that, he handed the man a vial of medicinal herbs, saying, "This will allow you to regenerate your lost limb. Take it." With his words, Su Yang strode toward the location indicated by the man, remaining with the person who held the elixir bestowed by Su Yang. Wore an expression of disbelief. What sort of spiritual medicine is this? Aside from the resurrection pill, what other concoction can regenerate severed limbs? Suddenly, his breath hitched, as if a realization struck him. Damn, that individual just now seemed to be merely at the Qi Refinement stage. As Su Yang arrived at the location indicated by the previous individual, he was astounded by the sheer number of people present. "Brother, shall we form a team?" Su Yang casually approached a group and, with a radiant smile, addressed the team leader. The leader glanced at Su Yang, and upon noticing his Qi Refinement stage cultivation, nearly choked. Step aside, A mere Qi refinement weakling dares to venture into that forest. Truly, one must be oblivious to how they might meet their demise. The individual bluntly rejected Su Yang's offer. Undeterred, Su Yang continued his search for another team to join. However, after being turned down by several groups in succession, his expression soured. These individuals clearly looked down upon those at the Qi refinement stage. What of it? Did they not possess any semblance of human rights? Ling Qingshu, observing Su Yang's gloomy demeanor, couldn't help but comment. Su, esteemed ancestor, your concealment of your true prowess is rather excessive, that I believe that in this place. Even a low profile at the Golden Core stage would suffice. Su Yang felt even more embarrassed and, after a moment of silence, replied, I am not concealing my cultivation at all. I am indeed at the Qi refinement stage. Ling Qingshu rolled her eyes at Su Yang. Who would believe that such an impressive figure as Su Yang would claim to be at the Qi refinement stage? It seemed that Su Yang was exceedingly low-key. Come, let us try another team. If all else fails, we can venture alone, Su Yang said nonchalantly. Approaching another group, he noted that the strongest among them was an elderly man with a cultivation level at the second layer of the nascent soul stage. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the most powerful member of a team is its leader. Greetings, may I join your team? Su Yang stepped forward, presenting a dazzling smile. The old man, named Zhang Wuji, was a rare loose cultivator. For a loose cultivator to reach the second layer of the nascent soul stage was exceptionally uncommon. However, this was as far as he could go, as his lifespan was drawing to a close. His sole desire was to elevate his cultivation. Should he succeed, he could transcend the shackles of mortality and extend his life by several decades. Thus, upon hearing of the legendary spiritual medicine's emergence, he hurriedly made his way here, viewing this as perhaps his final opportunity, that he had assembled a team, welcoming all who wished to assist him. Yet upon seeing that Su Yang was merely at the Qi refinement stage, he spat out a mouthful of water. Though he accepted anyone, he had never expected to encounter a Qi refinement weakling. Was this some sort of joke? Suddenly, he noticed Ling Qingshu standing behind Su Yang. Instantly, his murky old eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, welcome, young hero, Zhang Wuji exclaimed with a beaming smile, his wrinkles folding together, giving him a remarkably kind appearance. Despite having lived for many years, his age paled in comparison to Su Yang's prowess. Zhang Wuji's slight, emotional fluctuation did not escape Su Yang's keen observation. This individual is rather intriguing, Su Yang thought to himself with a cold smirk. Although Zhang Wuji seemed to harbor ulterior motives, Su Yang felt no fear whatsoever that if he behaved himself, all would be well. If he attempted any tricks, Su Yang would ensure he understood why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. May I inquire about this young lady's name? Zhang Wuji had entirely disregarded Su Yang. His gaze fixed on Ling Qingshu. Uncomfortable under the lecherous gaze of the nearly decrepit old man, Ling Qingshu stepped back behind Su Yang, evading Zhang Wuji's scrutiny. I am Ling Qingshu, she replied, seeing Ling Qingshu deliberately distance herself from him. Zhang Wuji bore no anger or regret. Soon, they would enter the forest, and Su Yang, a mere Qi refinement practitioner, would be easily disposed of. As for Ling Qingshu, she was merely a golden core cultivator. And before his nascent soul prowess, she was nothing more than a trivial dish. After gathering a few more individuals, Zhang Wuji led everyone toward the forest, moving away from the city and deeper into the woods. Because Su Yang was merely at the Qi refinement stage, everyone treated him as if he were invisible. Meanwhile, Ling Qingshu's stunning beauty attracted a swarm of admirers. Su Yang paid little mind, instead sensing a rich fragrance of spiritual herbs ahead, likely indicating the presence of a spiritual medicine. Coincidentally, the direction they were moving in aligned perfectly with the source of the alluring scent. This was fortuitous, as Su Yang would not need to break away from the group and could continue forward. After walking for several minutes, they arrived at a lotus pond. The pond appeared primitive and wild, the water murky and dark, thick green algae floating on the surface, giving the illusion of a grassy meadow. Many lotus flowers and leaves dotted the water, some leaves withered and lifeless, while others remained vibrant and full of spirit. This was merely an ordinary small pond, devoid of anything extraordinary. However, A keen-eyed cultivator soon spotted a white lotus at the center of the pond. This lotus was remarkably unique, pure white and devoid of impurities, its translucent petals not yet fully unfurled, still in bud form that a gentle breeze stirred, causing the flower to sway, releasing a faint fragrance that wafted through the air. This is the sky-killing lotus. Suddenly, the leader of the group, Hua Sheng, recognized the flower and exclaimed in surprise. Sky-killing lotus? What is that? Of course, many were unaware of what the sky-killing lotus entailed, merely sensing that it must be something significant. This lotus is rare and can be used to concoct a detoxification pill that if we find the right buyer, it could fetch a handsome price, Hua Sheng explained. How much could it sell for? I believe we could easily get dozens of spirit stones. Hua Sheng grinned widely, his face glowing with the thrill of discovery. The others quickly lost interest. With a dozen people sharing a handful of spirit stones, each would receive a paltry amount. They had already agreed that any herbs they found would be evenly divided. As they gazed at the seemingly unremarkable lotus, Su Yang's brow furrowed. He detected something amiss and probed the pond with his spiritual sense, quickly confirming his suspicions. Hurry, let's harvest it and not waste time. We have important matters to attend to, submerged. Hua Sheng nodded, stepping forward, ready to leap into the pond to gather the lotus. Stop! Don't go near! It's dangerous, Su Yang suddenly interjected. Hearing of the danger, Hua Sheng quickly retreated, but then turned to see Su Yang was merely a Qi Refinement weakling. He became irritated. What do you know, Qi Refinement brat? Can you not refrain from shouting nonsense? Su Yang shook his head. There is truly danger within. Hua Sheng let out a cold laugh. What danger could there possibly be in such a small pond? If there is danger, it is but for you Qi Refinement weaklings that I am at the golden core stage. I advise you to keep your mouth shut, lest I decide to end you. Hua Sheng watered Su Yang. Su Yang felt a wave of exasperation. Why was it that speaking the truth elicited disbelief? Some ponds, despite their modest appearance, can be unfathomably deep. Although Hua Sheng had scolded Su Yang, he still felt an inexplicable unease as he prepared to approach the pond's center. Suddenly, he lifted a stone the size of a person and hurled it into the pond. With a loud splash, the stone sank, sending waves several meters high. Yet, the pond quickly returned to tranquility, and nothing unusual occurred. Hua Sheng shook his head and glared at Su Yang. The others laughed, taunting him. What's wrong? You truly fear that a creature might leap from this small pond and devour you? Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng gritted his teeth, dismissing his ominous premonitions that he thought the others had a point. How could anything dangerous reside in such a small, calm pond? With that, he stepped forward, lightly treading on the water. Leaping toward the sky-killing lotus, as he approached the pure white flower, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had been overly cautious, that he had let a mere Qi Refinement practitioner intimidate him. Feeling humiliated, he vowed to make that Qi Refinement weakling regret it once he returned. As he bent down to pluck the lotus, he found it surprisingly resistant. Pulling again, it still would not budge. Hua Sheng wondered. Suddenly, the pond stirred violently. A long, hairy black leg shot up from beneath the water, swiftly seizing Hua Sheng's shoulder. The leg was as thick as Hua Sheng himself. Emerging from the depths was a pitch-black head, its blood-red eyes shining like lanterns, imbued with malevolence. Soon, it surfaced entirely, revealing itself to be a massive black octopus spider. The entire creature appeared to be as large as a house, with the most striking feature being a pure white lotus flower gently swaying atop its head. The spider's 8 long legs were reminiscent of tree trunks. Hua Sheng found himself suspended in the air by the spider's elongated limbs, then unceremoniously tossed into its maw. With a resounding crunch, blood splattered. And in an instant, the giant spider had chewed him to pieces and swallowed him whole. The onlookers on the riverbank were left in shock, unable to fathom that such a seemingly unremarkable pond concealed such lethal peril. They were soon filled with immense relief, grateful that it was Hua Sheng who had met such a fate and not themselves, for had it been them, they surely would have perished. However, it wasn't long before they realized that their relief had been premature. The black spider suddenly directed its gaze toward the shore, and then it moved. From its mouth, It expelled a silken white thread that shot forth like a beam of light that a woman near the pond's edge barely had time to react before she was ensnared by the sudden thread. In the next moment, she found herself in the jaws of the black spider. With a series of crunches, the monstrous arachnid savored its meal, and within mere seconds, the woman was devoured. "Run, run quick, this is a monster!" Zhang Wuji exclaimed, his hair standing on end, and he was the first to flee that if one were to judge by his spirit and determination, he would surely outpace any young man. But Su Yang could only manage a wry smile. He truly wished to voice that ignoring the words of the wise would lead to regret. As an ancient demon who had lived for 100,000 years, his words were indeed truths. To heed them was prudent, while ignoring them would guarantee misfortune. Suddenly, the enormous spider turned its attention to the fleeing Zhang Wuji. Here, all were cultivators of the golden core stage, yet he alone was of the nascent soul stage, making him exceptionally conspicuous. Without hesitation, the spider lunged forward on its long legs, pursuing Zhang Wuji, despite its massive size. The black spider moved with surprising speed that in just a few strides, it halved the distance between itself and Zhang Wuji. "Buy me some time." Zhang Wuji suddenly grasped Su Yang and hurled him backward. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the old man's audacity that in an instant. Su Yang seized Zhang Wuji and lifted him, striding purposefully towards the giant spider. Zhang Wuji was left dumbfounded by Su Yang's immense strength and this self-sacrificial maneuver. What do you intend to do? Let go of me." Zhang Wuji began to struggle, but Su Yang's strength was overwhelming, the energy emanating from him effectively sealing Zhang Wuji's own, rendering him powerless. "You're not at the Qi Refinement stage," Zhang Wuji exclaimed in terror, acutely aware of the looming threat of death. "Ha ha ha, you are mistaken. I am indeed merely at the Qi Refinement stage," Su Yang calmly replied, having reached the side of the white lotus phantom spider. Its grotesque maw opened and closed, emitting a foul, viscous saliva. The spider's crimson eyes locked onto Su Yang, brimming with murderous intent. "What do you intend to do? Release me." Zhang Wuji's voice quivered with fear as he struggled in vain. But Su Yang's grip was unyielding, though it appeared effortless. Any attempt to move was futile. "Please, just let me go. We can negotiate, can't we?" Faced with the specter of death, Zhang Wuji transformed into a coward. Weeping pitifully as the stench of urine wafted from his trousers, Su Yang grimaced in disgust as he reached the feet of the giant spider and, with a single flourish, tossed Zhang Wuji toward it. The black spider opened its mouth wide, catching Zhang Wuji mid-air, and with a few careless chews, swallowed him whole. Su Yang clapped his hands, intending to depart, when suddenly, the spider's leg swung down violently towards him. The long black limb sliced through the air, landing squarely on Su Yang's forehead. The speed and force of the strike were immense. Any other nascent soul cultivator would surely have been reduced to a pulp. Yet Su Yang stood unperturbed, his expression darkening with rage. "Beast, if that is the case, then perish." He swiftly raised one hand, catching the descending spider leg. Dust flew as Su Yang slammed into the ground, leaving only his head and one arm protruding from the earth. "Remarkable! I did not anticipate your strength," Su Yang remarked, shaking off the dirt as he sprang from the hole, lifting the massive spider with one arm and crashing it back to the ground. A thunderous boom echoed, dust billowing, and the once mighty white lotus phantom spider, which had been so audacious moments ago, was dead before it could even struggle. Ling Qingshu observed the scene with calm detachment. Unperturbed, she was accustomed to such sights that in this world, nothing existed that Su Laozu could not dispatch with ease. "Enough. Let us move on and locate those who fled earlier," Su Yang stated, surveying the aftermath before walking forward. After about 10 minutes, they encountered the scattered group. Huddled together in a cave, they gazed outside with expressions of sheer terror. Upon spotting Su Yang and Ling Qingshu, one individual cautiously emerged from the cave. "What of the beast from earlier? Is it still around, lurking behind us?" "It is dead," Su Yang replied flatly. The individuals huddled within the cave were taken aback, incredulous that such a formidable beast could have perished in mere minutes. However, they soon recognized that Su Yang's survival suggested that the outside world was at least free from immediate danger, that moment. they suddenly realized one person was missing. "What of Elder Zhang?" one timidly inquired. "Ah, where is Elder Zhang?" several others murmured among themselves. "You mean that old man? He has perished," Su Yang stated. The group fell into stunned silence, unable to believe what they had heard. Elder Zhang Qi was a senior of the nascent soul stage. Yet such a figure had perished so effortlessly. "What of the beast?" another asked. "Likewise, it is dead," Su Yang replied indifferently. The group was left speechless, unable to comprehend the implications. Elder Zhang Qi had perished, and so too had the beast. Could it be that they had both met their end simultaneously? However, this was not the crux of the matter. They had heard tales of the perils that lurked within this forest, which was why they had sought the protection of Elder Zhang Qi, believing that such a figure would ensure their safety. Yet they had scarcely entered when even the venerable Elder Zhang had fallen. Their protective shield had vanished, leaving a cadre of golden core cultivators to traverse this treacherous realm, where even a nascent soul elder could fall. The danger was palpable, and many began to waver. "Perhaps we should head back," one suggested, fear and hesitation evident in their eyes. "Indeed, this place is far too perilous. It hardly seems worth risking our lives for an unknown spirit herb. Regardless of your opinions, I must leave." "Yes, I too wish to depart. That beast was far too formidable. Should we encounter another like it, our doom would be assured." Once one person began to retreat, the rest quickly followed suit. Su Yang observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from interjecting, while he desired to have them remain to assist him in gathering herbs. He would not force them to stay if they were unwilling. After all, these individuals were not essential to his plans. "If you wish to return, you may attempt to retrace your steps. We are still at the forest's edge, and exiting should be relatively easy. I shall venture deeper. Take care of yourselves," Su Yang said, turning to Ling Qingshu. "Let us proceed and investigate further." With that, he set off, and Ling Qingshu quickly followed. The Golden Core cultivators, who had just been debating their exit, stood perplexed, watching Su Yang's retreating figure. After a moment, one of them exclaimed, "What the hell? A mere Qi Refinement cultivator dares to venture in alone after we all decide to leave. I sense he may not be at the Qi Refinement stage. Did you not notice?" There was a Golden Core cultivator beside him, referring to him as Elder. "What? Elder? Could he possibly be a nascent soul elder?" The murmurs of speculation began to spread, while a few remained resolute in their desire to leave. A greater number were swayed, with 10 individuals choosing to follow Su Yang. They had made the decision to enter the forest, well aware of its dangers, and now sought to seize an opportunity. Chapter 45. A life saved. Su Yang regarded the group trailing behind him with some surprise, that he had anticipated that all would flee, yet here were a few undeterred souls willing to accompany him further into the unknown. "What level of cultivation do you possess? And why do you conceal it?" At that moment, a perplexed individual approached and inquired. Su Yang turned to glance at him. He was a portly fellow with late-stage Golden Core cultivation that I in this group. Such prowess was indeed formidable, yet before Su Yang, it amounted to nothing. "Oh, I am not concealing anything. I am merely at the Qi Refinement stage," Su Yang replied. The rotund man regarded Su Yang with a peculiar expression, but chose not to respond. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Su Yang encountered numerous spiritual herbs. These herbs were once unparalleled treasures a millennium ago, yet now they were mere weeds. Initially intrigued, Su Yang gathered a few of these herbs. But as their abundance overwhelmed him, his interest waned. After collecting a sufficient quantity, he proceeded onward. "If any of you spot these spiritual herbs, please gather them for me, that if you bring me 50 of such herbs, I shall provide you with pills that can enhance your cultivation," Su Yang proclaimed, brandishing the freshly picked herbs to the other Golden Core cultivators that he had enlisted them for this very purpose. And now was their moment to contribute. The Golden Core cultivators stared at Su Yang in bewilderment. The herbs in his possession were exceedingly mundane, having encountered countless similar specimens along their journey. "This? Are you jesting? These herbs hold no value. Why do you possess them?" One individual queried. That Su Yang met his gaze. "What holds no value in your hands may indeed possess worth in mine. Rest assured, if you procure them for me, I will certainly reward you with pills." Doubt still lingered in their minds when suddenly, A sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere that Su Yang looked up to see a young girl, battered and frantically fleeing. To his astonishment, she was at the nascent soul stage. Hot on her heels were two sinister-looking nascent soul elders, grinning malevolently. "Help me," the girl cried out in surprise upon spotting Su Yang ahead. Su Yang remained unfazed, choosing to ignore her plight. It was not his affair to meddle in. "My lord, please save me." As the girl reached Su Yang, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed as Su Yang stared at the unconscious girl beside him. Somewhat taken aback, why must she faint right next to him? This predicament was proving rather troublesome. Rubbing his temples, he took a step back and addressed the two nascent soul elders. I know nothing of the situation. If you wish to continue your pursuit, please do so." With that, Su Yang turned to leave. The golden core cultivators behind him, already frightened by the sudden appearance of the two nascent soul cultivators, were now further shaken by Su Yang's apparent indifference to the girl on the ground. They quickly concluded that Su Yang was also unable to provoke these formidable foes, leading to their hasty retreat or awkward attempts to ingratiate themselves with forced smiles. "Who are you?" The two nascent soul cultivators approached Su Yang menacingly. Despite Su Yang's apparent concession, they did not dismiss him. Rather, they sought to instigate trouble. "Who I am is of no concern to you. Just know that you should vacate while I remain calm." Su Yang's expression hardened. His retreat stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict, but he was not intimidated by them. The two elders exchanged glances, and suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in their hands, hurtling towards Su Yang's forehead. "Apologies, but you have witnessed what you ought not to have, and thus hell is where you belong." Before the words left their lips, their fists were mere centimeters from Su Yang's head. Sigh. Some individuals seem intent on courting disaster. I have already expressed my willingness to ignore the situation. Why must you provoke fate? Su Yang lamented inwardly, then swiftly seized the wrists of the two nascent soul cultivators. They found themselves utterly immobilized, terror evident in their eyes. Just as one was about to speak, Su Yang exerted force, and with a crack, both of their wrists shattered simultaneously. The two nascent soul cultivators screamed in anguish. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged into their meridians, wreaking havoc within, and they coughed up blood as their veins ruptured, leading to their demise. Even their nascent souls could not escape the calamity, being instantly obliterated. "I have stated that I wish to remain uninvolved. Why then do you persist in provoking me?" Su Yang remarked coldly, gazing down at the fallen nascent soul elders with a chilling smile. The golden core cultivators, who had contemplated fleeing, stood in shock at the sight of the two deceased elders, their mouths agape in disbelief. "He truly is formidable, having dispatched two nascent soul cultivators with such ease. Indeed, this is astonishing," they murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at the unconscious woman, realizing just how breathtakingly beautiful she was, not only with a lovely face, but also an alluring figure. Yet, she was gravely injured, her internal organs displaced, and blood flowed profusely from her wounds, her complexion pale. "Goodness, she's even poisoned. How ruthless!" Su Yang observed closely, unable to contain his thoughts. The woman's condition had deteriorated to a critical state. Without intervention, she would soon perish. Naturally, Su Yang would not allow such a fate to befall her. He produced a vial of spiritual medicine and administered it to her. The wounds on her body began to heal at a visible pace. Within a minute, she stirred back to consciousness. "What happened to those two?" she inquired, although she felt weak despite her wounds having healed. Chapter 46. Provoking a strong enemy, they are dead, Su Yang replied. The woman's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Those two were nascent soul cultivators. And yet they had perished. At that moment, she caught sight of the nearby corpses of the two elders. Their bodies were still warm, and blood continued to flow. Realizing this, she also noted that her injuries had completely healed. "Thank you for saving my life, my lord," she said, quickly kneeling in gratitude. Though she was uncertain of what had transpired, it was clear that only this individual could have rescued her. "No need for thanks. You are safe now. You may choose to accompany me or go wherever you wish. I impose no obligations, Su Yang stated, then began to walk away. Indifferent to her response to that moment, the golden core cultivators returned. Having gathered a substantial amount of spiritual herbs for Su Yang, they had witnessed him effortlessly dispatch 2 nascent soul cultivators and confirmed his status as an immensely powerful elder. Such a formidable figure was clearly not one to be trifled with. And thus, despite their lingering curiosity about his intentions, they willingly collected the weeds for him. That Su Yang, true to his word, assured them that in exchange for sufficient spiritual herbs, he would provide them with pills, the cultivators. Elated at receiving tangible rewards, eagerly set about gathering more herbs, that Su Yang surveyed the mountain of spiritual herbs accumulating beside him, his emotions complex. Nonetheless, if he were to refine all of these herbs into pills, it would significantly enhance the cultivation levels of many disciples within the Tianlan Sect. Meanwhile, in a solemn chamber elsewhere, a black rack leaned against the wall. Upon it rested crystal-clear orbs, each the size of a human head, meticulously arranged in small compartments. These were life orbs, with each orb representing a life. That a bright orb indicated that the individual was thriving, devoid of any issues, while a dimming orb signified that the individual faced significant threats, such as severe injury. However, the most dire situation arose when an orb shattered, denoting that the individual had perished, their soul extinguished. An elderly man with white hair gazed at 2 shattered life orbs, his expression filled with dread. How could this happen? Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? He suddenly bellowed in rage, his body trembling with fury. Slamming his hands down onto a sandalwood table, it splintered into dust with a resounding crack. Just moments ago, the 2 nascent soul cultivators were in good health, and in a mere few seconds, their life orbs had inexplicably shattered. Such an occurrence could only imply one thing. Both nascent soul cultivators were dead. The moment a cultivator dies, their life orb shatters, reducing it to mere dust. These 2 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, regardless of their location, are formidable beings. How could they have perished so suddenly? Surely, there must be some hidden circumstances? Beside the elder, Ji Tai spoke with a tremor in his voice, having never encountered such a situation before. The notion that 2 nascent soul cultivators could simply die was beyond his comprehension. What is the matter? If they are not dead, then why are their life pearls shattered? The elder's expression bore a hint of helplessness. He too hoped that the incident was merely a malfunction of the life pearls and not the demise of the 2 cultivators. However, such a possibility was virtually non-existent. After all, life pearls had existed for many years without any reported accidents. Could it be that someone over there rescued that woman? Ji Tai speculated. The elder's face flickered between emotions. And suddenly he commanded, "You must venture into that forest and uncover who is responsible. Regardless of the circumstances, whoever dares to slay members of our bloodthirsty sect must pay the price." The elder's voice resonated with suppressed fury. In the forest, Su Yang gazed into the distance, his expression one of astonishment, that he sensed a powerful aura emanating from a nearby hill. This energy belonged to a demonic beast, whose blood could be refined into foundational pills. Although it may sound absurd, this was the reality. Su Yang held a stubborn fascination for foundational pills, despite having accumulated enough over 100 millennia to form a mountain. Yet, he remained undeterred and would gather any materials capable of producing foundational pills. "Let us go. That hill holds what I seek." "Follow me," Su Yang exclaimed, his usually composed demeanor betraying a hint of excitement. The others exchanged glances, their own anticipation ignited by Su Yang's enthusiasm. Clearly, anything that could stir such a reaction from him must be a treasure of immense value. As they traversed the forest for several minutes, they found Su Yang, brimming with excitement, beside an ordinary demonic beast, his gaze fixated on it with intensity. This creature, entirely black and only half the size of a human, possessed a pair of elongated fangs protruding from its mouth. Despite its fearsome appearance, it was not particularly powerful, only possessing the cultivation of a human at the foundational stage. In fact, any random individual could easily eliminate this beast. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Su Yang's intentions. "Lin Qingshu, I entrust the care of this demonic beast to you. Remember, do not let it perish," Su Yang said, regaining his composure. The reason for preserving the beast was simple. Its blood was only potent when fresh. If it died, its blood would lose its efficacy within the hour. Lin Qingshu, bewildered, nodded, questioning whether this seemingly ordinary beast held some divine significance. She recalled that Su Yang had not shown such excitement when he last encountered a cloud beast. Chapter 47. One person's actions, one person's responsibility. However, Su Yang's decisions were invariably correct, and Lin Qingshu said nothing further, simply affirming, "Rest assured, Su Laozu." Su Yang nodded, trusting Lin Qingshu to handle the matter. That moment. A sudden rush of air caught Su Yang's attention. He looked up to see a fifth-level nascent soul cultivator streaking through the sky, leaving behind a white trail akin to clouds as he descended towards the pond they had just passed. "Who is that?" Suddenly, the woman accompanying Su Yang gasped in terror. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, connecting the dots as the figure approached the pond. "What is the matter? Do you know him?" Su Yang inquired indifferently, that a flicker of fear and hatred crossed the woman's eyes as she gritted her teeth. "Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him." "I see," Su Yang replied, his expression unchanged. He had witnessed such vendettas countless times. Either family annihilation or patricidal revenge, a tapestry of grievances that failed to pique his interest any longer. The woman, observing Su Yang's indifferent demeanor, felt perplexed. She had anticipated his curiosity, yet he seemed utterly disinterested. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to continue, for her family had suffered grievously, and the remaining members were scattered, their clan on the brink of extinction. Su Yang's earlier display of power had astounded her. She believed that if he intervened, there might still be hope for her family. "That man is a member of a notorious assassin organization. A vile scoundrel responsible for the massacre of my entire family," she lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. "Indeed, it is as you say," Su Yang acknowledged with a nod. "Those two nascent soul cultivators earlier were also part of that assassin organization. Were they not?" Su Yang inquired. "Yes," she confirmed, a flicker of hope igniting within her, believing she had successfully captured Su Yang's interest. However, just as she thought he would delve deeper into the matter, Su Yang fell silent, appearing indifferent to the situation. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a figure materialized before them, clad in a long black robe, his face radiating malice. Your escape speed is rather lacking. You've only just arrived here," the figure remarked. Eyeing Su Yang and his companions as if they were sheep awaiting slaughter, Su Yang calmly reached for a fruit, leaning against a tree as he began to eat. Another individual was posturing again, and Su Yang felt a sense of weariness. Why were there so many who sought their own demise in this world? "Speak, who is responsible for this? Do not dawdle. Come forth and face me in battle," the figure demanded. His gaze sweeping over the golden core cultivators. Soon, his attention shifted to Su Yang and the woman. "Bai Ningmei, you truly have not perished," Ji Tai sneered. Bai Ningmei's face blanched in fear as she cowered behind Su Yang. Su Yang frowned slightly, displeased that Bai Ningmei had become a shield. "While this individual poses no trouble for me, I still do not wish to be utilized by others." Bai Ningmei hesitated, her face still etched with terror as she stepped forward. "Who are you? How can you possess only Qi Refinement stage cultivation? No, it cannot be. You must be concealing your true power." "What cultivation I possess is inconsequential. What matters is that I advise you to depart quickly," Su Yang replied. His tone calm, yet laden with a chilling aura of menace, the Ji Tai's expression twisted into a cunning smile as he gestured, causing the surrounding space to warp, revealing 5 nascent soul cultivators who materialized around them. The previously composed golden core cultivators fell into a state of panic upon seeing the 5 nascent soul cultivators, whispering anxiously to one another. Some opportunists immediately knelt, crying, "We have nothing to do with him. We were coerced by him. Please spare us." Yes, this has nothing to do with us. We were compelled to gather herbs by him," others echoed. With the initial 2 kneeling, a wave of surrender swept through the ranks of golden core cultivators, all of whom had previously followed Su Yang. Now turning against him, that Su Yang stared blankly at the scene, his lips twitching. How could these people harbor such disbelief in him? "You have been forsaken by your allies. Perhaps you should consider kneeling and begging for mercy." "As they have. Who knows? I might grant you a complete corpse if I am in a good mood. Jitai mused, taken aback by the complete lack of loyalty and courage displayed by the Golden Core cultivators. What he did not realize was that these cultivators were never truly aligned with Su Yang. They were merely a collection of strangers who had banded together for convenience. Naturally, they prioritized their own lives above all else. I am suddenly curious about the source of your confidence. Why do all of you believe you can kill me? Su Yang stated casually, munching on a red fruit, entirely disregarding the 6 nascent soul cultivators. As if they were nothing more than mere flies. Su Laozu, what should we do now? Bai Ningmei prodded Su Yang, her voice tinged with urgency. What to do? I am uncertain, yet it appears this predicament has little to do with me. It is your affair. You must decide how to handle it, Su Yang replied, having no desire to involve himself in the matter, for it was not his concern. Bai Ningmei trembled slightly, her face reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a considerable pause, she murmured softly, Indeed, this is solely my affair. Since it concerns me alone, I shall not involve you all, that I also wish to express my gratitude for saving me just now. Bai Ningmei said this as she bowed respectfully to Su Yang and then stepped away from behind him. Moving to stand beside Jitai. Chapter 48. A kick that sent him flying. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Bai Ningmei might plead for his assistance. Yet she did not seek his help at all. How intriguing, Su Yang murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips as he continued to nibble on the wild fruits in his hand. Keenly observing Bai Ningmei. You cannot escape. Not just you. But today, all of you shall perish here. Jitai's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and his sinister gaze swept over Su Yang's face, excluding Su Yang. The others were all cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Only Su Yang remained at the Qi Refinement stage. However, if Jitai genuinely believed Su Yang's cultivation level to be merely at the Qi Refinement stage, he would be an utter fool that Jitai approached Su Yang, his eyes scanning Su Yang's face, and inquired, Those 2 individuals, you were the one who killed them, weren't you? The 2 individuals Jitai referred to were, of course, the 2 nascent soul cultivators that Su Yang had dispatched with ease. That Su Yang understood Jitai's implication and nodded nonchalantly, replying, Yes, it was I who killed them, that is so what? A look of surprise flickered across Jitai's eyes, followed by a cold chuckle. You've got quite the audacity to admit it, that I thought you would be too cowardly to confess. As he spoke, Jitai's spiritual energy began to swirl around Su Yang. Probing his cultivation level, that Jitai presumed Su Yang's cultivation should be at the 3rd or 4th level of nascent soul. However, after a brief examination, the results left him questioning his own beliefs. Su Yang's cultivation was indeed nothing more than an ordinary Qi refinement stage. Jitai's expression turned peculiar. Su Yang was genuinely only at the Qi refinement stage, and he detected no abnormalities. This implied that either Su Yang was truly just at the Qi refinement stage, or his cultivation was significantly stronger than Jitai's, making it impossible for Jitai to discern Su Yang's true level. But how could that be possible? He was at the mid to late stages of nascent soul. As long as the opponent was also a nascent soul cultivator, he should be able to gauge their level. If he couldn't even detect Su Yang's hidden cultivation, it would suggest that Su Yang was an ancient monster at the cave heaven stage. Yet the presence of such an ancient being suddenly appearing in his brother's vicinity was unfathomable. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jitai's mind. Are you truly only at the Qi refinement stage? Jitai asked coldly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. I am indeed merely at the Qi refinement stage. Why do you ask? Su Yang responded. Wasn't there a nascent soul cultivator here, just now? Where did he go? Yite presit. Indeed, there was an old man at the nascent soul stage, but he has since departed. Is there a problem with that? Su Yang replied. Where did he go? Jitai demanded furiously. As anticipated, after the killing of those 2 nascent soul cultivators, the old man had fled, leaving Su Yang behind to confuse him and buy time. That person? He is already dead, Su Yang stated dismissively. If you refuse to speak, then you shall die. Jitai had lost all patience. He had come to find the murderer of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. And every moment spent here meant the perpetrator was escaping further away, making capture increasingly difficult. Farewell. You can die now. Suddenly, Jitai drew a short sword enveloped in black energy and lunged toward Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he grasped the incoming dagger. Instantly, the once ferocious black sword was rendered motionless, unable to budge an inch. Jitai was momentarily dumbfounded. He felt as though his dagger had struck a solid iron block, unable to advance any further. Yet, the one holding the dagger was merely at the Qi Refinement stage. In a sudden surge of terror, he looked up at Su Yang and exclaimed, You are not at the Qi Refinement stage." Su Yang scoffed, crushing the dagger effortlessly into powder. "You are mistaken. I am indeed just at the Qi Refinement stage." After speaking, Su Yang delivered a kick infused with overwhelming spiritual energy, mercilessly striking Jitai. Each strand of this spiritual energy was weak and insubstantial, typical of a Qi Refinement stage cultivator, yet the sheer volume was staggering. When sufficient numbers coalesced, a qualitative change occurred, and Jitai was sent flying several thousand meters before crashing into a mountain. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a billowing cloud of dust, saturating the sky with yellow debris. The 6 nascent soul cultivators nearby were instantly petrified that Jitai had perished just like that. He hadn't even managed to withstand a single blow. With a thud, one of the nascent soul cultivators collapsed to his knees, and soon after, the others followed suit. They were not foolish, witnessing Jitai's immediate defeat. It was evident that Su Yang could eliminate them with but a single kick. As Su Yang observed their desperate pleas, he calmly savored a few more fruits before declaring, "Well, since you all recognize your errors and are pleading for mercy, I shall let you go." In truth, Su Yang was not a bloodthirsty individual. He preferred to avoid unnecessary killings. However, this world of cultivation was rife with chaos, with a strong preyed upon the weak. As a mere Qi Refinement stage cultivator, he was often targeted by those with ulterior motives. Thus, he had no choice but to display a modicum of strength to educate these individuals. Although he was at the Qi Refinement stage, he was not an ordinary one. Those who provoked him would face dire consequences. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the nascent soul cultivators felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. After bowing repeatedly, they hastily fled. Bai Ningmei was still in a state of disbelief. She had prepared herself for certain death. Yet within a mere minute, the situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. Jitai had been kicked several thousand meters away, crashing into the mountain, likely leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the other nascent soul cultivators had all fled, and she was safe. "Sir, thank you for saving my life." With a thud, Bai Ningmei knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Su Yang's lips twitched at the sight of yet another person kneeling before him. If anyone were to be more bewildered at this moment, it would be those golden core cultivators who had so readily betrayed him. "Sir, please spare my life," one of the trembling golden core cultivators said, his terrified gaze fixed on Su Yang as though he were a demon. Chapter 50. Trouble. Su Yang glanced at these individuals and said, "You may leave. I will not seek trouble with you, but do not follow me." The golden core cultivators breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, as they suddenly contemplated their departure, a grim realization struck them. They were merely golden core cultivators. Venturing through this forest without Su Yang's protection would almost certainly lead to their demise. "Please, don't drive us away. We will certainly perish," the golden core cultivators began to lament. "Whether you live or die is of no concern to me," Su Yang replied dismissively, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Although Su Yang did not hold a grudge against these individuals for their earlier betrayal, it was absurd for them to wish to remain by his side seeking protection. "Leave quickly. I shall give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. If you do not vanish, I will ensure you are erased from this world." Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor, yet a surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his hand, signaling that if the golden core cultivators did not depart, he would send them to meet their end in the next moment. The golden core cultivators were instantly filled with dread. Though they were highly reluctant, they hastily retreated, turning to Bai Ningmei. Su Yang felt a twinge of annoyance. He was not particularly welcoming of individuals who sought to bring trouble upon him. However, considering Bai Ningmei's earlier actions, where she did not thrust her troubles onto him, he decided to assist her further. "You might as well explain what transpired," Su Yang inquired. Since he had already offered help and found Bai Ningmei somewhat agreeable, he might as well see it through to the end. "What?" Bai Ningmei, still somewhat dazed, asked in confusion. "I asked if you recognized those individuals just now. What were they here for, and why did they seek to kill you?" Su Yang rubbed his forehead and asked as Bai Ningmei listened. Her expression gradually shifted from bewilderment to joy that Su Yang's inquiry suggested he intended to aid her. And the display of power he had just exhibited made her hopeful that if he were to assist, her family would be safe. Bai Ningmei began to recount her tale, her face gradually transforming with expressions of hatred and sorrow. However, after Su Yang finished listening, he felt a heaviness in his heart, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Bai Ningmei was indeed a victim, yet those who had come to kill her were not entirely villainous. This situation was intricately linked to an event that had transpired thousands of years ago in Tianwu County in the past, an evil beast known as the Demon Sky Mad Flood Dragon. Possessing the cultivation of the cave heaven realm, emerged and wreaked havoc throughout Tianwu County, resulting in the deaths of countless mortal cultivators at its hands. The sects of Tianwu County were compelled to unite in a desperate attempt to slay the Demon Sky Mad Flood Dragon. However, its formidable power proved overwhelming, and even numerous late-stage nascent soul experts fell before it. Ultimately, it was only through the self-sacrifice of several near-cave heaven realm masters who unleashed their cave heaven powers that the Demon Sky Mad Flood Dragon was sealed within the confines of Tianyang Mountain. Tianyang Mountain is characterized by its abundant yang energy, maintaining a temperature that hovers above 50 degrees Celsius, with certain areas soaring to several thousand degrees. This potent yang energy serves to suppress the extremely mean entity that is the Demon Sky Mad Flood Dragon. Furthermore, within Tianyang Mountain stands the Tianlan Sect, whose disciples are dedicated to the cultivation of supreme yang techniques. This sect was established with a singular purpose: to guard Tianyang Mountain through the generations and ensure that the beast remains sealed within. However, the seal has recently weakened, necessitating the blood of those with supreme yang bloodlines to reinforce it and prevent the ferocious beast from escaping. Having been sealed for a millennium, the Demon Sky Mad Flood Dragon harbors deep resentment, and should it escape, its cultivation at the cave heaven level would render it unstoppable. The entire Tianwu County would descend into chaos. Thus, the Tianlan Sect and other forces within Tianwu County began a ruthless campaign to capture and slay individuals with supreme yang bloodlines, gathering their blood to strengthen the seal. The Bai family, due to their bloodline, were all born with this supreme yang lineage, resulting in hundreds of their kin meeting untimely deaths overnight. Only a handful managed to escape by various means. Yet they still found themselves relentlessly pursued by the overwhelming powers of Tianwu County. "I see now," Su Yang mused thoughtfully. "This situation cannot be easily categorized as right or wrong in this world. There exists no absolute morality, only the strong and the weak. The major forces of Tianwu County prioritize the greater good, believing that sacrificing a few hundred lives to save thousands is justifiable. And thus they act without remorse or regret. Conversely, those bearing supreme yang bloodlines, in their instinct for self-preservation, understandably resist being slaughtered." "Master, do you think there is any hope left for our Bai family?" Bai Ningmei asked in a hushed tone. Su Yang lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly lifting it, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Do not worry. I shall ensure the safety of your Bai family." Su Yang maintained a demeanor of calm assurance, as though everything were simply a matter of course. "However, it is the entirety of Tianwu County that seeks our extermination," Bai Ningmei remarked, her gaze dropping once more to Su Yang, however, merely smiled lightly and said, "Rest assured, a mere Tianwu County does not intimidate me." Upon hearing Su Yang's bold declaration, Bai Ningmei was momentarily taken aback. Just how powerful must this elder be to regard the entirety of Tianwu County with such disdain? In Su Yang's eyes, while Tianwu County may seem formidable, it was simply composed of a few major sects and dozens of nascent soul cultivators and no matter how many nascent soul practitioners there were, Su Yang could dispatch them effortlessly, rendering the thought of an entire Tianwu County insignificant to him. "Thank you, Master. Your immense kindness and grace leave me speechless, Bai Ningmei exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion. Eager to express her gratitude, suddenly, she felt as if a piercing gaze was fixed upon her. Turning to look, she met the fierce, almost murderous glare of Ling Qing's who did this. Bai Ningmei swallowed her words. Su Yang glanced at Ling Qingshu, but chose to remain silent. Very well, let us discuss this matter further once we have exited. Fish Sin Yang mentioned an extraordinary medicinal herb. We must seek it out, Su Yang said. Furrowing his brow, this day, he had yet to catch sight of the legendary herb. The only outcome of this endeavor had been a plethora of impending troubles and materials for concocting foundation-building pills. After searching the forest for approximately 2 days, Su Yang finally discovered the extraordinary herb Fish San Yang had described within a dark cave. Upon seeing it, Su Yang felt that this journey had been in vain. Chapter 50. Rejection. This herb turned out to be the Dan solidifying grass, capable of hardening the golden core of a cultivator in the golden core stage, rendering it nearly indestructible. That a cultivator with a solidified golden core possesses combat prowess several times that of an ordinary golden core practitioner. However, once solidified, the possibility of shattering the core to transform into an infant is forever lost. While this may be an unparalleled treasure for others in the golden core stage, for Su Yang, it was akin to poison. Let us depart. This is utterly disappointing, Su Yang said, shaking his head in disillusionment. That felt as though he had made this trip for naught, having gained nothing of value while attracting trouble instead. Upon exiting the forest, Su Yang inquired of Bai Ningmei, "By the way, where are the remaining members of your clan? Go find them. I will take them to Tianlan Sect." "Yes, master. The Bai family has lost its foothold in Tianwu County, so the remaining clan members are hiding in Qizhou," Bai Ningmei replied, her expression brightening with hope. "Qizhou." Su Yang paused, a wry smile appearing on his lips, realizing that fate had intertwined their paths. "Master, is there a problem?" Bai Ningmei asked nervously, noticing Su Yang's suddenly peculiar expression. "Not at all. It is simply a coincidence that I also hail from Qizhou, so let us make our way there," Su Yang replied, shaking his head. "That I am a great mountain within Qizhou." Su Yang found the remaining members of the Bai family. Upon seeing them, he could scarcely believe his eyes. That was a pitiful sight. These individuals, once esteemed golden core practitioners, now resembled beggars. Their tattered clothing reeked of neglect. And the stark contrast to their former status was undeniable, and no one would believe they were golden core cultivators. Rather, many would likely agree they appeared to be beggars. "Bai Mei, how could you vanish for over 10 days without a word? You nearly frightened us to death." As Su Yang and Bai Ningmei approached, an elderly man with white hair rushed forward, his face alight with joy. But Su Yang assessed the man, noting he was a late-stage golden core practitioner. Despite his disheveled appearance, an air of authority still lingered about him. "Uncle, I am fine. I apologize for worrying you," Bai Ningmei said, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Just then, the elderly man's gaze shifted to Su Yang. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" His eyes reflected the fear of a cornered rat, darting nervously over Su Yang's form. "Uncle, he is my savior, the one who has saved my life. Without him, you would not see me here today. He has come to rescue us," Bai Ningmei hurriedly explained, then turned to Su Yang, saying, "This is my uncle, the current head of the Bai family." Su Yang nodded, glancing behind him at the dozen or so golden core practitioners sitting dejectedly on the ground. Their spirits heavy with sorrow, it seemed these were indeed the entirety of the Bai family. "Bai Mei, is what you say truly the case?" Bai Badeo, the family head, asked with a wry smile. "Indeed, it is true. His name is Su Yang, and he is incredibly powerful. The young lady beside him is Ling Qingshu, the sect master of Tianlan Sect. They have come to save us," Bai Ningmei declared. "Uncle, we have been saved," she exclaimed, a radiant joy illuminating her features. Bai Badeo surveyed Su Yang and Ling Qingshu before shaking his head and stepping closer to Su Yang. "Master, thank you for saving Bai Ningmei. However, our Bai family is entangled in significant troubles. It would be best not to involve you further. You should leave." Su Yang looked up, his tone casual as he said, "I am well aware of the troubles facing your Bai family. Is it not merely the Tianwu County? What is there to fear?" His words. delivered with an air of nonchalance, seemed to dismiss the gravity of the situation. Bai Badeo's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Su Yang. Was it really just Tianwu County? It is essential to note that Tianwu County is a vast region, encompassing several major sects and countless nascent soul practitioners. Yet, Su Yang had casually brushed it aside. This was nothing short of audacious. Examining Su Yang and Ling Qingshu's cultivation levels, he noted that Ling Qingshu was clearly just a golden core practitioner. Given their current plight, with Bai family members reduced to this state, their numbers still included over a dozen golden core practitioners. As for Su Yang, he appeared to be at the Qi Refinement stage. Bai Badeo was not naive. He understood that Su Yang's cultivation was not merely at the Qi Refinement stage. However, he reasoned that no matter how formidable Su Yang might be, he could not possibly match the strength of a nascent soul practitioner, especially if he claimed he would protect them. Thank you for your goodwill, but the matters of our Bai family shall be handled by us alone. We would not wish to burden others, Bai Badeo stated respectfully. Yet his condescension was unmistakable. That Su Yang shook his head and replied, "Very well. If that is your wish, I shall not insist." With that, he turned to leave. Did they look down on him? He had no desire to become embroiled in their troubles. Bai Ningmei, however, was suddenly alarmed, ready to voice her concerns. But in the blink of an eye, Su Yang had vanished from sight. Bai Ningmei's expression stiffened as she turned to Bai Badeo, exclaiming, "Uncle, why did you send him away?" As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, for after finally finding hope, she now watched her uncle extinguish it with his own hands. "Sigh, you know as well as I do that our Bai family faces the might of the entire Tianwu County. What can they possibly do for us? It is better not to involve them," the elderly man replied, pausing before continuing. "Moreover, should we choose to follow them in pursuit of their so-called sanctuary, we run the grave risk of exposing ourselves to the formidable powers of Tianwu County, which would ultimately spell our doom." Bai Ningmei managed a bitter smile before recounting everything she witnessed alongside Su Yang to Bai Badu. Upon hearing her words, Bai Badu was left in a state of shock, murmuring softly, so they could potentially be revered elders of the cave heaven realm, to be capable of annihilating a Yuan Ing stage practitioner, though perhaps not one in the later stages. One must acknowledge that such an esteemed elder would not boast without certainty regarding their capabilities. At this revelation, the Bai family was utterly taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Badu proposed, "Should you not investigate, perhaps we can salvage the situation." His words were laced with uncertainty. The prospect of a legendary figure from the cave heaven realm offering protection to the precarious Bai family felt like a stroke of fortune beyond belief. Yet being rejected now filled him with profound regret. Chapter 51. 8 Yuaning practitioners. As Su Yang returned to Tianlan Sect, he swiftly dealt with the beast he had acquired and then entered seclusion to begin the alchemical process of concocting pills. The foundational elixir was the subject of his current endeavor, an undertaking he had engaged in countless times over the past 100 millennia. The quantity of foundational elixirs he had produced could indeed form a mountain. Thus, crafting them had become second nature to him. Despite consuming numerous foundational elixirs throughout these eons, he had derived not a single benefit from them. Presently, his motivation for producing these elixirs stemmed solely from an unwavering desire to establish his foundation. After practicing Qi for 100 millennia, he felt a sense of frustration. Before long, a batch of foundational elixirs was complete, but Su Yang consumed them with the same nonchalance one might display while enjoying jelly beans. For an ordinary practitioner in the Qi stage, ingesting such a copious amount of foundational elixirs would instantly elevate them to the foundational stage. Yet for Su Yang, it was akin to consuming mere confectionery, eliciting no response whatsoever. Having grown accustomed to this, he let out a melancholy sigh and resumed his work, this time focusing on concocting elixirs that would enhance his golden core stage cultivation. These elixirs were primarily intended for Fang Yin and Ling Qing, so as he surveyed the mountain of spiritual herbs, Su Yang frowned. Bearing the weight of an entire sect alone was truly exhausting. He began to contemplate whether he should recruit a few alchemists to alleviate his burdens. With the furnace lit and the alchemical process underway, devoid of the typical tension associated with other alchemists, the entire operation proceeded smoothly, culminating in a successful batch in no time. That moment, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by Fang Yan's voice calling out, "Su Yang, There are Yuaning stage practitioners outside claiming they intend to slaughter our Tianlan Sect, labeling us a demonic cult. Just then, the door swung open, and Fang Yin rushed in, panic etched on his face. That Su Yang gathered the completed elixirs and calmly inquired, "What is it? Stay composed." Fang Yin, breathless and flustered, replied, "Well, there are 8 Yuaning fellows insisting they intend to annihilate our entire Tianlan Sect. The entire sect is in utter chaos." Su Yang furrowed his brow. 8 Yuaning practitioners, indeed a formidable force. He smirked coldly and stated, "Understood. I'll take a look." With that, he vanished in a flash. Fang Yin was momentarily stunned before hastening to follow suit. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianlan Sect, Su Yang beheld a dozen Yuaning stage warriors at the foot of the mountain. Shouting and cursing, that he descended and approached them, speaking in a composed tone. "What are you all shouting about?" Zhao Tianyu, seeing Su Yang was merely a Qi stage practitioner, regarded him with disdain. "Who are you?" "The doorman. Hurry and summon your sect leader. I want him to come out so I can execute him." Su Yang regarded the brash individual before him and replied with indifference, "I am Su Yang. While I am not the leader of Tianlan Sect, I believe we can still have a discussion." Zhao Tianyu was about to mock Su Yang for his obscurity when suddenly he recalled the infamous name. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. After all, Su Yang's notorious reputation preceded him. He was a being capable of obliterating anything in his path to date. No one had managed to withstand even a second strike from him. Zhao Tianyu took a step back and respectfully stated, "Elder, we come with no ulterior motives. We merely request that you hand over Bai Ningmei to us. Nothing more." Su Yang cast a glance at him and replied, "Bai Ningmei is not here. You may search elsewhere and perhaps find her." Zhao Tianyu, visibly awkward, responded, "This matter is of great importance. Should you refuse to surrender Bai Ningmei, it could spell disaster for the entire Tianwu County." Su Yang nodded, saying, "I am aware of the situation in Tianwu County. Is it not simply a matter of a sealed beast preparing to emerge? That is trivial." Zhao Tianyu's face lit up with hope. He feared Su Yang might doubt his claims, but since Su Yang was already privy to the information, matters could be resolved more easily. "Great One, since you are aware, please return Bai Ningmei to us. Any other individual may be expendable, but Bai Ningmei, being of the pure Yang bloodline, is irreplaceable." Su Yang listened, his gaze remaining unfazed. After a pause, he inquired, "Are you finished?" Zhao Tianyu blinked, responding, "Yes, I have finished. You heard what I said. However, I have already informed you that she is not with me. Why do we continue this conversation?" Zhao Tianyu stood there, dumbfounded, unsure how to proceed. That moment, a burly man behind him sneered, "Are you trying to toy with us like we are fools? Our scouts have been observing you and that woman entering Qizhou. Do you think you can deny it?" The man's voice boomed, his finger pointing accusatorily at Su Yang. That Su Yang despised being pointed at, so with a swift motion he seized the man's finger, twisting it forcefully. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as a piercing scream erupted. "I advise you to speak properly in the future and refrain from pointing." Su Yang released the man's hand, who hopped around in agony. "You bastard! Are you seeking death?" The Yuaning stage practitioner cursed, still in shock. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu slapped him across the face, leaving a distinct mark. "Why did you hit me?" the injured practitioner queried. Bewildered, Zhao Tianyu shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, "Show proper respect to the elder. Do you wish to perish?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly shifted his demeanor, recognizing Su Yang's lethal reputation. "Su, esteemed elder, just now," he attempted to speak further, but Su Yang raised a hand to silence him. Chapter 52, The Ferocious Beast Escapes. "Enough. I understand your intentions, but Bai Ningmei truly is not here. Seeking her for me is futile. Furthermore, I have a means to subdue the demon heaven-mad flood dragon. I implore you to cease the slaughter of those with the pure Yang bloodline." Su Yang stated calmly, now prepared to share his intentions with these visitors. "My lord, what method do you possess?" Zhao Tianyu asked, astonished and bowing respectfully. "It would be pointless for me to explain. Instead, let us discuss your affiliations, and I shall communicate with your superior." "I am from the Tianwu County branch of the Spirit Treasure Association," Zhao Baiyu replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned slightly peculiar. They were indeed practitioners from the Spirit Treasure Auction House, but he had recently obliterated their Qizhou branch, resulting in significant casualties among their ranks. If all went as expected, he had now become their second most wanted enemy. So it is the Spirit Treasure Auction House. Su Yang nodded, his smile fading as he contemplated their presence. Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine under Su Yang's gaze. Fearing a misunderstanding, that he hastily clarified, Su, though we are affiliated with the Spirit Treasure Auction House, we have yet to receive directives from above, and based on our investigations, the downfall of the Qizhou branch was entirely self-inflicted, having no connection to you. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's anxious demeanor, Su Yang chuckled softly. The urgency in Zhao Tianyu's explanation stemmed from a desire to avoid provoking him. Very well, let us consider the matter of the Qizhou branch settled. Agreed. Agreed, Zhao Tianyu responded eagerly. For the Spirit Treasure Auction House, whether or not the matter was truly resolved was of little consequence, as long as they avoided confrontation with Su Yang. Well, let us not dwell on other matters for now. Take me to Tianyang Mountain, and I shall speak with the inhabitants there. I possess knowledge on how to subdue the magic heaven-mad flood dragon, Su Yang remarked with a calm demeanor. Although Zhao Tianyu was exceedingly reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with Su Yang's request. While his original aim was to confront the Bai family, he figured that escorting Su Yang to Tianlan Central Sect would suffice for his obligations. Very well. Follow me, he sighed after a moment's contemplation. Suddenly, he produced a small, palm-sized boat from his storage bag. The vessel expanded rapidly from its diminutive size to that of a house. A spirit ship? Su Yang murmured, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyu possessed such a vessel. The spirit ship served as a mode of transportation, and Zhao Tianyu's could only be classified as a small spirit ship. In contrast, larger spirit ships were capable of containing a mountain or, in some cases, spatial spirit ships that, despite their modest exterior, housed entire worlds within. However, such vessels were far beyond the comprehension of a cultivator of Zhao Tianyu's caliber. The ignorant cannot comprehend the depths of the wise. Nonetheless, the fact that the Spirit Treasure Auction House boasted a spirit ship left Su Yang feeling rather astonished. This suggested that the auction house indeed possessed considerable financial resources to acquire such items. Before long, Su Yang arrived at Tianlan Sect. Had a cultivator traversed the distance on foot, it would have taken several times longer. Halt, who are you? As the spirit ship descended before the entrance of Tianlan Sect, several disciples approached to inquire. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a gleaming golden token from his robe. The token was emblazoned with the characters signifying the elder of the Tianwu Prefecture branch of the Spirit Treasure Auction House. Adorned with intricate designs, the disciples, upon recognizing the token, immediately shifted to a posture of respect. But Su Yang cast a glance at Zhao Tianyu, surprised to learn that he was, in fact, an elder. Lord Su, we have now arrived at Tianlan Sect. What would you like to do next? Zhao Tianyu inquired. Thus Su Yang attuned himself to the surrounding ambience and noted that the yang energy here was several times more potent than in other locales, making it an ideal place to imprison malevolent entities. However, why do I not sense even the slightest trace of sinister energy in this place? Su Yang furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. First, we must locate the sect leader, Su Yang declared, shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts. Thanks to the connection with the Spirit Treasure Auction House, Su Yang was granted easy access to Tianlan Sect and soon found himself in the presence of its leader. The leader, known as Su Long, was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The most striking feature about him was his long white beard, which cascaded down to the ground. After observing him for a while, Su Yang suddenly asked, "Where do you place your beard when you sleep at night?" In the next moment, Su Long appeared petrified, staring blankly for a considerable time before finally responding in a deep voice. Ever since someone posed that question to me a century ago, I have not been able to sleep soundly. I had nearly forgotten, and yet you have reminded me once more. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. In that case, why not simply trim your beard? Why allow it to grow so long? Su Long smiled faintly and replied, I understand you have come regarding the magic heaven-mad flood dragon. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. My beard serves as a material to seal the magic heaven-mad flood dragon. I have preserved it for hundreds of years, and it has finally grown to this length. Su Yang nodded thoughtfully and suddenly remarked, "However, the magic heaven mad flood dragon is no longer here." Su Long was taken aback for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. "Young friend, you truly possess a sense of humor. Although the seal of our Tianlan Sect has indeed shown signs of weakening over the years, it is inconceivable for that ferocious beast to escape. Yet I have detected no traces of sinister beasts that should be present," Su Yang replied with a serene smile. Observing Su Yang's unwavering confidence, Su Long felt a twinge of uncertainty. Suddenly, he recalled that if the seal had weakened, the ferocious beast should have been thrashing against the sealing formation, yet the formation remained tranquil and undisturbed. But that cannot be. If it had escaped, there would surely be chaos. Yet Tianwu Prefecture has remained unscathed. Su Long shook his head and remarked, "You underestimate the intelligence of a ferocious beast. If it had just escaped, its strength would be diminished, and after barely managing to break free, it would not recklessly wreak havoc, waiting for you to seal it once more," Su Yang replied. Now losing his patience, he suddenly stood up and declared, "Let us check the seal to determine whether the beast has indeed escaped." "Very well," Su Yang nodded. He was merely speculating, and in truth, he was quite perplexed. It would be prudent to investigate. Chapter 53. Utter Nonsense. Su Yang, under Su Long's guidance, arrived at the entrance of a cave. After traversing a series of steep stone steps, they entered an underground cavern. Within the cave, a faint yellow mist lingered, and the temperature was exceedingly high. Numerous stones on the ground had become sticky and gooey due to the terrifying heat. As if they were melting, the cave extended deeper underground, and the further they descended, the hotter it became, with the yellow mist growing increasingly dense. "Young friend, ahead lies the sealing formation," Su Long stated after approximately 10 minutes of walking. As they finally reached a spacious area, the ground was paved with green stones, and from the cracks emerged a brilliant blue light. Dazzling to behold, Su Yang approached the formation and scrutinized it closely. "Are you certain this is the sealing formation?" After a brief observation, Su Yang abruptly inquired. "Indeed. If this formation is not the sealing formation, then what is it?" Su Long asked, his confusion evident. "This is no longer a sealing formation. It has been tampered with and transformed into a maze formation," Su Yang replied coolly. Having confirmed that someone had altered the formation, allowing the ferocious beast to escape. Although maze formations share similarities with sealing formations, their functions are entirely different. While maze formations can trap individuals within their confines, one can navigate out by following a certain pattern. This type of formation functions much like a door to a room, where the owner holds the key, allowing for easy ingress and egress. However, for those without the key, a door that the owner can freely enter and exit is no different from a wall. Due to the numerous similarities between sealing and maze formations, modifying a sealing formation into a maze formation is not a complex task. "Young friend, you assert that the ferocious beast has escaped?" Su Long asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "If you are uncertain, you may probe to see if the beast is present," Su Yang replied indifferently. Su Long's complexion darkened as he extended a thread of divine consciousness, only to find that the magic heaven-mad flood dragon was indeed absent. This, Su Long stammered, unable to articulate his shock, his face flushing red as if he might choke on his own excitement at any moment. Su Yang stepped into the formation to examine it. "Ah, it appears to be the Sealing Seven Fiends maze formation," Su Yang murmured to himself. "When was the last time someone visited this place?" Su Yang turned to Su Long and inquired. The formation had not been breached. It had merely been altered. The individual responsible for modifying the formation could not have been the ferocious beast. Therefore, it must have been a person. "About half a month ago, we invited the major powers of Tianwu Prefecture to observe this formation, and there were many attendees at that time," Su Long explained. "The beast was still contained within the formation then, but in the days since, it has managed to escape." Su Long's face turned an ashen hue of anger. Even he, despite his foolishness, recognized that the issue had arisen during that particular event. Someone had tampered with the formation. If this ferocious beast has escaped, it will spell disaster for all of Tianwu Prefecture. Who is responsible for this? Su Long roared. his booming voice reverberating through the mountain. That Su Yang toyed with his fingers, waiting for Su Long to vent his emotions before calmly stating, "In truth, this matter is not particularly difficult. Simply tell me which individuals and powers were present that day, and I shall investigate them one by one," Su Yang declared. Indeed, to Su Yang, the situation appeared rather straightforward. It must have been an individual from a significant power who had covertly altered the ceiling formation into a maze formation in a short span of time. Only a formidable cultivator from a major faction could accomplish such a feat. Su Long wore a bewildered expression, as it seemed he had just heard Su Yang mention going to question each power one by one, although it sounded like a viable method to resolve the issue. He wondered what good it would do even if they identified the culprit. Given the ferocity of the beast, even the entire Tianlan Sect would prove ineffective against it. Indeed, even the collective might of all cultivators in Tianwu Prefecture might not suffice. It seemed likely that Tianwu Prefecture would soon witness a repeat of the calamities of a millennium ago. Noticing the turmoil in Su Long's expression, Su Yang understood his fear of the beast's power and smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. Once I locate that ferocious beast, I could dispatch it with a mere fingertip." Su Long stared at Su Yang in confusion. Although he had heard various legends about Su Yang, he now felt as though Su Yang was profoundly unaware of the gravity of the situation. That ferocious beast had once required the sacrifice of several late-stage nascent soul cultivators, along with a stroke of luck, to barely seal it away. For Su Yang to claim he could do so with a single finger was nothing short of absurd bravado. "Young friend, there is a saying that I am uncertain whether I should voice," Su Long said awkwardly. "Then do not speak it," Su Yang replied coolly. "The dominant forces in Tianwu County are well known to him, and there are only a few prominent families. Since this ferocious beast is no longer here, I shall explore other avenues," Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. As soon as his words fell, he did not wait for Su Long to respond and proceeded to walk outside. Su Long gazed at the fleeting shadow of Su Yang, shaking his head, and chose to ignore him. Staring at the empty seal formation, he felt a growing sense of despair, nearly contemplating self-destruction beside the array as a means to repay the world. Su Yang quickly arrived at the entrance of Tianlan Sect, just in time to see Zhao Tianyu piloting a spirit vessel ready to depart. That Su Yang approached and stated, "Take me with you." Zhao Tianyu, feeling a tightening in his chest, cautiously inquired, "Lord Su, what is the matter? The ferocious beast is no longer here." "I need to visit a few places," Su Yang replied candidly. Zhao Tianyu, momentarily stunned, soon pretended he hadn't heard and asked, "Lord Su, where do you wish to go?" "To the spirit treasure auction," Su Yang answered calmly. Although Zhao Tianyu was unaware of Su Yang's intentions for attending the auction, he dared not refuse and complied with Su Yang's request. After a while, Su Yang arrived at the spirit treasure auction. Indeed, the venue in Tianwu County was far more grandiose than that of Qizhou. Behind the auction hall lay a vast courtyard, complete with artificial hills and flowing waters, adorned with vibrant flowers and melodious birds. An idyllic setting that my lord, this is the residence of Lord Zhang Tianjun. Zhao Tianyu announced. That Su Yang nodded and walked toward the courtyard. "Stop. Who are you?" Two guards, brimming with hostility, approached Su Yang as he stepped through the entrance and barked, "This is the residence of the Tianwu County branch president of the Spirit Treasure Auction. No idle people are allowed inside." The two guards at the late stage of the Golden Core realm dared to obstruct Su Yang. Su Yang coldly smiled and said, "I am Su Yang. I have matters to discuss with your president." "President?" One of the guards shot Su Yang a dubious glance, and upon noticing Su Yang's mere Qi Refinement stage cultivation, he sneered menacingly. "Who do you think you are? Our president cannot be seen at whim." Scram! Su Yang was already accustomed to such arrogance and did not let it provoke him. He simply replied, "Please move aside. I have very important matters to attend to." Point one guard, as if hearing something ludicrous, scoffed, "What important business could a mere Qi Refinement cultivator have? Scram before we are forced to take action. Yes, get lost, or don't blame us for being ruthless," the other guard threatened, cracking his knuckles. Su Yang grew increasingly displeased at the delay. "That I'll give you one last chance to step aside. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Point one guard, infuriated by Su Yang's disrespect, spat on the ground. "You recording death," he shouted, launching a punch towards Su Yang's face. Had Su Yang been an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, that punch would undoubtedly have left him in tatters. However, Su Yang was far from ordinary. His eyes narrowed menacingly. Get lost! Boomed the moment the sound reached the guards' ears. They were enveloped in a misty aura, their movements stalling, that a tremendous force struck their chests, causing them to stagger back, crying out in agony as they coughed up blood. Step aside, that Su Yang advanced a step, his cold voice echoing as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. The guards looked at Su Yang in terror, as though confronted by a demon. You are not a Qi refinement cultivator. What are you doing here? They quivered. Step aside. Su Yang paid them no heed, reiterating his demand. The guards, bewildered, felt like sheep under the gaze of a wolf, hastily scrambling to their feet and retreating into the courtyard. At that moment, an aged yet robust voice resonated from within. Young friend. Such aggression is quite unbecoming. As the voice faded, an elderly man with white hair, yet a vigorous demeanor appeared before Su Yang. It is this person who insists on intruding, the guards exclaimed, rushing to him like they had found a savior, kneeling on the ground. Zhang Tianjun's expression darkened, his chilling gaze fixed on Su Yang, emanating an air of menace. Are you not going to explain yourself? Su Yang smirked disdainfully. This old man was merely at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, yet spoke with such bravado. Old man, are you the president here? Su Yang queried, hands on his hips, casually chewing on a red fruit, appearing utterly nonchalant. Just then, Zhao Tianyu, having just finished preparing the spirit vessel, witnessed this scene and nearly stumbled in shock. His gaze darting around before he hurried back to the vessel and fled in haste. Presumptuous! What is this attitude? Kneel and apologize at once, or you will face dire consequences, the guards, emboldened by Zhang Tianjun's presence, resumed their raucous threats. That Su Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly approached, delivering a resounding slap imbued with white spiritual energy that spread like mist, obscuring the scene before him. Boom! The slap struck both guards squarely in the face before they even realized what had happened, sending them flying. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving Zhang Tianjun momentarily stunned. After a moment, as the white mist dissipated, Zhang Tianjun finally comprehended the situation. Turning to see 2 humanoid impressions left in the wall while the guards lay sprawled in a pond, utterly disheveled. Young friend, what is your intention? Zhang Tianjun's face turned ashen, his furious gaze locked onto Su Yang, his fists clenching and unclenching, as though he yearned to engage Su Yang in combat, but was held back by uncertainty. I'm here for a matter, Su Yang replied, maintaining his casual demeanor. Zhang Tianjun scrutinized Su Yang for a moment. Despite Su Yang's flippant attitude, it appeared he indeed had something to discuss. What is it? Zhang Tianjun inquired, perplexed. He had no prior acquaintance with Su Yang, so what could possibly concern him? Suddenly, as he gazed at Su Yang again, he felt a flicker of recognition. You are Su Yang, Zhang Tianjun exclaimed, his voice filled with dread as if he had seen a ghost. Observing his reaction, Su Yang found it amusing. Stay calm. I'm not here to cause trouble, that I merely wish to inquire about the motion Quanjiao. The motion Quanjiao? Upon hearing this term, Zhang Tianjun's expression shifted to one of confusion, his eyes scanning Su Yang. Why do you ask about this? The matter of the motion Quanjiao had become the foremost concern throughout Tianwu County. A beast capable of rivaling the cultivation of the cave heaven realm posed a significant threat should anything go awry. The Tianlan Sect has confirmed that the beast is no longer here. It has escaped. Su Yang stated flatly. Pausing, he added, in truth, it wasn't merely an escape. It was released by your organization. Someone tampered with the sealing formation, rendering it ineffective and allowing the beast to break free. Su Yang's words floated lightly from his lips, yet to Zhang Tianjun, they struck like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. You just said the motion Quanjiao has escaped. Zhang Tianjun stammered, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Stay calm. I'm merely inquiring. The only forces capable of releasing that beast are a select few, and if it wasn't you, I shall seek the next party, Su Yang replied coolly. Recognizing from Zhang Tianjun's bewildered and panicked expression that this matter had no connection to the spirit treasure auction. Since this doesn't concern you, I shall not impose further, Su Yang declared. Turning to leave. With the beast gone, he would explore other avenues. Every passing minute only heightened the danger. Although Su Yang was not particularly compassionate, he certainly hoped to save some lives and prevent needless suffering. "Young friend, what exactly is happening?" At that moment, Zhang Tianjun's voice called out from behind as Su Yang turned, a smile suddenly gracing his face. "That my lord, I seek a particular item that I believe you possess. If you can provide it, I may consider discussing further details with you." Zhang Tianjun eyed Su Yang's cunning smile with apprehension, instinctively asking, "What is it that you desire?" Su Yang replied, "Your organization recently acquired a spirit vessel. It is indeed impressive for the spirit treasure auction. I assume you have several. May I purchase one?" Su Yang gazed at Zhang Tianjun with hopeful anticipation. Ever since he had laid eyes on that spirit vessel, he had been contemplating acquiring one. Due to his Qi Refinement stage status, he was unable to fly, and each transition left him feeling as if his legs would break from the strain. Zhang Tianjun, upon hearing Su Yang's words, forced a bitter smile and replied, "My lord, you misunderstand. Our Lingbao auction house possesses only one spirit ship, which I merely lent to Zhao Tianyu." Su Yang suddenly realized, having initially thought that the Lingbao auction house was indeed so extravagant as to have multiple spirit ships at their disposal. However, since there were no others available, he shifted his gaze to the solitary spirit ship from earlier. "Very well. Since you have no alternatives, I shall not press the matter further. Simply provide me with your sole vessel," Su Yang stated calmly. Zhang Tianjun let out a wry smile and said, "That spirit ship is not mine to give. It has been allocated from above, and I lack the authority to decide. Moreover, your request is somewhat excessive." Zhang Tianjun's heart raced slightly. Were it not for his wariness of Su Yang's unfathomable strength, he would have retaliated with a punch. "Excessive," Su Yang replied coldly, an unexpected grin crossing his lips as he suddenly raised his fist and struck down with blinding speed. Before Zhang Tianjun could react, he was struck squarely, his body propelled like a cannonball. Yet, Su Yang, moving with even greater swiftness, caught Zhang Tianjun midair and slammed him down to the ground. The earth cracked beneath them. Fissures spreading like a spider's web, deep trenches extending for dozens of meters. "Now, do you still think it excessive?" Su Yang pressed, pinning Zhang Tianjun down with an indifferent expression. "Not excessive, though the scene was indeed grand." Zhang Tianjun was a cultivator at the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm. Aside from the sensation of his bones threatening to fracture, he felt no other immediate harm. Still, Su Yang's display of power had left a profound impression on him. Zhang Tianjun knew that if Su Yang desired his demise, it would be but a fleeting moment's work. "Very well. Now retrieve that spirit ship for me," Su Yang said nonchalantly at that moment. Zhao Tianyu, feeling quite pleased with his astuteness for hastily piloting the spirit ship away from danger, received Zhang Tianjun's order to return at once. Though reluctant, the thought of the consequences for disobeying spurred him to comply swiftly. Soon, Su Yang beheld the spirit ship as Zhao Tianyu disembarked. Su Yang greeted him with a faint smile. "This spirit ship now belongs to me." With that, he beamed. Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Directing his gaze towards Zhang Tianjun, who appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a decrepit old man. "President, this," Zhao Tianyu mused, his intuition already discerning the unfolding events. "Let it be, we sigh." Zhang Tianjun shook his head and spoke. Given Zhang Tianjun's words, Zhao Tianyu felt no inclination to protest, watching as Su Yang boarded the spirit ship, tinkering with its controls before it transformed into a fleeting shadow, zipping away. That Su Yang's next destination was the Tianlan Sect. Not for any particular reason, but simply because the Tianlan Sect was the nearest to his current location and had previously ventured to the sealed grounds of the Tianlan Sect, situated at the heart of the great wilderness forest in Tianwu County. The Tianlan Sect was characterized by a solitary peak that jutted into the clouds, resembling a sword. As Su Yang landed the spirit ship before the sect's gates, he was already under observation. No sooner had he disembarked than two figures approached him with jovial expressions. Elders Su Qingying and Su Qingying of the Tianlan Sect, here to warmly welcome our esteemed guest, they announced, clad in robes of black, white, and blue. Each bore a sword upon their back. Though the swords appeared ancient and ordinary, they occasionally flickered with a faint blue lightning, indicating their extraordinary nature. Both men bore deep wrinkles and white hair. Yet they emanated vitality, devoid of any signs of the weariness typically associated with old age. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, Su Yang reciprocated their cordiality with a smile. "What brings you, young friend from the Lingbao auction house, to our humble abode?" Su Qingying inquired with a friendly demeanor. Mistaking Su Yang for an associate of the auction house, they were unaware of his true purpose. "I am not affiliated with the Lingbao auction house. I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of the Mo Tian Quang Jiao," Su Yang stated directly. Cutting to the chase. Mo Tian Quang Jiao. The two exchanged glances, surprised that Su Yang sought them regarding this matter. "Young friend, let us discuss this inside," Su Qingying suggested, after gauging Su Yang's cultivation level. He was taken aback to find that Su Yang was merely at the Qi Refinement stage. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion that Su Yang was simply a low-level cultivator. Upon entering the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang was struck by an overwhelming stench of blood, far more pungent than that of a slaughterhouse. "Why is the blood so thick?" Su Yang furrowed his brow. A look of sorrow crossed Su Qingying's face as he replied, "Alas, it is due to that beast. Had it not sought to break the seal, our Tianlan Sect would not have resorted to such measures." Su Yang, piecing together the situation, inquired, "Have you captured a group of pure young bloodline individuals to slaughter?" Su Qingying lamented, "Alas, we had no choice. If we did not eliminate them, it would result in greater casualties." Chapter 56. Not the doing of the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Yet, now that he was present, the ferocious beast posed little threat to him. Moreover, with the sealing formation dismantled, the killing of those with pure Yang bloodlines seemed futile. "Are there any survivors?" Su Yang asked. Su Qingying replied, "Young friend, there are still a few, approximately over 100. Tomorrow, their blood will be drawn and sent to the Tianlan Sect." Su Yang sighed deeply. "Release them." Su Qingying paused for a few seconds. Then, half laughing, half crying, said, "Young friend, that is not feasible. Although we feel remorse for having slain so many for the sake of the greater good, they must perish. Such malevolence must have a bearer, if that is the case. What harm is there in us doing so?" Su Yang chuckled helplessly. At this point, Su Yang followed Su Qingying into the reception hall. "This matter is intertwined with my inquiry about the Mo Tian Quang Jiao." Just as Su Yang settled into a chair, two sword attendants served him tea. "It seems you have news to share with us, young friend," Su Qingying remarked, taking a sip of tea, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if the world could crumble around him without a care. "The Mo Tian Quang Jiao has escaped," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "Pooh!" Su Qingying spat out his tea, his expression turning to one of horror as he asked, "Is that true?" Su Qingying beside him turned pale, slumping in his chair, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Su Yang recognized from their reactions that the Tianlan Sect was not responsible for this incident. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions until he met the sect's true leader. "This matter is of utmost importance. I shall summon the sect leader," Su Qingying said in a flurry, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Very well," Su Yang replied with a faint smile, having intended to convey that very idea. Before long, a figure dashed in, urgency evident in their approach. Su Yang observed this individual clad in black, with a square face and prominent brows, radiating righteousness and exuding a formidable presence devoid of any sinister aura. "Who claims that the Mo Tian Quang Jiao has escaped?" Upon arrival, he urgently grasped Su Qingying's hand. Su Qingying pointed to Su Yang, saying, "Esteemed leader, this young friend is the one." Wang Jinba stepped closer to Su Yang, his gaze sharpening, a tremendous pressure sweeping towards Su Yang like a tidal wave. Even the chair Su Yang occupied emitted a low hum, as though it might crumble to dust at any moment. But Su Yang raised his head, meeting Wang Jinba's gaze with clarity. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure dissipated, leaving Wang Jinba momentarily stunned. After a while, he regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of utmost respect. "Forgive me, my lord," Wang Jinba said with a respectful bow. Su Yang did not pursue the matter further. Understanding that Wang Jinba had merely tested him due to his youthful appearance, and seemingly low cultivation level. It is nothing, Su Yang replied. Is it true what you said about the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's escape? Wang Jinba inquired. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Su Yang replied coolly. However, calling it an escape might be inaccurate. It would be more appropriate to say that the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was released. Su Yang noted the bewildered expression on Wang Jinba's face, realizing he had again sought answers in the wrong place. Released? What does that mean? Wang Jinba scratched his head, perplexed that Su Yang succinctly recounted the events. After listening, Wang Jinba's face contorted with fury. Who is responsible for this? If the ferocious beast runs amok, there will be no one in the entire Tianwu County capable of subduing at that time. It will surely result in untold suffering and grievous casualties, Wang Jinba exclaimed, pounding his chest in frustration, his eyes ablaze with fury. Remain calm, Su Yang replied, taking a sip of tea. Thus, I sought you out to uncover who had the audacity to unleash that monstrous beast. Wang Jinba nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, count me in on this matter. Once I ascertain who is behind this, my Wanjian sect shall not rest until they pay for their transgressions. Su Yang suddenly recalled the unfortunate individuals of the pure Yang bloodline and remarked, By the way, those of the pure Yang bloodline are now of no use. Perhaps we should release them. Wang Jinba nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Of course, we shall release them at once. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the leader of the Wanjian sect, Su Yang took his leave. As he piloted his spirit ship along the path, he realized that aimlessly searching like a headless fly would yield no results. Among these sects, who would dare to commit such a brazen act of releasing the demon sky mad flood dragon? After pondering for a moment, Su Yang concluded that although the sects in Tianwu County were known for their underhanded dealings, they maintained a facade of righteousness. The Mo Yun sect, Su Yang suddenly recalled. This sect, whether in public or in secrecy, was a notorious cult practicing sinister methods. Could it be their doing? Su Yang thought, and with that he swiftly made his way towards the Mo Yun sect. The Mo Yun sect's mountain gate loomed large, exuding an imposing aura. While other sects regarded it with disdain, the disciples of the Mo Yun sect held their heads high, having constructed their gate to be more grandiose than all others. As Su Yang stepped onto the threshold, a chilling bloodlust permeated the air, an aura reminiscent of the demon sky mad flood dragon. That moment, two Foundation establishment disciples approached, their voices booming. Who are you? No one but Mo Yun sect disciples may enter. Su Yang cast a glance at the two, who instantly paled, their faces stricken with terror, resembling lambs before a ravenous wolf. Su Yang uttered a single word. The two disciples immediately crumpled, blood streaming from their orifices as they fell lifeless to the ground. Help! Someone is attacking the mountain gate. At that moment, several other disciples stationed at the gate shouted in alarm. While a shrill alarm echoed throughout the Mo Yun sect in a flurry of movement, dozens of figures rushed out from the mountain gate, encircling Su Yang, a commanding hand gestured towards the others. Barking, attack, kill him! What insolence is this, daring to seek death here? The leader, a golden core cultivator, cast a casual glance at Su Yang before nearly choking in disbelief. He is merely a Qi Refinement cultivator? Is our Mo Yun sect so low profile that we aren't renowned enough? A mere Qi Refinement cultivator dares to stir trouble in our midst? Truly, there are always fools seeking death, but this one is particularly absurd. Seeing Su Yang was only a Qi Refinement cultivator, the tension in the golden core cultivator's body dissipated. What are you waiting for? Quickly slay this person, he commanded the others, the surrounding cultivators, all Foundation establishment disciples, though not particularly strong, brimmed with confidence as they faced Su Yang, a mere Qi Refinement cultivator. Kill! They roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy upon Su Yang. Though the quality of their energy was lacking, its sheer volume created a misty haze around them. Su Yang merely smiled lightly as an even greater wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, consuming the energy of the Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant. As screams echoed, the Foundation establishment disciples were overwhelmed by Su Yang's frenzied spiritual energy, collapsing to the ground in a heap. How could this happen? The earlier Golden Core cultivator stared in shock to be why the time he regained his wits, the ground was littered with the fallen disciples, some lifeless, others clinging to the last vestiges of life. You are not a Qi Refinement cultivator, the Golden Core cultivator exclaimed in terror. While these disciples were merely Foundation establishment cultivators, their numbers and coordination were impressive. Even he would have to expend considerable effort to triumph over them. Yet, Su Yang had dispatched them with a single move, which suggested he surpassed even the Golden Core cultivator's strength, steadying himself. The Golden Core cultivator recalled he was within his sect, while Su Yang stood alone, that if he could not defeat Su Yang, he could always summon help. Spitting on the ground, he growled, "Humph, you will regret this. Just wait." With that, the Golden Core cultivator turned tail and fled into the sect that Su Yang chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue him. Instead, he produced a small red fruit and savored it leisurely, moments later. The earlier Golden Core cultivator returned, this time accompanied by 5 Golden Core cultivators, one of whom had reached late Golden Core stage. "Brother, it was this person," the Golden Core cultivator pointed at Su Yang, his demeanor now brimming with arrogance, as if he had not just been terrified moments before that a burly man, bare-chested and muscular, swaggered towards Su Yang. "Kid, I admire your courage, but your intellect seems rather lacking." He towered over Su Yang, forcing him to look up. Yet, Su Yang had never favored looking up at others. Without warning, Su Yang struck, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The man's midsection gleamed like bronze, his 8-pack abs resembling solid stone. Su Yang's fist connected with a resounding thud, akin to striking iron. Surprised, Su Yang noted the man's impressive defense. Having struck with only a fraction of his strength, the man had managed to withstand it. The burly man displayed a look of astonishment and said, "You possess some skill. That last blow actually hurt. But now, that is all there is to it. You may die." As the man finished speaking, his massive hand lunged towards Su Yang's head. His palm was indeed the size of Su Yang's entire head. Su Yang smirked coldly and retaliated with a punch. Ignoring Su Yang's attack, the burly man confidently pressed forward. Bang! Su Yang's fist collided with the man's stomach, causing it to ripple as if struck by a soft object. The man immediately spat out blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Su Yang calmly regarded him, saying, "My previous estimation of strength was flawed. This is the correct measure." The Golden Core cultivator stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the sight of the massive man sprawled on the ground, motionless like a dead dog. The remaining Golden Core cultivators exchanged glances, and suddenly, they all lunged at Su Yang. However, as expected, Su Yang effortlessly dispatched them with a single, effortless move, sending them to meet their demise. "You, go inform the others," Su Yang instructed, calmly observing the first Golden Core cultivator who had come at him. That Golden Core cultivator was close to soiling himself, stumbling back to the sect in a panic. Su Yang gazed at the majestic mountain gate of the Mo Sect and recalled that he had previously killed a disciple of the Mo Sect at the Qi Prefecture Spirit Treasure Auction. It seemed that they were indeed fated to cross paths. This time, the Golden Core cultivator returned at a slower pace, but he was accompanied by 5 nascent soul cultivators. "Kid, you were allowed to be arrogant earlier, but this time, you shall have no burial place." As he emerged, he began to shout that he then turned to an elderly man with white hair beside him, saying, "Sir, it was this one. You must avenge my senior brother." The leader among the nascent soul cultivators was the master of the Mo Sect, disciple Su Yang, had slain at the auction. Upon catching sight of Su Yang, his spirit surged, and he let out a deep, thunderous roar. It's you." Su Yang looked up, puzzled, and replied, "Do we know each other? You killed my disciple. This enmity cannot go unpunished. Are you the fool's master?" Su Yang deduced, recognizing the identity of the nascent soul cultivator before him. "Indeed, it is I. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Since you've come, prepare to meet your end." Zhang Tao exclaimed with palpable fury, his deep, shadowy eyes sweeping over Su Yang as if they might devour him whole. "So it was you," Su Yang replied, his laughter bright and effervescent. "I've offered my services to eliminate your troublesome disciple free of charge. No need for gratitude. No need for such agitation." With that, Su Yang produced a crimson fruit, presenting it to Zhang Tao with a grin. "Here, have a fruit to calm your nerves." Zhang Tao gazed at the fruit before him, his complexion turning a sickly shade of green. After a lifetime of searching, he had finally discovered a disciple whose innate talents perfectly aligned with his own aspirations, hoping that this pupil would inherit his legacy. Little did he anticipate that he would soon falter in that desolate region of Qizhou. Upon receiving this dreadful news, he nearly lost consciousness. "Rest in peace, my disciple. Today, I shall avenge you." Zhang Tao advanced step by step towards Su Yang, muttering to himself that Su Yang cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "To clarify, you are not here to avenge your disciple. Rather, you are destined to join him underground." Zhang Tao's expression shifted dramatically, nearly choking on his words. The surrounding Yuan cultivators regarded Zhang Tao with puzzled expressions. Who is this person? Why do I only sense a Qi refining stage cultivation from him? Whoever he is doomed today. Zhang Tao is notorious for his fierce protection of his disciple. This fool has sought death by killing Zhang Tao's pupil. Indeed, I sense that this individual is not particularly formidable. His words are but empty bravado. Those Yuan cultivators whispered amongst themselves, showing no regard for Su Yang. "Elder, this man has spoken disrespectfully, insulting our Tianlan Sect and causing the deaths of so many fellow disciples that we implore you to take action. Otherwise, word of this will spread, and outsiders may think us easy prey." A golden core cultivator added fuel to the fire. Su Yang regarded these individuals with amusement. "If you wish to fight, then let us proceed. What is with all this chatter?" "Very well. Then you shall perish," Zhang Tao bellowed, launching a powerful punch. The full force of his Yuan cultivation erupted, the speed of his fists so swift that even the air around it seemed to ignite in flames. Su Yang extended his hand, gripping the fist with ease. The once unstoppable momentum of Zhang Tao's attack came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance further. "Is this truly all your strength? I must admit, I find this rather disappointing," Su Yang remarked nonchalantly, before suddenly exerting force, snapping Zhang Tao's wrist with a sickening crack that a scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated through the air. With a swift kick, Zhang Tao transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the atmosphere. The onlookers stood in shocked silence, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. With a single move, just one, Zhang Tao had been utterly defeated. Without a shred of resistance, it was evident that Zhang Tao posed no challenge to Su Yang. "I wonder, do any of you still wish to fight?" Su Yang inquired coolly. The Yuan cultivators exchanged glances, lacking the courage to confront him. "May I ask, esteemed senior, what brings you to our Tianlan Sect?" One of the Yuan cultivators stammered that he noted that Su Yang's cultivation seemed to be at the Qi refining stage. How could a Qi refining practitioner have killed a Yuan stage cultivator with a single blow? He was no fool. Such a scenario was implausible. The only possible explanation was that Su Yang was indeed extraordinarily powerful, his true cultivation level far surpassing what they perceived. As he pondered this, confusion washed over him. After all, his own cultivation was not merely at the foundation establishment or golden core stage, but authentically at the Yuan level. Above Yuan lay the legendary Dong Tian realm, a stage he had never encountered in his lifetime. Thus, he concluded that Su Yang must be a formidable late-stage Yuan cultivator. Their sect leader was indeed a late-stage Yuan cultivator, but he was currently injured and in seclusion. Hence, the Tianlan Sect had no one capable of contending with a late-stage Yuan practitioner. Consequently, He Guang adopted an exceptionally humble demeanor. "What brings me here?" Su Yang smiled faintly. "I have come to annihilate your Tianlan Sect." His words, though spoken lightly, struck the others like thunder. "Su Yang, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Though you possess late-stage Yuan strength, our sect leader is also in that realm." "And what of it?" Su Yang countered. He Guang gritted his teeth, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed. "Thus, I beseech you, do not force our hand." Su Yang let out a cold laugh, suddenly raising his hand high, before bringing it down with force. The resounding slap struck He Guang's cheek squarely. Did He Guang touch the spot where he had been struck? Disbelief etched across his features. You, he stammered, pointing a shaking finger at Su Yang, unable to articulate his thoughts. The incredulity in his gaze morphed into sheer terror that Su Yang smiled faintly. Do not fixate on me. Do speak your mind. He Guang rubbed his swollen cheek and began to retreat hastily. This person is formidable. Beyond our means. Quickly, let us return to the mountain gates and summon the ancestor. Onlookers, both Yuan Ing and Foundation establishment cultivators alike, rushed inside the mountain gates that moment. A low, resonant voice echoed as a faint black mist enveloped the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang glanced indifferently at it, dismissing it entirely. The Siege Yuan protective array? Intriguing, yet alas, merely a flawed version. Su Yang stepped forward, navigating the perimeter of the array, his hands deftly tracing patterns in the air. Those within the array watched in bewilderment, speculating about Su Yang's actions. However, with each gesture he made, the entire formation began to tremble, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the array shattered like fragile foam. Stepping through, Su Yang entered the Tianlan Sect, standing before the stunned crowd. "Greetings," he said with a smile, his aura surging like the mighty ocean, radiant and blinding. In an instant, numerous disciples of the Tianlan Sect were struck by Su Yang's overwhelming energy, turning to ash before they could even scream. Several elder cultivators at the Yuaning stage attempted to intervene, but as they approached, they too were engulfed by Su Yang's tempestuous power. Within the Tianlan Sect, he moved as if through an unchallenged realm. One individual knelt on the ground, grief-stricken, crying out, "Disciple implores the ancestor to emerge. Otherwise, today our Tianlan Sect shall surely perish." As his anguished plea echoed, a figure swiftly materialized. This figure, possessing late-stage Yuaning strength, was clad in a white robe, appearing exceedingly frail, as if merely a withered husk draped over a skeletal frame. Yet despite this appearance, he emanated an air of vitality. "What is the matter?" the elderly man inquired, glancing at the kneeling He Guang. "Master, there is an outsider causing chaos. I am powerless to subdue him. I implore you to intervene," He Guang cried, overwhelmed with emotion. "Is there truly someone causing a ruckus? And you cannot handle it?" Fang Yin replied, momentarily taken aback that a sliver of divine consciousness scanned the area outside before he commanded, "Very well, let us go together." With that, Fang Yin vanished from sight this moment. Su Yang was reveling in his slaughter, when suddenly a ripple appeared in the space before him, and an elderly man emerged as if he had peeled back the fabric of reality itself. "How about we put an end to this?" Fang Yin suggested, his sinister gaze sweeping the area, noting the grievous losses suffered by the disciples of the Demon Cloud Sect. Fortunately, the deceased were merely ordinary disciples. The backbone of the sect remained largely unharmed. Though he was filled with rage, given his uncertainty regarding Su Yang's strength and the relatively minor blow dealt to the sect, Fang Yin chose to let it go. After all, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Yang halted his actions, regarding the figure before him with a detached expression that he suddenly spoke. "Are you the leader of the Demon Cloud Sect? If not, summon him forth. If you are, then let us have a proper discussion." Fang Yin replied, "I am indeed the sect leader." "What is it that you wish to discuss, my young friend?" Su Yang let out a cold chuckle. "I now present you with two choices. The first, surrender the mad heaven violent flood dragon to me, and I shall spare both you and your sect. The second, should you stubbornly refuse my first demand, I will annihilate every last one of your disciples. So, which will you choose?" Upon hearing the name of the mad heaven violent flood dragon, Fang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. "How did you come to know of it?" he asked, suspicion lacing his tone. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. How I came by this knowledge is of little consequence, rather. Ponder the two paths I have laid before you and make your choice." Su Yang responded apathetically. Fang Yin's countenance fluctuated, revealing his uncertainty. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he sneered, "Even if I were to hand over the mad heaven violent flood dragon, What of it? That beast possesses the strength of half a cave immortal. Do you truly believe you can subdue it? Fang Yin chuckled triumphantly. In truth. He too could not tame the mad, heaven-violent flood dragon. But he possessed a secret technique that could suppress its power under certain conditions. Nevertheless, he had sustained injuries, a testament to the creature's terrifying might. Whether I can subdue the mad, heaven-violent flood dragon is my concern. For now, contemplate the choices I have presented you, Su Yang replied coolly. Fang Yin's expression continued to shift. He genuinely could not discern Su Yang's strength, leaving him feeling uneasy that in his probing. He found that Su Yang was at the Qi Refinement stage. Yet he was not a fool. Even if his intellect were as limited as a fool's, he understood that Su Yang was merely masquerading as a Qi Refinement practitioner, regardless of his efforts. He could not see through Su Yang's true cultivation level, leaving him in a state of frustration. Suddenly, he smirked and said, "Since you assert such confidence, let me see how you intend to subdue that ferocious beast. I have placed the mad heaven-violent flood dragon in a secluded valley behind the mountain. Allow me to guide you there." Fang Yin stated, a cold smile lurking in his heart. The mad heaven-violent flood dragon was no benign creature, and uncertain of Su Yang's strength, he dared not take action. Instead, he thought it prudent to let the dragon test Su Yang's mettle. A smile graced Su Yang's lips as he remarked, "It appears you have chosen the first path. Very well, lead me there." Fang Yin took the lead, traversing several mountains until they finally arrived at a deep and shadowy gorge. "The mad heaven-violent flood dragon resides within," Fang Yin declared. Su Yang peered into the abyss, noting its profound darkness, obscuring the depths below. Yet he could sense the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the gorge's depths. "Indeed, it is present," Su Yang replied nonchalantly, having detected that the dragon's strength was merely at the half-step cave immortal level. "Humph. Once I have dealt with the mad heaven-violent flood dragon, I shall ascend," Su Yang proclaimed, leaping into the gorge. "What?" Fang Yin was taken aback. He had assumed Su Yang would hesitate upon sensing the dragon's aura. Yet he leapt without a moment's thought, as if completely disregarding the creature's menace. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yin chose not to follow Su Yang down into the gorge. Should Su Yang triumph over the dragon, his presence would be of little use. Conversely, if Su Yang were to fall, there would be no need for him to descend, for he would merely meet his demise alongside Su Yang. After several minutes of freefall, Su Yang crashed into the depths, creating a deep crater upon impact, dust and debris swirling around him. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. The darkness enveloped him, while not entirely blinding. Distant objects were merely silhouettes that a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down his spine, not from the cold, but from a deep-seated dread. This place is saturated with sinister energy. It is an ideal habitat for malevolent creatures, Su Yang mused aloud. At that moment, two dim red lanterns flickered to life in the darkness. Roar, a low, guttural growl resonated from the shadows. "You have arrived," Su Yang said with a smile, gazing at the mad heaven-violent flood dragon before him. Despite the pervasive darkness, Su Yang's formidable perception revealed the dragon lying in wait. The creature was colossal, its form barely fitting within the confines of the gorge, that Su Yang felt that its eyes were even larger than his own. "Humans! Truly unworthy of trust. All must perish." The mad heaven-violent flood dragon spoke, its voice booming like thunder, shaking the very stones around them. "What do you mean?" "This is utterly perplexing," Su Yang replied, finding the dragon's words incomprehensible. Yet, this confusion would not deter him from slaying the beast. "Enough with the idle chatter. Since you refuse to remain within the sealing formation, you shall languish in the depths of hell instead," Su Yang declared. The mad heaven-violent flood dragon emitted a plume of white mist from its nostrils, scoffing. "Human, who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence?" Before the dragon could finish its retort, Su Yang leapt high into the air, landing squarely atop its head. The dragon bore two long, prominent horns, and as Su Yang caressed one, he suddenly recalled that these horns were rare spiritual herbs, capable of yielding numerous elixirs. With a cold smirk, Su Yang grasped one of the horns and yanked it free. Blood gushed from the dragon's head, and it let out a heart-wrenching wail, its cry echoing throughout the gorge. The disciples of the Demon Cloud sect were left in terror, gazing skyward, bewildered by the source of the thunderous roar. "What is happening? That sound does not bode well," one murmured, his mind conjuring images of Su Yang mercilessly assaulting the mad, heaven-violent flood dragon. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the gorge, Su Yang, atop the dragon's head, winced at the piercing sound. "Scream all you like," he retorted, seizing the other horn and pulling it free as though uprooting a weed. Before the dragon could utter another cry of anguish, Su Yang delivered a swift kick to its abdomen. The mad heaven-violent flood dragon, despite its immense size, was sent flying by Su Yang's strike. Its body scraping against the gorge's walls, the entire gorge trembled, expanding in size as the earth quaked beneath the feet of the Demon Cloud sect disciples, who watched in horror as structures crumbled. As though the very ground had split apart, that in the midst of this cataclysmic tumult, a colossal creature seemed to take flight from the earth itself. "What in the world is that?" a disciple gasped, craning his neck to glimpse the spectacle above. "It resembles a massive serpent," another ventured. "A serpent? Are you certain? That creature appears to be a dragon," a third interjected, their astonishment palpable that the unknowing disciples of the Demon Cloud sect gaped in wonder. Fong Yin stood aghast, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if an egg could fit within. Unlike the naive younger disciples, he recognized the beast as the mad heaven-violent flood dragon. Yet why was it soaring through the skies? At that moment, a figure shot forth from the gorge, dwarfed compared to the dragon, akin to a mere sesame seed. This tiny figure landed squarely atop the dragon's head, delivering a powerful kick, with a resounding thud. The previously soaring mad heaven-violent flood dragon abruptly altered its trajectory, plummeting toward the earth. Boom! The dragon crashed into the summit of a mountain, shattering it to pieces, rocks and soil cascading through the air. The once proud peak was reduced to level ground. Yet the demonic sky serpent remained utterly still, its vast maw gaping open as it drew in deep, labored breaths. "How effortless," Su Yang mused, shaking his head as he approached the creature's cavernous mouth. "Spare my life. I shall henceforth obey your every command, my lord." The demonic sky serpent, upon noticing Su Yang's presence, summoned all its strength to utter these words.